Chapter 555. After making up his mind, Ito didn't hesitate anymore. He turned around and walked back to the Babel headquarters. Ito's original location wasn't far from the Babel headquarters, so it only took him about 10 minutes to return to the main entrance of the Babel headquarters. He casually found a place to sit down, and while thinking about how to upgrade his electric discharge ability, he also paid attention to Babel's situation. In fact, the people with superpowers in the absolute pitiful world were luckier than most of the superpower worlds. In the absolute pitiful world, not only could superpowers be improved through cultivation, but they could also have multiple superpowers if they were lucky enough. This was basically impossible in worlds like the Forbidden Book of Magic, X-Men, and Superpower Wars. In those worlds, it was almost an iron rule for a person to only have one superpower. Other than by how, in the Superpower Wars world, no one had ever found anyone who had multiple superpowers. However, this was a common occurrence in the absolute pitiful world, where all kinds of special powers could be synthesized and were not weaker than a pure LV7 superpower user. In this way, Ito's body crackled from time to time, and in the blink of an eye, it was already nighttime. A military helicopter directly under Babel took off from the Babel headquarters and rushed into the distance. Seeing this, Ito immediately stopped the deduction in his mind. He waved his hand and made a pile of paper into a paper airplane. He then flew behind the Babel helicopter. After a while, Ito, who was following the Babel helicopter, arrived near a gas station. He arrived here. Ito, who knew that he couldn't follow the helicopter anymore, decisively lowered his altitude and jumped to the ground. Then, he stretched out his hand and took the paper that naturally turned into a thick book. He hugged it with one arm and moved closer to the gas station. I remember this scene is from the first half of the second episode of the anime plot. There are no superpower criminals in it. Ito, who came to the gas station, looked at the busy figures of the firefighters and a young man wearing a black trench coat. He was looking down at the data presented on the laptop screen in his hand. He thought to himself, and that man is one of the protagonists of this world. They are both Honkoi, but in this case, it's better for me to leave this place. I don't want to wait for the 3 level 7 superpowers to come and catch me as a criminal. After thinking about it, Ito didn't hesitate. He directly turned around and left the gas station, took the paper airplane, and flew back to the Babel headquarters. Not long after he left, the 3 girls' figures suddenly appeared on a tall building near the gas station. Nothing. After a night of rest, Ito-sei's spirit was restored. He once again left the magic cube world and sat down in another place, and continued to monitor Babel's situation. But after a day, other than Kaoru Akashi's head being affected by the gas station explosion last night, which caused her superpower to go out of control, nothing else happened. This made Ito-sei bored for the whole day and pondered about the matter of the discharge ability. The next few days were the same. Although Babel sent helicopters and support vehicles from time to time, they were all major incidents. However, they were all dealing with major accidents, and none of them had superpowers involved. This made Ito-sei's expectations fall through countless times. On this day, Babel's support vehicle rushed out of the garage and sped away. Sigh. I hope there will be good results today. Although he failed to follow Babel every time, if he didn't follow Babel, it would be impossible to find a needle in a haystack. Looking for a superpower on the street was tantamount to looking for a needle in a haystack. It was faster to follow Babel. Therefore, although Ito-sei still did not have much hope for the possibility of achieving his goal, he still released a paper plane and quickly followed. Why are they in such a hurry? It seems like this incident isn't as simple as it seems. Ito-sei's eyes lit up as he followed behind Babel's support vehicle. Seeing the support vehicle rushing on the road, Ito-sei thought to himself. Soon, Ito and the support vehicle arrived at the scene of the incident. It was the entrance of the west branch of the Jinzong Bank. Looks like we're in luck. Ito was excited when he saw the bank sign. After a while, the members of Babel who were waiting outside the bank got on the support vehicle and left the bank. Ito didn't hesitate as he knew the reason. He followed the support vehicle from afar. This time, they weren't in a hurry. It was already dusk when the support vehicle arrived at the destination. It was an 8-story residential building. Then, 2 ordinary police officers who had been waiting here for a long time ran into the building with Muramoto Koichi, who got off from the support vehicle. After a while, they escorted a tall and thin young man with yellow hair down. After locking him in the back seat of the police car turned around and left. Sei Ito immediately controlled the paper airplane and followed the police car. Let's do it here. When the police car drove into an empty road and waited for the red light, Ito-sei immediately manipulated the paper plane to fly to the top of the police car and jumped on the hood of the police car. His huge strength caused the police car to tilt forward slightly. Sei Ito, who was half squatting on the hood of the police car, suddenly raised his head and looked at the 2 police officers in the car. His powerful psychic energy instantly flowed out of his eyes and pierced through the car window into the 2 police officers' minds, hypnotizing them. After that, Sei Ito jumped off the hood of the police car and walked to the back seat of the police car. He opened the door and dragged out the blonde young man who was frightened by Sei Ito's actions. "Oh, is that what you're after?" Just when Sei Ito was about to take the blonde young man away, a somewhat lazy voice suddenly sounded in the air. Hearing the sound, Ito-sei and the yellow-haired young man turned their heads to look at the sky. Then, a young man wearing a black collared school uniform with a grayish-white short hair appeared in front of them. He looked to be about 18 or 19 years old, and there was a flying mouse on his shoulder. Ministry of War Jing Jie. Sei Ito frowned when he saw the person's face. He then said to Jing Jie, "What? Are you going to stop me?" "No, I won't do anything that I shouldn't do to my fellow espers." Jing Jie chuckled. "Is that so?" Sei Ito knew that someone like Jing Jie wouldn't lie. He was slightly relieved. "Yes, I was just curious about your actions, so I followed you." Jing Jie said, "Thank you so much for your concern." Ito-sei threw the yellow-haired young man onto the paper plane and then jumped onto it himself. He looked at Jing Jie of the Ministry of War and said, "But I still have something to do, so I'll take my leave first." Then, he controlled the paper plane and flew away at high speed. Soon, he disappeared from Jing Jie's sight. Interesting, it seems like he's also a fellow esper who wants to do something. Jing Jie looked at Sei Ito, who turned into a black dot, and smiled. "Isn't that good?" The flying mouse on his shoulder asked in confusion. "No, this is very good," said Jing Jie of the Ministry of War. Then, with a flash, he disappeared into the sky. "Hey, who are you? Why did you save me?" At this time, the blonde young man who was restrained by the superpower handcuffs was lying on the paper plane. He turned his head and asked Sei Ito, "Didn't you say you have no place to stay?" "Now, I'll give you a place to stay," Sei Ito said calmly. The blonde young man's expression changed when he heard this, but he didn't ask any more questions. A moment later, Sei Ito flew above an abandoned factory and controlled the paper plane to slowly descend. When it was less than 1 meter from the ground, he grabbed the blonde young man and jumped to the ground. He reached for the thick paper book and entered the Rubik's Cube world, appearing in the large laboratory. Bang! Sei Ito threw the blonde young man to the ground. Lloyd, who heard the sound and turned his head with his hands in his pockets, looked at Sei Ito and said with a strange smile, "Rare guest, rare guest. Sir, what brings you here today?" Lakshata, Cecil, Erica, take a look at this handcuff and see if you can unlock its specific structure. Sei Ito didn't immediately respond to Lloyd. Instead, he called out to the other top scientists who were still in the large laboratory. "There's a new player?" Lakshata, who had a long pipe in her hand, walked to the blonde young man with her arms crossed and squatted down. She raised the handcuff to her eyes and observed the handcuff with a lazy expression. "Sort of." Ito Seiichi shrugged his shoulders and said. Then he explained, "This guy is a superpower. This handcuff is a special item specially designed to deal with superpowers. It works by emitting special waves to affect the brainwave frequency of the subject." "I see. It doesn't seem difficult." Lakshata curled her lips in disdain and straightened up. "Can you unlock it in one night?" Seito looked at Lakshata and asked. "Sure." Lakshata turned to look at Royd and Erica before nodding. Okay, then I'll leave it to you. Seito looked at them and smiled. Then he reminded them, but before you unlock it, you have to inform me first. This guy's a bit wild. I need to be there. Got it. Lakshata waved her hand and said. Then she shouted to the research team over there, 2 people come here and carry this guy over. Coming, big sister. Soon, 2 male voices sounded in the laboratory. Then, 2 burly men slowly walked to the blond young man and dragged the panicked and struggling blond young man over. I'll wait for your news upstairs, Itose said to them. Then he turned around and walked to the metal stairs on the side. He walked up step by step. After reaching upstairs, he waved his hand to summon a bed, a short table with food and water, and a quantum computer. Then, he lay on the bed and started playing with the computer. Chapter 556. P.S. Thank you to Solon, Breeder, and Happy Spring Festival for their precious monthly votes. Thank you to Nickfany, Sleepy Pig, and 157747860 for their tips. More than an hour later, Cecil with dark blue hair appeared at the door and walked slowly to Seito's side. Sir, the unlocking has been completed. Lloyd, Lakshata, and Erica are waiting for you, Cecil said. That's fast, Seito said as he turned off the computer in front of him and put it away. Then he stood up from the bed and suddenly reached out his right hand to cover Cecil's face with a smile. I haven't seen you for a while. Cecil, you're getting more and more charming. Sir, Cecil blushed when she heard the praise. She took a step back and let her face move away from Seito's hand. Ha, let's go down. Seito retracted his hand and laughed. Then he turned around and walked to the door with Cecil behind him. A moment later, the 2 returned to the large laboratory on the lower floor. As expected of a top scientist, you unlocked the handcuffs so quickly, Seito said to Lakshata, Lloyd, and Erica with a smile. Then he turned to look at the yellow-haired young man who was fixed to a metal chair and had his mouth sealed with tape. He walked over slowly. When he reached the yellow-haired young man, he immediately spread out his mental power and enveloped him. He closed his eyes and memorized the yellow-haired young man's mental waves. A moment later, Seito, who had finished recording the mental waves, opened his eyes. He turned to Lakshata and the others and said, Unlock him. As soon as Seito said that, Lakshata immediately used the front end of her pipe to hit a button on the instrument in front of her. Then there was a soft beep. The handcuffs on the yellow-haired young man's wrists opened automatically. At this moment, a violent spiritual power instantly rushed out of the yellow-haired youth's body and fiercely rushed toward Ito, who was standing in front of him. Ito, who was already prepared for this, immediately condensed his scattered psychic energy into a psychic barrier that enveloped the yellow-haired youth, trapping his psychic energy within the barrier. However, the other party was a level 4 pure psychokinesis user. Even if he had just awakened not long ago, he was still not familiar with various techniques. However, the impact of psychokinesis alone was enough to make Ito's mental barrier crumble, making a creaking sound as if it was real. However, Seito only wanted that 1 second of delay. Therefore, when the yellow-haired youth's psychokinesis was blocked by the mental barrier, Seito quickly made his move and chopped at the youth's neck. Bang! Since Seito wanted to break through the self-defense of psychokinesis, he added a lot of strength into his palm. When it hit the blonde youth's neck, it immediately made a muffled sound. After receiving this blow, the yellow-haired youth's body trembled slightly. His eyes rolled up and he lowered his head. Then the violent psychokinesis immediately disappeared in the mental barrier. Decipher the specific working principle of the handcuffs and the relevant manufacturing blueprints as soon as possible. Itose released the yellow-haired youth from the shackles and lifted him in his hand. He then turned to Lakshata, Cecil, Lloyd, and Erica and ordered. Got it, Lakshata replied in a lazy tone. The others nodded one after another. They understood. Seeing this, Ito directly disappeared from the laboratory with the psychokinesis user and appeared in the desolate northern area where he used to do all kinds of experiments. Plop! Ito casually threw the yellow-haired youth to the ground. Then, with a wave of one hand, a stream of cold water appeared in his palm. Ito threw it at the yellow-haired youth's face. Splash! The water hit the yellow-haired youth's face and immediately scattered and flowed down his cheeks to the ground. Cough, 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 cough. The yellow-haired young man coughed violently as he woke up from his coma after inhaling water through his nose. You bastard. Go to hell. After a while, the yellow-haired youth, who had completely awakened, raised his hand and activated his psychokinesis at Ito. A strange force instantly enveloped Ito, and because of the master's anger, this force was stronger than before. However, it was still within Ito's tolerance. Therefore, Ito's mental power exploded and immediately broke free of the psychokinesis shackles. It seems that you won't learn if I don't teach you a lesson. Ito, who broke free of the shackles, suddenly appeared beside the yellow-haired youth. He swung his body and kicked the youth away. You should know that you are now my captive. After the kick, Ito didn't stop. As he spoke, he appeared beside the yellow-haired youth again and punched him in the stomach. Bang! Wah! The huge force immediately made the yellow-haired youth's body hit the ground heavily. A mouthful of liquid mixed with blood and food residue was spat out from the yellow-haired youth's mouth and splashed on the ground beside his face. Don't think that you are strong just because you have superpowers. Ito walked to the yellow-haired youth who was curled up on the ground. He leaned over and reached out to grab his neck. He lifted the yellow-haired youth from the ground and raised him in front of him. He looked at the yellow-haired youth's pained face and said coldly, "Do you understand now?" Plop! As Ito let go, the yellow-haired youth's body fell to the ground again. He covered his throat with both hands and coughed violently. As long as you are obedient, this is your place. There is no discrimination or exclusion. You can live a peaceful life and even find a woman you like to marry and have children. After the yellow-haired youth caught his breath, Ito said softly. Hearing this, the yellow-haired youth's expression changed. He then looked at Ito and asked, "What do you want me to do?" "It's very simple. Just cooperate with my research," Ito said calmly. He then continued to speak to the yellow-haired youth, whose expression changed slightly. "Don't worry. I won't do anything to you. At most, I will draw your blood and conduct medical observation and superpower monitoring." "Are you serious?" the yellow-haired youth said in disbelief. "I don't have to lie to you if I really want to do anything to you. I have a lot of methods in my hands." Ito glanced at the yellow-haired youth and said, "Okay." The yellow-haired youth hesitated before he gritted his teeth and agreed. "Since you've agreed, then I'll treat you as one of us. However, if you dare to cause trouble, I will immediately kill you and take your body for real human research." Ito warned. "I understand." The yellow-haired youth got up from the ground and said softly while holding his stomach, "Now, use your psychokinesis to the maximum power in front of you." Knowing that the yellow-haired youth was not happy, Ito did not say anything else. He directly shrouded the youth with his spirit power and ordered while pointing at a rock not far away. The yellow-haired youth nodded. He reached out and used his psychokinesis on the rock. The rock trembled slightly and slowly floated up from the ground. It was suspended in midair and did not move. At the same time, Ito also began his replication operation. His spirit power changed quickly and subtly. After more than an hour, Ito finally replicated the frequency of the yellow-haired youth's psychokinesis. "It's done," Ito said. Boom! The yellow-haired youth immediately withdrew the psychokinesis that he had maintained for an hour. He bent down with sweat on his forehead and gasped for breath. "Very good," Ito nodded. Then, without waiting for the yellow-haired youth to react, he directly mobilized the power of the Rubik's Cube and sent them to the northern edge of the central area. They were in the villa that stored the original Black Sphere. "You will stay here today. I will send you to other places later," Ito said to the yellow-haired youth in the villa. I understand. The yellow-haired youth knew that he had no room to refute. All right. In order to prevent you from doing something unwise, I will have to impose some restrictions on you. Just as Ito was about to leave, he suddenly stopped and looked at the yellow-haired youth. Then, without waiting for him to react, he instantly appeared in front of the yellow-haired youth. He gathered his chi into a needle and pierced it into the center of the yellow-haired youth's forehead. It's done. Ito withdrew his hand and smiled faintly. Then his mind moved. He instantly left the Rubik's Cube world and appeared outside the abandoned factory. Then, Ito waved his arm, and a large amount of paper flew out and turned into paper airplanes that carried him to the nearby police station. I hope there will be small ECM limiters and large ECM devices here. A moment later, Ito thought to himself as he flew over a police station. Then, he controlled the paper airplanes to lower their altitude. When they were less than 1 meter from the ground, he jumped to the ground and reached for the thick paper book and put it back into the Rubik's Cube world. He then set off to sneak into the police station. A large number of ECM devices, or Esper resistance devices, were set up around the police station walls and inside the building. However, for Ito, who was not an Esper, and even if he had Espers, he did not rely on Espers to make a living. This allowed him to smoothly infiltrate the police station, find the logistics warehouse, and use alchemy to break open the locked door. He then put all kinds of Esper limiters, Esper restraining handcuffs, and 2 spare large ECM resistance devices into the Rubik's Cube world. Although it's not the latest equipment, it's the most useful for me at the moment. When the plot progresses, I'll go and get the latest equipment in Babel's hands. Ito thought to himself as he walked out the same way he came. After flipping over the police station wall, Ito found a gap between the residential buildings near the police station and flashed into the Rubik's Cube world and appeared in the large laboratory. Everyone stopped for a moment. Ito shouted at Lakshata, Royd, Erica, and Cecil, who were studying the Esper restraining handcuffs that had been disassembled into parts. Then, with a wave of his arm, all the things he took from the logistics warehouse appeared in the laboratory hall. Like the handcuffs, these are Esper restraining devices. These 2 are large ones. Ito patted a large white ECM device that looked like a mushroom head and had a crystal band on the neck and the top cover. Then he reached out for an Esper restraining device in the shape of an earring and continued, "These are everyday life devices. However, these daily life types are all self-dissolving types. Can you see if you can add a relay, a high-end authorization, and an external liberation terminal?" Ito grabbed a few more everyday life devices and tossed them to the 4 of them. As for the controller, set it as a mobile phone. Erica looked at the restraining device in her hand, then looked up at Ito and said, "Okay, just add a signal recognition device and it'll be solved." Hearing Erica's words, the others nodded one after another and agreed with the plan. "Then I'll have to trouble you to modify 5 everyday life devices first. I need them urgently." Ito flipped his hand and took out 5 mobile phones and handed them to Erica with a smile. "Okay." Erica nodded, took the 5 everyday life devices and mobile phones, and walked to the side with Cecil to modify them. "You can dismantle the rest as long as you can give me the finished product as soon as possible," Ito said to Lakshata and Royd, who were still in a daze. Lakshata nodded. She and Royd surrounded a large ECM device and observed it. The modification didn't take long, just more than 20 minutes. Erica completed the modification of the everyday life devices and mobile phones with external dissolving authorization and handed them back to Ito. "Thank you for your hard work." Ito smiled at Erica. "It's getting late. Remember to go back and rest early." "Uh-huh." Erica nodded. Seeing this, Ito Senari smiled. He left the laboratory and appeared in the villa. "Put this on." Ito threw a necklace restraining device to the blonde young man who was sitting on the sofa in a daze and staring blankly at the TV. "Oh." The blonde young man obediently took the restraining device and put it on his neck. The moment the restraining device was put on his neck, Sei Ito manipulated the mobile phone to open the restraining device, and at the same time, locked the self-dissolving authorization. Okay, go to sleep. I'll send you to where you need to go tomorrow, Sei Ito said to the blonde young man, then ignored the blonde young man and walked to the room on the second floor of the mansion that originally belonged to Sakuraba. He walked to the bed, sat cross-legged on the bed, and began to analyze the fluctuations of psychokinesis. Although psychokinesis was a pure mental skill, it was much more complicated than the discharge arcana in terms of fluctuation frequency. Not to mention, it was a LV for psychokinesis ability. It was naturally more troublesome to analyze, so Sei Ito spent more than 2 hours to complete it. This feeling. The moment Sei Ito mastered psychokinesis, a strange feeling came from Sei Ito's brain. It flowed through his brain in the blink of an eye and finally shrank to a brain tissue near the brain stem, slowly stimulating that brain tissue. Is this the so-called unsealing of the brain domain? Sei Ito, who retracted his mental power back into his brain and paid attention to that area, muttered to himself. But why didn't this effect happen when I mastered the discharge arcana? Is it because my level is not high enough? Or is it something else? Also, my mental power seems to have increased a little just now, although it's a very weak increase. Sei Ito, who put the unsealing of the brain domain aside, closed his eyes and felt his mental power. Chapter 557. Unfortunately, although the LV for psychokinesis can make others fly, it can't make me fly. With a thought, Sei Ito immediately used the psychokinesis that he just mastered. At this time, in front of Sei Ito, there were wind blades, air bullets, and electric currents that flew in all directions from time to time. Looking at the room that was messed up by the wind blades, air bullets, and electric currents, Sei Ito grinned and leaned on the bed to rest. The night was silent, and he slept peacefully until dawn. Here's your breakfast. In the morning, Sei Ito, who had finished washing, walked out of the room and came to the living room. He looked at the blonde youth who slept on the sofa and was still a little confused. He threw a bag of bread to him and said, "Pa." The blonde youth took the bread with both hands, lowered his head, opened the package, and wolfed it down. After all, the blonde youth hadn't eaten since yesterday afternoon. In addition to the joy, sorrow, and pain, he was already hungry to the point of having a stomachache. "Right, what's your name?" Sei Ito walked to the blonde youth and asked. "Gao Ganglong." The blonde youth quickly chewed the bread in his mouth and swallowed it into his stomach. Then he put the bread in front of his mouth and swallowed it again. "Clean up after eating. I'll send you to where you'll be staying in the future." Sei Ito nodded and waved his hand to create a set of male underwear and threw it on the table in front of Gao Ganglong. Gao Ganglong also paused for a moment upon hearing this. Then he returned to normal and silently ate the rest of the bread. After a while, Gao Ganglong also finished the bread in his hand, grabbed the clothes in front of him, and walked to the bathroom to wash. Until 20 minutes later. Only then did he return to the living room. Sei Ito didn't waste any time and directly appeared in the biological laboratory of the plant with Gao Ganglong. "You're all here." Looking at the crowd gathered in the laboratory, Sei Ito greeted. "Sir." Everyone in the laboratory shouted in unison. "Yuta." Sei Ito nodded, then looked at Seikine Yuta standing in the crowd and called out. "What is it?" Guanjin Yuta was stunned. He looked at Sei Ito and asked, "Put this on." Sei Ito tossed a necklace-type limiter over. "Oh." Seikine Yuta took the limiter and responded casually. He put the limiter on his neck. "Emma." Activating the limiter, Sei Ito took out 2 phones and called out to Emma. "My lord." Emma called out respectfully as she walked to the front of the crowd. "This is the terminal of Yuta's superpower limiter. Use this to unlock his limiter when you want to test his superpower in the future," Sei Ito explained as he handed one of the phones to Emma. "This is this guy's limiter terminal." After Emma understood, he handed the other phone to her and pointed at Gao Ganglong beside him, saying, "These 2 terminals don't have a password. Remember to set it up later." Also, if you feel that holding two phones is too troublesome, you can combine their control signals into one. I believe this won't be a problem for you. I understand. Emma nodded. This new guy might not be very honest. You have to be careful in the future. Then Seito used mind reading and said to Emma, if you feel that your life is threatened, you can shout for help into the void. There will be a power to restrict him. Emma nodded slightly to show that she understood. Rubik's Cube. Keep an eye on Emma and Gao Ganglong. Seito communicated with the Rubik's Cube. Rubik's Cube responded. Okay, you guys do your work. I'll leave first, Seito said to everyone in the laboratory with a smile. Then, he instantly left the Rubik's Cube world and appeared in the absolutely pitiful world. Then, he returned to the vicinity of Babel's headquarters building and monitored Babel's situation. This monitoring went on for another 3 to 4 days. That night, Amezi Naomi and her field manager, Tanizaki Ichiro. At around 8 o'clock in the evening, Ito, who was eating bread outside Babel, suddenly saw Amezi Naomi and Tanizaki Ichiro, who had fought briefly before, leaving Babel and driving a private car into the distance. Judging from their attire, they're going out. Ito watched the car drive away and finished the bread in his hand in a few bites. He threw away the packaging and let it burn to ashes in the air. Then, he summoned a paper airplane and quickly followed. Soon, Ito followed the car to a viaduct near Babel and stopped at a secluded street there. He, the cute female high school student over there. Just as they stopped, a wretched uncle wrapped in a brown windbreaker and a brown ceremonial hat, revealing a hairy thigh, suddenly appeared on the street and shouted at the high school girl who was running over from not too far away. Then, when the girl's face was filled with panic, he suddenly ran towards her and shouted as he ran, "Watch me, immobilization technique." After shouting, the wretched middle-aged man immediately stopped and pointed his hands at the high school girl. A strange wave instantly appeared around the high school girl's body and imprisoned her body. "My body can't move," the high school girl screamed. Then, immobilization technique. X-ray vision. Then, the wretched middle-aged man swung his arms and spread his index and middle fingers in the shape of scissors as he shouted in front of his eyes. As his words fell, 2 rays of blue light instantly shot out from his eyes and stared at the high school girl's body without blinking. Using telekinesis and X-ray vision in this kind of place, what a good idea. Ito, who was standing on a high place and watching the wretched middle-aged man's performance, laughed and said, "It makes me want to use transformation technique to go to the women's bathhouse. That's it." At this moment, Amezi Naomi's voice suddenly sounded above the street. Then, Amezi Naomi's figure appeared on top of a telephone pole behind the wretched middle-aged man and looked down at him. "Wow, a high school girl. The girls here are not bad," the wretched middle-aged man said excitedly. "Your crime was foreseen 5 minutes ago." Amezi Naomi pointed at the wretched middle-aged man and said, then raised her right arm in front of her and continued, "Codename Kitty Cat, start the mission now." Then, Amezi Naomi jumped down from the telephone pole and landed in front of the wretched middle-aged man. Babel's special agent with superpowers. The wretched middle-aged man was shocked. "That's right, go, Kitty Cat Naomi." At this moment, Amezi Naomi's supervisor, Tanizaki Ichiro, walked to her side and put his hand on her shoulder. "Understood, Director Tanizaki." Amezi Naomi agreed. "Special superpower, Kitty Cat, unban." Tanizaki Ichiro took out the mobile phone's limiter and shouted, "Telekinesis, absent-mindedness suppression." Just as Tanizaki Ichiro's voice fell, Amezi Naomi immediately stirred up her spiritual energy, opened her arms on both sides of her body, and shouted. Instantly, several bolts of lightning shot out from Amezi Naomi's hands, but those bolts of lightning didn't fly towards the wretched middle-aged man at all. Instead, they suddenly turned halfway and exploded on Tanizaki Ichiro's body, making him lie on the ground with smoke coming out his body. "Director Tanizaki," Amezi Naomi shouted, then looked at the wretched middle-aged man with anger and said angrily, "You actually dared to? I absolutely cannot forgive you." Telekinesis, absent-mindedness suppression. Another few bolts of lightning shot out from Amezi Naomi's hand. Then, as before, the bolts of lightning suddenly changed direction and combined together to form a bolt of lightning that struck Tanizaki Ichiro, who was lying on the ground. Tanizaki Ichiro let out a painful scream. Director Tanizaki, are you okay? When Amezi Naomi heard Tanizaki Ichiro scream again, she quickly ran to his side and squatted down. She pressed her hands on his chest and shouted with concern. Although I don't know what happened, but I'm saved. The wretched middle-aged man said softly, then turned around to run. Goodbye. You should stay for a while. At this time, Sei Ito, who was watching a comedy, suddenly landed in front of the wretched middle-aged man, pressed one hand on his shoulder, and activated an electric shock. Ah! A series of screams came from the wretched middle-aged man's mouth, but after a few seconds, he suddenly stopped, and smoke came out of his body as he fainted on the ground. It's you. Seeing Sei Ito appear, Amezi Naomi quickly stood up from the ground, opened her arms to protect Tanizaki Ichiro behind her, and angrily looked at Sei Ito and said, So it was all you're doing just now? No, it was all your own doing. Sei Ito shrugged and lightly laughed. How is that possible? Amezi Naomi said in disbelief. You'll know when you return to Babel. Sei Ito said, then looked at Amezi Naomi and asked, can I ask you to do me a favor? What? Amezi Naomi put down her arms and looked at Sei Ito with a puzzled expression. Just as Sei Ito was about to speak, Tanizaki Ichiro said with difficulty, Naomi, don't agree to his request. Director. Amezi Naomi heard this and called out. It seems that today is not the time to talk. I'll talk to you later. Sei Ito flipped his hand and a pink paper appeared. He let it fold into a small paper crane and fly to Amezi Naomi. He said flirtatiously, See you next time, my cute little Naomi. As he spoke, Sei Ito bowed to Amezi Naomi, then picked up the wretched middle-aged man on the ground and left the scene in a paper airplane. After arriving at another street, Sei Ito put away the paper airplane, picked up the wretched middle-aged man, and entered the Rubik's Cube world. They appeared in Plant's biological laboratory. Plop! Sei Ito casually threw the wretched middle-aged man on the ground, then took out a limiter and a mobile phone terminal and threw them to the two male researchers who were looking at him. He said, Put the limiter on this guy. Also, don't bring him around. Study him however you want. Also, when you study him, try to avoid the presence of women or put him in an isolation room. This guy has X-ray vision and psychokinesis. He can see through women's breasts. Okay, the two agreed. Chapter 558. P.S. Thank you to Xerbatangi and +++DF for their precious monthly votes. 5 days later, in the afternoon, it's time to meet Amezi Naomi. Sei Ito, who was floating in mid-air on a paper airplane, thought to himself. Then, with a thought, he controlled the paper airplane to fly in the direction of Nijo Girls High School. Air transportation was very convenient, and it didn't take long to reach Nijo Girls High School. Then, with a thought, a piece of white paper floated out of the paper airplane and flew into Sei Ito's hand. Then, Sei Ito took out a pen and wrote on the paper in his hand. After a while, Sei Ito put away the pen and watched the paper with writing turn into a paper crane in front of him. It flapped its wings and flew down to Nijo Girls High School below. Then, Sei Ito controlled the paper airplane to fly to a cold drink shop, jumped down, put away the paper airplane, and stepped into the cold drink shop. Welcome, the waitress in uniform said with a salute. What would you like to order? After Sei Ito sat down, the waitress asked aloud. A glass of ice water, Sei Ito said. Okay. The waitress answered and turned to the counter. After a while, she returned to Ito Sei with a wooden tray in her hand. She put the cup on the tray in front of Ito Sei and said with a smile, Please enjoy. Thank you. Sei Ito thanked her, then picked up the glass in front of him and sipped it while looking at the pedestrians outside the window. More than 40 minutes later, Amezi Naomi, who was dressed as a student, appeared outside the cold drink shop and pushed the door open. Welcome. The waitress still greeted her, but Amezi Naomi ignored the waitress. Instead, after glancing at the situation in the shop, she went straight to say Ito, who was sitting on the side. "What would you like to order?" The waitress asked. "Give me a glass of juice," Naomi said politely. "Okay, please wait for a moment." The waitress answered and turned to leave the table. "Thank you." Ito-say put down the cup in his hand and looked at Amezi Naomi, sitting opposite him, and said sincerely, "Eh." Amezi Naomi looked at Sei Ito in confusion. "Naomi, you're a rare girl to be able to accept an enemy's invitation." Sei Ito sighed. "Because you said you needed my help," Naomi Amezi replied. "That's why I said you're a rare good girl, Naomi." Sei Ito laughed. "Sir, here's your juice. Please enjoy." The waitress returned to their side. He placed a glass of juice in front of Naomi and politely greeted her. Then, he turned around and left the table. "What do you want me to help you with?" Naomi Amezi reached out and pinched the plastic straw in the juice. She gently stirred the juice while looking at Itsunari and asked, "I want to know your mental wave frequency, Naomi." Sei Ito said honestly. "Eh." Naomi Amezi looked at Sei Ito with surprise and embarrassment. In this pitiful world, the information of superhumans that belonged to the government had always been the most important confidential information. Even a normal person's name and power level couldn't be easily revealed, not to mention the mental wave frequency of a superhuman's information. Therefore, even though Naomi Amezi wanted to help, this wasn't something a high school student like her could make the decision easily. "I can promise you, Naomi, that your psychic wave information won't be leaked. Other than me, no one else will know about it." Sei Ito knew that Naomi Amezi was in a difficult position, so he immediately continued, "And if your psychic wave information is leaked from me, I will kill everyone. Anyone who knows about your psychic wave information will be eliminated." At the end of his sentence, Sei Ito's body emitted a layer of cold air, affecting the surrounding temperature. "Can you let me think about it?" Naomi Amezi said with embarrassment. "Of course." Sei Ito's expression changed as he smiled and agreed. Then, the two of them fell into silence. It wasn't until Naomi finished the juice in front of her that she came back to her senses. After hesitating for a while, she said, "Okay, I promise you." "Thank you so much, Naomi." "Naomi." Ito-say thanked her with a happy face. "But it's getting late. Can we do it another time?" Naomi Amezi asked. "Of course." Sei Ito smiled. Then, he took out a pitiful mobile phone and gave Naomi Amezi his phone number. Ring, ring, ring. Soon, the phone in Ito-say's hand rang, and a group of phone numbers appeared on the phone screen. "Send me a text message when you have time. I'll go find you then." Sei Ito hung up the phone and looked at Naomi Amezi. "Okay." Naomi Amezi agreed. "As a thank you gift, this is for you," Sei Ito said as he took out a rose and handed it to Naomi Amezi. "Thank you." Naomi Amezi took the rose with a rosy face and said in a low voice, "Okay, I should go now. If I stay here any longer, I'll be discovered by your director, Tanizaki." Sei Ito pressed his hands on the table and stood up with a smile. "I'm looking forward to seeing you next time, cute little Naomi." After that, he slowly walked to the counter of the cold drink shop and settled the bill for both of them. Then, he turned around and left the cold drink shop. He summoned a paper airplane and flew away at high speed. After that, everything returned to normal. Sei Ito waited outside the Babel headquarters building every day, waiting for them to make a move. Then, he would follow them to see if it was a superhuman who committed a crime. If it was, he would find a chance to catch them and throw them into the Rubik's Cube world. Depending on the situation, he would treat them well or turn them into experimental materials like the perverted uncle. If it wasn't, there was nothing to say. He would do what he was supposed to do. Just like that, a week passed in the blink of an eye, and it was the weekend. Beep, beep, beep. At this time, a light beep suddenly sounded. Then, Sei Ito took out his phone from his pocket and unlocked the keyboard to read the message. "It's finally here." After reading the message, Sei Ito said to himself happily. Then, his thumb quickly pressed on the phone's keyboard and replied a message to the other party. Then, he got up and left the vicinity of the Babel headquarters. He summoned a paper airplane and flew to the agreed location. About 20 minutes later, Seito arrived near the agreed location. He put away the paper airplane, activated the transformation jutsu, and changed into another appearance. He slowly walked toward Umezi Naomi, who was standing in front of the fountain in the square. She was dressed casually. "Hello, beautiful lady. May I have your phone number?" Seito, who had changed into another person's appearance, said to Umezi Naomi flirtatiously. "I'm sorry, I can't." Umezi Naomi politely and elegantly refused. "Ha!" Seito immediately laughed when he heard that. After a while, he stopped laughing and said softly, "It's me, Naomi. You are?" Umezi Naomi asked with uncertainty. "Here, it's me." Seito reached out and summoned a rose next to Umezi Naomi's ear and gave it to her. After Umezi Naomi accepted the rose, he explained, "After all, you're helping me privately. In order not to cause you any trouble, I used the transformation jutsu," and Seito glanced at Tanizaki Ichiro, who was hiding not far away. Tanizaki Ichiro was sitting on a bench with his face covered by a newspaper. However, he was still looking at Seito with a burning gaze. "Your director is also nearby." "Huh?" Umezi Naomi was surprised. "Don't look around. Follow me. I'll take you to get rid of him." Seito reached out and grabbed Umezi Naomi's hand. They turned around and walked toward the crowd. For someone like Seito, it was too easy to get rid of Stalker. Not to mention, the Stalker was just an amateur. Therefore, Seito and Umezi Naomi managed to get rid of Tanizaki Ichiro without much effort. Although Umezi Naomi had a tracking system on her, as long as she didn't use Babel's authority to mobilize the satellite, it would take some time for Tanizaki Ichiro to catch up with her. During this time, Seito would be able to record Umezi Naomi's mental fluctuations. Is your director a pervert? If he follows you like this, it's hard to guarantee that he won't secretly record you. Seito stopped walking and looked at Umezi Naomi. "Huh." Umezi Naomi recalled Tanizaki Ichiro's actions in her mind. She realized that it was indeed possible that he would do such a thing. She could only laugh dryly, not knowing what to say. "Okay, let's stay here for now. When your director catches up with us, we'll go somewhere else." Seito pulled Umezi Naomi, who still hadn't let go of his hand, to a bench at the side of the park and sat down. Umezi Naomi's cheeks were flushed as she withdrew her hand. She looked around with a puzzled expression and whispered, "Here? How can I record without equipment?" "By relying on this." Seito pointed at his brain and laughed. "Oh." Umezi Naomi nodded, as if she understood. She then asked, "What should I do?" "You don't have to do anything for now. I'll record your normal brain waves first. After that, I'll record your psychic waves," Seito explained. Then, as Umezi Naomi nodded, he released his psychic energy and enveloped Umezi Naomi's body. He then began to record her normal brainwave frequency. When Seito was almost done recording, Umezi Naomi's director, Tanizaki Ichiro, finally arrived. "Let's go. Your director is catching up," Seito said as he held Umezi Naomi's hand again and ran with her. Then, after they were out of Tanizaki Ichiro's line of sight, he released a paper airplane and flew her into the distance. A moment later, the two arrived at a construction site that had been temporarily suspended for some unknown reason. Seito let go of Umezi Naomi's hand before she could withdraw her hand. He then said with a serious expression, "Time is tight, so I'll have to trouble you to use your psychic power on any target you like. Use your maximum power." "Okay." Umezi Naomi agreed. Then, she looked around and quickly locked her gaze on a concrete pillar. She then stretched out her hands and activated her psychic power. Chapter 559. P.S. Thank you to T-Canister for your precious monthly votes. Thank you to 1577478860 and Nickfany for their tips. After a while, Seito, who had recorded Umezi Naomi's psychokinesis, said, "It's done." As soon as he finished, the stone pillar that was enveloped by Umezi Naomi's psychokinesis immediately dissipated into nothingness and disappeared into thin air. Is that all? Amezi Naomi put down her raised arms and turned around to look at Sei Ito beside her. She was slightly out of breath as she asked, "Yes, but it's not over yet." Sei Ito waved his hand, and a bottle of mineral water appeared and handed it to Amezi Naomi. "Thank you." Amezi Naomi accepted the bottle of mineral water and thanked him. Then, she twisted the cap and drank it. "Naomi, I'll have to trouble you to use your unique skill, absent-minded suppression, on the wall in front of you. I need to record the process." After Amezi Naomi finished drinking the water, Sei Ito spoke again. "Okay." Amezi Naomi, who had always helped others to the end, nodded in agreement. "But before that, we need to deal with your director." Sei Ito slowly walked to the edge of the building and looked down at Tanizaki Ichiro, who was wearing a khaki suit and running into the construction site with a frantic expression. Amezi Naomi, who also walked to Sei Ito's side and looked down, exclaimed in surprise, "Director?" At this time, Itungxing waved his hand, and 4 or 5 pieces of white paper instantly appeared in front of him. They spontaneously formed a sparrow and fluttered its wings in front of Sei Ito. Then, Sei Ito turned his hand, and a medical anesthetic needle appeared between his fingers. He put it into the paper sparrow's beak. "Go," Sei Ito said softly. After receiving the order, the paper sparrow flapped its wings and turned around to fly toward Tanizaki Ichiro. "That's good. The anesthetic on that needle can make an adult sleep for 6 hours. That's enough time for us to do anything." Sei Ito turned his head and smiled at Naomi Amezi, who was hesitating to speak. "So that's how it is." Naomi Amezi breathed a sigh of relief. "All right, let's continue," Sei Ito said with a smile. Then, there was a soft pop as Sei Ito removed the effects of the transformation technique and returned to his original appearance. "All right." Using telekinesis, Naomi Amezi placed the bottle of mineral water aside and walked back to the center of the room. After taking a deep breath, she raised her arms in front of her. She used her unique skill, absent-mindedness suppression, against the wall. At this time, Sei Ito also focused his mind and began to focus on adjusting his spiritual power, replicating the frequency of Amezi Naomi's spiritual power. After more than an hour, Sei Ito finally recorded the frequency of this complex spiritual power. "All right, thank you for your hard work, Naomi," Sei Ito called out to Naomi Amezi. He said with a slightly apologetic tone. "It's nothing." Naomi Amezi didn't mind and smiled. "All right, as a thank you, please allow me to invite you to have fun for a day." Sei Ito extended his hand in front of Naomi Amezi and invited her with a smile. "No need to go through so much trouble." Naomi Amezi's face was slightly red as she said softly, "How can I do that? This is my thank you gift." Sei Ito stepped forward and held Naomi Amezi's hand. Then, without waiting for Naomi Amezi to respond, he pulled her to the edge of the room and said, "So, Naomi, just accept it." Then, with a thought, he released the paper airplane and took Naomi Amezi onto the back of the airplane. Then, he operated the paper airplane and flew away. Then, it stopped on a busy street. For the rest of the time, the two seemed to be on a date. Sei Ito took Naomi Amezi to a cold drink store, a shopping mall, a movie theater, an amusement park, an art gallery, a restaurant, and other places to spend the rest of the time. Let's call it a day. After all, your director will wake up soon, and she will definitely follow you. At dusk, in front of the fountain in the square, where the two met, Sei Ito looked at Naomi Amezi in front of him and chuckled. Looking at Sei Ito's face, Naomi Amezi's face unconsciously turned red as she lowered her head and said, "Okay, thank you for today." Sei Ito reached out and smoothed Naomi Amezi's messy hair as he said softly, "I'm the one who should be grateful." Naomi Amezi shook her head slightly. "Oh, let's go back." Sei Ito chuckled as he retracted his hand and looked at Naomi Amezi. "Okay, goodbye." Amezi Naomi nodded. She turned around and waved at Ito Seiji. Then, she rushed back to her dormitory, Wu Juliao, without stopping. What a pity. Sei Ito looked at Naomi Amezi's back as she left and sighed. After she completely disappeared, He also turned and left the square and entered the Rubik's Cube world on a street with few people. In the central area of the room, Sei Ito directly sat on the ground and began to compare and analyze the three mental wave frequencies recorded by Naomi Umezi. The first one to start was the core ability of psychokinesis. The LV6 psychokinesis was much more complex than the LV4 mental wave. At least, it was very difficult for Sei Ito to analyze it. From time to time, because of a wrong wave frequency, his previous efforts would be wasted and he would need to start over again. After going back and forth for so many times, Sei Ito finally mastered the LV6 psychokinesis. The moment Sei Ito mastered the LV4 psychokinesis, the feeling that appeared when he mastered the LV4 psychokinesis appeared in his mind again. It was extremely intense and instantly filled his entire brain. Sei Ito felt as if his brain was being electrocuted. After a while, it shrank into a ball and merged into the strange area near his brainstem. It emitted waves that were several times stronger than when he obtained the LV4 psychokinesis and stimulated the brain tissue in that area. Phew! After everything was over, Sei Ito, who was sweating profusely, let out a long sigh and relaxed his tense body. What the hell is this? Is it really the unsealing of the brain? With this situation, if I directly obtain the LV6 psychokinesis, wouldn't my head explode? Sei Ito thought with some lingering fear. But I really like the additional effect of increasing my mental power. It saved me a lot of training time. Then Sei Ito put aside the problem of the unsealing of the brain and once again felt the LV6 psychokinesis that made his mental power very active, as well as the rapid growth of his mental power. Looking at the current situation, it is impossible to obtain the LV6 psychokinesis in a short period of time. It is time to change my goal and obtain the ability to teleport. After a while, Sei Ito thought to himself as he used the mental power training method given by the Rubik's Cube to gather his mental power. Then Sei Ito closed his eyes again and began to analyze the absent-minded suppression skill. He tried to get rid of Umezaki Naomi's psychokinesis and mental power to obtain the pure LV6 lightning wave and merge it with the LV6 lightning wave to increase the level of the lightning wave. Compared to the LV6 psychokinesis, the LV6 lightning wave was much simpler. It didn't take Sei Ito much effort to master it. It was only a little troublesome to merge it with the LV6 lightning wave. After all, it was impossible to raise the level of the lightning wave to LV6 in one go. It needed to be piled up bit by bit to allow the ability to progress. Do I still need 3 days? A few hours later, Sei Ito, who had pushed the lightning wave to LV4, looked down at the surging lightning in his palm. Then Sei Ito's mind turned. He appeared in Malu Ramiz's room and sneakily hugged Malu, who was only wearing a light blue loose vest and beige underwear, leaning on the sofa. He had a smirk on his face as he watched a TV program with her. During this time, the two naturally had a lot of sweet talk and Sei Ito's groping. Then, at around midnight, he carried Malu back to the bedroom to rest. The next night was silent. They slept soundly until dawn. The next morning, after enjoying Malu's service, Sei Ito left the Rubik's Cube world after kissing Malu goodbye and returned to the Babel building to wait. A few nights later, an armed helicopter directly under Babel took off from the Babel headquarters building and flew at high speed into the distance. Behind it, there was no external force. Sei Ito, who only relied on the LV6 psychokinesis to lift himself up, quietly followed. Just like that, the helicopter flew at high speed in the sky. More than 10 minutes later, it stopped on a river overpass. After that, Keiru Akashi, Kue Nogami, and Shai Sanemiya, the three LV7 superhumans, instantly appeared outside the helicopter. They stood on the side of the bridge and looked down at the two drunkards who seemed to be superhumans. This is the end. The fresh and pleasant morning is fiery justice. After attracting everyone's attention, Kaori Akashi, who had her hands on her waist, shouted like a rocket team. The breeze blowing in the wilderness is the friendship of youth. Koinogami immediately followed up with her own words. The fusion of purple is the heart of nobility. Shai Sanemiya also followed. Absolutely pitiful children. The three shouted together. After a pause, Kaori Akashi slowly flew into the air and spread out her arms and legs. She shouted in a very imposing manner, "Telekinesis, both sides will be injured." In an instant, a gust of wind with a strength of at least class 10 appeared above the river and blew towards the two drunken fellows. In an instant, the two of them rolled on the ground like two gourds and knocked into each other before fainting at the same time. Then Kaori Akashi, Okinogami, and Shai Sanemiya's figures flashed and appeared beside the two unconscious people with the Babel helicopter hovering in the sky. Ha 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 ha! Just as the three of them, as well as Tara Ben-Han, walked out of the helicopter one by one to arrest the two drunkards who seemed to have superpowers but were actually ordinary people, a burst of loud laughter suddenly rang out from the riverbank. Then, a voice full of complacency said, "All of this is a trap to lure you special mission superpowered people out." "Who are they?" Kaori Akashi asked in confusion. "Aren't they ordinary bystanders?" Okinogami also asked in confusion. "No, we are very ordinary people. Ordinary people hate superpowered people. We are their representatives who have sworn to fight against you." The man who laughed earlier walked to the front of the crowd and looked down at the four people below. "Are you from the anti-superpowered organization, Ordinary People?" Tokahan Hikari quickly ran to the three girls and opened his arms slightly to the side as he raised his head and shouted at the man. "Yes," the man admitted. "Even if you hate superpowered people, you don't have to go to this extent. You are too abnormal. You are not ordinary at all." Tokahan Hikari shouted at the leading man. "No, we are very ordinary. We are all very normal." The man shouted as if he was insulted. As he finished speaking, the 30 ordinary people around him took out sticks, knives, light machine guns, and other weapons and pointed them at Kaori Akashi and the other three girls below. "I want to catch them all in one fell swoop." Kaori Akashi immediately raised her hand and was about to use telekinesis to kill them when she saw what they were doing. However, in the next moment, the telekinesis light from Kaori Akashi's hand suddenly disappeared. At the same time, Okinogami beside her also realized that she couldn't use teleportation. "I can't use my superpower too. Was that feeling just now?" Okinogami looked at Mia Zihue and said in shock. "ECM." Mia Zihue was also shocked. "How is that possible? There's only one ECM in the country that can suppress LV7. Tokahan Hikari said in disbelief. "Huh. Ordinary people are everywhere. It is the same even in the military." The leading man laughed proudly. At the same time, a truck with a large ECM device slowly drove over and stopped next to the group of people. "Should I snatch it now? Although this is a good opportunity, but that guy Koichi won't let me go so easily. At that time, he will definitely let the LV7 Kaoru Akashi stop me. Without instant transmission, if I don't kill him, I won't be able to escape." Looking at the situation below, Ito Sei frowned slightly and thought to himself, "If I kill him, that old monster from the Ministry of War, who is in his 80s but still pretends to be 17 or 18 years old, will not let me go. I guess I can only wait a little longer." At this time, with the ECM as a foundation, the 3 children and 1 adult were no match for more than 30 armed adults. Without any resistance, the 4 of them were captured and transported to an abandoned factory by a remote river more than 10 kilometers away. In a dark corner inside the abandoned factory, Ito Seiji thought to himself, "It's finally here. I just don't know if my attack will disturb the plan of that guy from the Ministry of War. Right now, I'm not necessarily a match for a guy who has multiple abilities such as psychokinesis, hypnosis, teleportation, and psychic perception. All of them are around LV7. Forget it, I don't care. It's too frustrating to be afraid like this. This is not the main world. There are things for me to worry about. What's there to be afraid of?" Seito made up his mind and thought to himself. Then, Seito used his assassin move and walked into the factory. Chapter 560. Say Ito snuck into the abandoned factory and looked at the armed guards around him. How can he be an ordinary person? How can an ordinary person get so many weapons? We just want the list of all the superpower users in Babel's organization, especially the list of the superpower users who have special missions. For this, we need the password in your head, no matter what. Say Ito suddenly heard someone talking in a factory not far away from him. Is that the place? Say Ito turned around when he heard the voice. He then moved closer to the source of the voice. Looks like you're also a normal person. Actually, you also think that a world without superpowers is better, right? As long as you're willing to lend us a hand, that world will become a reality, the voice continued. I refuse. Kimoto Koichi's voice was heard. Then you can experience the various ordinary worlds that we have prepared for you, the voice from before snorted. At this time, Ito-sei finally came to the outside of the factory where Muramoto Koichi was locked up. He knocked out the guard who was standing in front of him with a sword in his hand and didn't notice that there was something strange behind him. Ordinary cafeteria Annies, ordinary old people who rely on their pensions, ordinary office workers and civil servants, and ordinary students. As the man spoke, another door in the factory suddenly opened. A middle-aged woman with a chain hammer, an old man with a short sword, two men with baseball bats, and a student with metal gloves walked into the factory. Stop, stop! Kimoto Koichi shouted in fear. However, the man did not seem to want to listen to him and punched Kimoto Koichi in the face. TSK. How barbaric. At this time, Ito-sei, who had moved to the side of the operating ECM, secretly curled his lips. He then opened the Rubik's Cube world and stored the ECM in it. He did not wait for the others to be surprised by the sudden disappearance of the ECM and entered the Rubik's Cube world. He appeared in the big laboratory. Since no one is here, I will leave a note. Looking at the empty laboratory, Ito-sei waved his hand and took out a piece of white paper. He stuck it on the wall of the latest ECM that appeared next to him. He then called for a pen and wrote on the paper. Done. After a while, Sei Ito threw away the pen in his hand and left the laboratory with a smile. He appeared in a room in the central area and rested. It was not until the next morning that Ito-sei appeared in the abandoned factory again. He flew back to the outside of the Babel headquarters building and continued to monitor their movements. He was lucky. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, a Babel military helicopter appeared in the sky and flew toward Tokyo Bay at high speed. Sei Ito saw this and smiled. He rose from the ground to midair and followed the helicopter from a distance of 500 meters. So it's here. After a while, with the appearance of a huge high-walled building built on an isolated island, Ito-sei finally knew the destination this time. It was the superpower prison Eastern Garden of Eden that he wanted to go to. This name is really bad. Sei Ito curled his lips as he recalled the name of the prison. Then Sei Ito slowly lowered his altitude and finally stepped on the water surface. He looked at the prison in the distance and thought, as long as I can put all the criminals here into the Rubik's Cube world, I won't need any materials. I don't lack any experimental materials, and I believe that there must be someone here with the teleportation ability that I need. This is just right. After thinking, Sei Ito leaned forward, raised his arms slightly, and ran toward the prison at high speed like a ninja in Naruto's world. 10 minutes later, Sei Ito arrived at the reef directly below the prison, then flashed into the Rubik's Cube world and appeared in a remote area in the northern desolate area. Here it is. Sei Ito turned his head and looked at the surrounding environment. He saw that in addition to the gravel and barren mountains, there was an endless wilderness. It was completely in line with the environment of poor mountains and hungry water. Then he put his hands in front of him and pressed them on the ground. Immediately, countless fine electric arcs jumped out from Sei Ito's palms and covered an area of 30 acres in an instant. Then there was a loud, rumbling sound, and the ground covered with electric arcs suddenly began to protrude upward. As it rose quickly above the ground, it naturally turned into a square building with spires at the four corners. The spires were connected by high-density rock walls up to 1 meter thick. There was a large open space inside the building. Phew, let's start the internal transformation now. After a while, Ito straightened up and looked at the towering building in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. Then, with a thought, he instantly appeared inside the building. After looking at the space, he stretched out his hands flat on the wall of the building, closed his eyes, and activated alchemy. In an instant, a large amount of electric arcs that had just disappeared covered the whole building again. But this time the electric arcs didn't change the appearance of the building at all. Inside the building that couldn't be seen by outsiders, the bricks automatically changed, and small independent rooms were opened in the building. And according to the division of labor, they changed into alloy bedboards, ceramic toilets, washstands, alloy prison bars, and so on. After a while, Ito opened his eyes and said to himself, "It's finally done. Now only a small area of transformation is left." Then Ito stretched out his hand, and a power of water, earth, and with spirits flew down from the void, moving along Ito's arm and poured into the open space inside the building, changing the composition of the ground so that it could be planted. After the transformation of the ground was almost done, Ito's figure flashed and directly appeared above the building. He waved his hand and scattered the power of the three spirits and poured it into the barren land around the building. At the same time, Ito's hands formed a wood release hand seal and activated wood release. World tree descends. In an instant, a large number of tree branches sprouted from the ground that had been transformed. They quickly grew into strong trees that were sparsely distributed around the huge building, adding a bit of greenery to the wilderness. Then Ito waved his hand, and a bunch of plant seeds suddenly appeared in front of him, scattered by Ito on the ground around the building. Then, under the nourishment of the three spirits, they quickly took root and grew. After that, Ito's mind turned again, and various wiring tools, more than 50 uniformed professional electricians, and more than 20 technicians in white coats appeared in the building. All electricians follow the technicians to build the nuclear power plant underground, and after the power plant is completed, we will wire the entire building. Ito shouted to the 80 people below. Yes, all the workers responded in an orderly manner, and then, according to Ito's instructions, they went to the bottom of the building through the reserve passage with the technicians and started the installation of a nuclear power plant. Of course, the core nuclear device was still a few medium-sized nuclear fusion batteries produced by the large laboratory. Just like that, with the hard work of more than 80 people, it took 8 days to finally connect the newly built large building with electricity. Thank you for your hard work. Now go back and have a good rest. Ito, who also stayed in the Rubik's Cube world for 8 days and didn't go out, said to the workers. Then, with a thought, he sent more than 80 people back to their original place, and then recruited more than 50 engineers in different outfits and a large number of electronic equipment. Please install these things. Ito pointed at the things on the ground and said to the new engineers. Yes. These people also responded in an orderly manner, and then the building was once again filled with the busy figures of the workers. However, compared to the more complicated wiring, installing these cameras, internal defense weapons, and management systems was much simpler. With the speed of these people, everything was installed in less than 2 days. Seeing this, Ito also thanked them for their hard work and sent them back to their original place. Then, his figure flashed and appeared in the large laboratory. How is it? Have you analyzed the principle of the ECM equipment? Ito walked slowly to Lakshata, who was standing aside with her arms crossed, smoking a pipe and looking at her subordinates, fiddling with the parts. This kind of simple thing, of course, it has been analyzed. Lakshata spat out the pipe in her mouth and looked at Ito with a lazy expression. Then, can we make it ourselves now? Ito has long been accustomed to Lakshata's attitude and asked with a smile. Yes. Lakshata said, well, go and arrange it. Make 30 units of the latest equipment that was sent in a few days ago, and then make 100 units of each unit separately. Try to finish it in 3 days and send it to the warehouse behind the large laboratory. Ito nodded and ordered. Got it. Lakshata nodded and walked among her subordinates, and told them what Seito ordered. While Lakshata was giving instructions, Seito's figure flashed and left the large laboratory and appeared in the Genin village. He found the 4 people in charge of the village, Uchiha Kento, Hyuga Masato, Momochi Zabuza, and Karen, and asked them to select 25 responsible people to be on standby. These 4 people were undoubtedly familiar with the situation in the Genin village, so they quickly gathered 25 people who met the requirements and stood outside the meeting room. Then, Seito summoned Uchiha Yoshiko, Toyo, and Hyuga, and took 28 people, including the 3 of them, and instantly appeared in the prison. This is a prison, and a large number of criminals will be sent in by me in a few days. At that time, Yoshiko, Toyo, and Hyuga, you 3 will take turns to lead the 25 people to watch over the prisoners. Seito said. Chapter 561. 3 days later, after the emergency operation of the fully automatic chemical factory, the 130 ECM equipment requested by Ito-sei were neatly placed in the huge warehouse behind the big laboratory. Seito immediately transferred the 130 ECM devices to the newly built prison, and then together with the soldiers and the 25 ninjas were later sent to learn how to operate the computer equipment under the guidance of Valletta. These 130 ECM devices were evenly installed in the entire prison. It's time to go out and sweep the prison. Standing in the void, Seito looked down at the completely built prison and whispered to himself. Then, with a thought, he appeared in the absolutely pitiful world, directly under the superpower prison. Then Seito jumped, like a monkey, quickly jumped between the reefs, and when he reached the bottom of a wall, he bent his 5 fingers like a hook and grabbed the wall to climb up. And with the support of Seito's energy, every time he grabbed the wall, he would leave 4 small holes the same size as his fingers on the wall. After a while, Seito finally climbed to the top of the wall and jumped into the prison. Ito-sei, who was half squatting on the ground, turned his head and looked around. After finding all the surveillance cameras around him and calculating the blind spots of each other, he moved quickly according to the route he had planned in his heart. In an instant, Seito was like a shadow, quickly shuttling through the prison, and soon he arrived at the entrance of the prison. Damn, it's actually an electronic lock. Looking at the iron door lock, Seito was unhappy. But he was unhappy. He wasted nearly half a month to build a prison in the Rubik's Cube world. If he turned his head because of this, it would be really immoral. Therefore, Seito directly stepped back and moved to the front of the door, put his hand on the door, and started the decomposition process. In the absolutely pitiful world, although there were super metals, the alloy manufacturing wasn't much better than the main world. Therefore, it didn't take long for Seito to decompose a big hole in the alloy door. Then Ito-sei used his fist to break through the last layer of metal material that was not broken down by alchemy because of the enhancement effect on ESP, that is, espers, and he flashed into the prison. Immediately, there were more than a dozen ventilation pipes of different sizes on both sides of the wall. Every few meters above, there was a medium-sized ECM countermeasure device installed. The dim light appeared in front of Seito's eyes. I can only use my maximum speed to rush through this camera. Seito looked up at the surveillance camera not far in front of him and decided in his heart. Then he slightly lowered his body. The energy in his body instantly flowed to his legs, and the muscles of his legs tightened. Then Seito ran more than 10 meters like a gust of wind. That burst speed was so fast that even the electronic devices couldn't capture the image. He broke through the surveillance camera at the entrance. The rest of the journey was much easier, but for the convenience of later actions, Ito-sei still took the lead to invade the monitoring command room. The moment the people inside saw him, they were stunned. Their bodies split into 3 like shadows, and they slashed the necks of the 3 guards at the same time. Plop! The 3 guards' bodies fell to the ground at the same time. It made a somewhat chaotic, muffled sound. Is the journey like this? After taking care of the 3 guards, Ito stepped in front of the surveillance camera and operated the surveillance device to record the route in the prison and the situation of the guards. "You will do." Then Ito turned around and used his foot to flip over the body of a guard on the ground. He looked at the guard's face and said softly. Then Ito's hands quickly moved in front of him, and a cloud of smoke suddenly emerged from his body. Then a figure that looked and dressed exactly like the guard on the ground appeared in the smoke and disappeared. Then Ito swaggered out of the control room and moved to the real prison below according to the route in his memory. "Why are you here?" At the door of the prison on the upper level, a guard holding a gun frowned as he looked at Ito, who had disguised himself. "It's too boring up there, so I want to talk to you," Ito said as he approached the guard. Then, when the guard was about to say something, he suddenly slashed the guard's neck and knocked him to the ground. Immediately afterward, another cloud of smoke rose, and Ito, who was disguised as the guard who fainted on the ground, walked out of the smoke and walked inside at a constant speed. It didn't take long for him to reach the first prisoner's dormitory area. Then Ito slowly walked to the end of the corridor in a patrolling posture. But every time he passed by a prisoner's cell, a prisoner in a prisoner's uniform would inexplicably disappear. After more than 10 minutes, Ito finally sent all the prisoners in this prisoner's dormitory area to the big prison in the northern area of Rubik's Cube world. Looking at the silent and empty dormitory area in front of him, Ito smiled slightly and walked to the next dormitory area. In this way, Ito walked through the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th prisoners' dormitory area in the same way, and put all the prisoners in the prison in Rubik's Cube world. I wonder how the guards here will react when they find out that the prison is empty tomorrow. It must be very interesting. After plundering the prison, Ito disguised as a prison staff and walked out of the prison while secretly laughing in his heart. After a while, Ito, who was not stopped, came to the outside of the prison. In the surprised eyes of a patrolling guard next to him, he jumped into the sea outside the prison. Plop! A muffled sound sounded, and a splash immediately rose from the sea and fell back into the sea in the next moment, stirring up a white foam. After drifting in the sea for a certain distance from the prison, Ito jumped out of the sea and launched psychokinesis to fly back at high speed in the direction of Tokyo City. The flying speed of psychokinesis was not slow. Even the body of a 10-year-old girl like Kaoru Akashi could fly at twice the speed of sound, let alone Ito's monster body. Even if his psychokinesis level was not as high as Kaoru Akashi's, it was not a problem for him to fly at 3 times the speed of sound. Therefore, after 10 minutes, Ito returned to Tokyo City, landed near the Babel headquarters building, and flashed into the prison in Rubik's Cube world. "Sir," seeing Ito suddenly appear in the monitoring room, the soldier with his hands behind his back immediately saluted. "How is it? Did these guys make trouble?" Ito nodded and returned the soldier's salute, walked slowly to the monitor, and looked at the prisoners walking back and forth like ants on a hot pan on the screen. At the beginning, there was noise, but under the suppression of the ninja team, it has quieted down. The soldier explained. Ito nodded when he heard the words, turned his head to a female ninja sitting in front of him and ordered, "Turn on the group broadcast." "Yes." The female ninja immediately responded, then reached out and pressed a square button on the console in front of her. "Cough." Ito first coughed lightly to attract the attention of all the prisoners in the prison, and then said, "Welcome to my world. I'm a master of this world, Ito. I only have one request for everyone. Be obedient. As long as you are obedient, I can give you more freedom. As long as you are obedient, I can give you better treatment. As long as you are obedient, I can even let you leave this prison and return to the city to live again. But if you are not obedient..." At this point, Ito turned to the female ninja next to him and said, "Open the internal defense system." "Yes." The female ninja agreed, and then opened the internal weapon system. In the next moment, several small openings suddenly appeared on the walls of all the cells and on both sides of the corridor. Several slender, cylindrical objects that looked like muzzles protruded from the small openings and aimed at the prisoners in the prison. "I think everyone knows what the consequences are," Ito said with a chuckle as he looked at the prisoners on the screen, who instantly became obedient. "Now, the first question, who among you has the ability to teleport? Please raise your hand." After a pause, Ito issued the first question to all the prisoners. "Is no one raising their hand? It seems that everyone is still resisting me. In that case, I announce that food will be suspended for 3 days and the amount of labor will be doubled." Ito smiled lightly. "Of course, if any of you remember that you have the ability to teleport or anything else, you can complain to the patrol. As long as it is confirmed, the informant's labor for the next week will be immediately reduced, and the food will be distributed according to the 5-star standard for the next week." "Well, that's all I want to say, and I won't disturb your rest," Ito finally said with a chuckle, then turned to look at the female ninja next to him and motioned her to turn off the broadcast. "By the way, enlarge this picture." Then Ito pointed to a screen that was divided into small pieces and said, as his words fell, the selected picture immediately floated above all the small screens and unfolded into a large screen that clearly reflected the characters inside. "I didn't pay attention when I was collecting them, and I actually brought this guy in." Ito covered his forehead with one hand and looked helplessly at the man on the screen with short blonde hair, sunglasses on his face, and a good set of prison clothes torn off, revealing 8 neat abdominal muscles. His legs were tightly clamped together, and his calves were in the shape of an 8. His hands were half bent in front of him, and he sighed shyly. Homosexual muscle size has the ability to metallize everything, one of the subordinates that the Ministry of War wants to recruit. Chapter 562. P.S. Waning Moon, Crazy Loner, and Shirley thank the two for their precious monthly votes. 157747860 and Nickfany thank the two for their rewards. But if this guy is used well, it's not a bad idea to turn into a metal manufacturing machine, Ito thought to himself as he looked at Muscle Scythe, who had his hands behind his head and was squatting on the spot. After that, Ito didn't pay any more attention to Muscle Scythe's situation. He turned around and nodded to the soldier standing beside him. He instantly disappeared from the surveillance room and appeared in the large laboratory. "Lakshata, I'll have to trouble you," Ito, who suddenly appeared, walked toward Lakshata and said with a smile. "Oh." Lakshata turned around and looked at Ito with a puzzled expression. "Modify this daily use limiter into a portable device that can resist ECM equipment. That should work, right?" Ito, who walked in front of Lakshata, flipped his hand and created a wrist-shaped limiter. He handed it to Lakshata and said, "I can, but I need to design another part. It will take about 2 days." Lakshata took the limiter and nodded. "Okay." Ito nodded and said, "Make a few more after you're done designing. Modify a few of the limiters that you haven't dismantled yet." "Okay," Lakshata replied. Since the matter had been dealt with, Ito didn't have the mood to continue paying attention. He flashed back to the room in the central area and used the rapid growth of his mental power under the stimulation of psychokinesis to cultivate. As for the situation in the outside world, he believed that Babel and his gang wouldn't be able to settle down in a short period of time because of the empty prison. And in terms of experimental materials, Ito didn't lack the prisoners for the time being. Therefore, his intention to follow Babel's group was not as strong as before. He planned to train this group of prisoners first and get the abilities that he should get. After that, he would go out and get those few LV7 abilities. The expected situation of the prisoners biting each other came quickly. After the second day of work, the prisoners who couldn't stand the heavy labor abuse immediately reported the situation of their fellow prisoners to the guards in exchange for the reward of being exempted from labor and food. This group of criminals is really full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. There are actually 7 people with teleportation ability, and the highest level among them is LV5, which is really surprising. Sei Ito, who was informed by Uchiha Miko to come to the prison, looked at the information of the 7 prisoners displayed on the optical screen and sighed softly. Give out the promised rewards to the informants, then lock up the 7 of them alone. Sei Ito said to Uchiha Yoshiko, also, get someone to clean room C3. I need it. Yes. Uchiha Yoshiko nodded and walked to the control panel to relay Sei Ito's order. Turn on the group broadcast. Sei Ito walked to the console and ordered the female ninja beside him. Yes. The female ninja agreed. He reached out and pressed the broadcast open button. Cough. Sei Ito still used the sound of coughing to attract the attention of the prisoners, and then said, Congratulations to the gentleman who dared to report. Your rewards have been issued. Please enjoy the wonderful life for the next week. As for the rest of the gentlemen, I'm sorry, but you still have to complete the 3 days of starvation labor that I said in advance. But as a punishment for disobedience, after 3 days, your food will be halved, and the quality will be improved compared to when you were in the Eastern Garden of Eden. After a pause, Sei Ito continued, Of course, I know that there must be innocent people among you, but the reality is so cruel. So if you don't want to be implicated in the future, work hard to inquire about other people's information. Get the information of other people's superpower type, superpower strength, what crime they committed, and prepare for my next proposition. Finally, I wish you a pleasant labor. After Sei Ito finished, he motioned the female ninja beside him to turn off the broadcast. Tell the others to leave the leftover food, and after tomorrow, distribute it to these people as food. Sei Ito turned to Uchiha Yoshiko and said, Also, change the 3 meals to 2 meals. Each meal should be enough to make them half full. Understood. Uchiha Yoshiko nodded. You stay here and keep an eye on them. I'm going to see the prisoners. Sei Ito stretched out his hand and stroked Uchiha Yoshiko's cheek, and when her cheeks were slightly red, he turned around and left the monitoring room, walking toward the cell where the 7 teleportation ability users were imprisoned. A few minutes later, Sei Ito came to a quiet corridor and slowly walked to a cell. Hearing the footsteps echoing in the corridor, the prisoner in the cell instinctively raised his head and looked outside the alloy fence. Oikawa Kinsuk, 27 years old, LV3 teleportation ability user, arrested and imprisoned for robbery and murder. With his hands behind his back, Ito Mori looked at the thin, gloomy short-haired man who was sitting on the bed in the cell and eating the food in front of him with his upper body half bent over, and said softly. Hearing his information being repeated, Oikawa Kinsuk didn't even pause and continued to eat the food in front of him. I believe you should have heard my voice, so I won't talk nonsense with you. As long as you are willing to cooperate honestly, I will naturally give you benefits. Sei Ito reached out and opened the alloy gate in front of him, walked into the cell, and looked at Oikawa Kinsuk. If I want to go out, will you give it to me? Oikawa Kinsuk raised his head and looked at Sei Ito with a mocking expression. If your value is enough. Sei Ito narrowed his eyes and replied. When he heard Sei Ito's words, Oikawa Kinsuk's hand stopped moving. He let go of the spoon between his fingers and threw it onto the plate. With a pound sound, he looked up at Sei Ito again and said in a low voice, What do you want me to do? Looks like you are ready to cooperate. Sei Ito slightly raised the corner of his mouth and chuckled. Then, without waiting for Oikawa Kinsuk to speak, he turned around and walked out of the cell while walking to the end of the corridor. He said, Follow me. Behind him, Oikawa Kinsuk stood up from the alloy bed without any hesitation and slowly walked out of the cell and followed Sei Ito out. More than 10 minutes later, Sei Ito led Oikawa Kinsuk out of the prison and into the wilderness outside the prison. This was the first time Oikawa Kinsuk walked out of the prison since he was transferred to this prison. He knew the environment outside, and his pupils shrunk as he silently looked at the endless gravel wilderness. Give me your left hand. Sei Ito stood still and turned around to face Oikawa Kinsuk behind him. Oikawa Kinsuk obediently gave him his left hand. Sei Ito chuckled when he saw this. He reached out his left hand and grabbed the ESP shackle on Oikawa Kinsuk's left wrist. Immediately, a flash of electricity emerged from Sei Ito's palm. Then, there was a crisp kacha sound. The shackle on Oikawa Kinsuke's left wrist shattered into several pieces as Sei Ito's palm left and fell to the ground. Now you can use your superpower. Use your maximum speed to teleport. Sei Ito ordered. Oikawa Kinsuke was pleasantly surprised when he felt his superpower again. When he heard Sei Ito's words, a mocking smile flashed across his face as he activated his superpower. However, what Oikawa Kinsuke expected didn't happen. Sei Ito was still standing in front of him as he looked at him with a mocking smile. In here, as long as I don't want to, no spatial skills can be used. Sei Ito sneered. If that's the case, why do you still want me to teleport? Oikawa Kinsuke's face was so gloomy that it looked like water could drip out of it. Because I need it. Sei Ito sneered and then said impatiently, Okay, do as I said and continue to use your superpower. Oikawa Kinsuke stared at Sei Ito for a moment before he unwillingly activated his superpower. At this time, Oikawa Kinsuke's figure was constantly changing between blurry and clear. Waves of spatial fluctuations were clearly emitted from his body. After an hour, Sei Ito finally told Oikawa Kinsuke to stop. Then with a thought, he threw Oikawa Kinsuke back into the prison cell. Sei Ito then lowered his body. He immediately sat cross-legged on the ground and began to analyze the mental waves that he copied from Oikawa Kinsuke. Although teleportation was the most evolved superpower in this world, it was only at level 3. The mental waves it emitted weren't too complicated. The level was between level 4 and level 5 of psychokinesis. Therefore, Sei Ito spent a little time to successfully analyze the spatial fluctuations. The moment Sei Ito grasped teleportation, a weak feeling similar to when he grasped psychokinesis suddenly emerged from his brain. It flowed through his brain like a breeze and finally condensed into a small piece of brain tissue in the center of his right brain. It slowly emitted a cool wave like a spring and transformed that piece of brain tissue. Sei Ito, who noticed the changes in his brain, didn't say anything. He immediately flashed out of the Rubik's Cube world and returned to the world of absolute pity. He ignored the gazes of the people around him and closed his eyes to sense. Oh, the spatial point is so clear. After a moment, Sei Ito opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with joy as he softly muttered to himself. Then, with a thought, Sei Ito's figure instantly disappeared from his spot and appeared at a place more than 300 meters away from his original spot. Sure enough, the spatial sensing of the Flying Thunder God technique can also be used. Moreover, it has its own merits compared to the three-dimensional sensing of teleportation in the world of absolute pity. This is a good, unexpected gain. After Sei used his maximum speed to teleport several times in a row, he stood on the top of a house and thought. Then his figure flashed and returned to the world of Rubik's Cube. After returning to the prison again, Sei Ito didn't immediately interrogate the other prisoners. Instead, he went straight to the room C3 that was cleaned up. After standing at the door and looking at the layout of the room, he waved his hand and summoned a pile of medical instruments and arranged them using psychokinesis. Now I just need to get the information of all the prisoners and train them to be honest. Looking at the room C3, Sei Ito nodded with satisfaction. Then Sei Ito left the room C3 and went to the rest area where the ninjas lived. He found a room belonging to Uchiha Yoshiko and pushed the door open. He walked to the bed and sat cross-legged to meditate so that his brain could adapt to the new changes caused by teleportation. After a long time, Sei Ito exhaled softly and withdrew from the deep meditation. You're awake. Uchiha Yoshiko was sitting at the table with her hands folded on the table and her head bowed. After hearing the change in breathing, she immediately looked up at Sei Ito and said softly, You must be hungry, I'll get you something to eat. Saying so, Uchiha Yoshiko got up from her seat and turned to walk out of the room. No need. Sei Ito smiled slightly and used his psychokinesis to stop Uchiha Yoshiko's movement and pulled her into his arms and whispered in her ear. Who's guarding the monitoring room now? Sei Ito opened his legs and asked Uchiha Yoshiko to sit on his lap. It's Doyo. Uchiha Yoshiko replied, while hugging Sei Ito's waist with one hand and leaning her head on his shoulder. Oh. Sei Ito nodded and asked, have you eaten? Not yet. Uchiha Yoshiko replied. I wanted to wait for you to eat together. Well then, let's eat together. Ito-sei laughed when he heard this. Then, more than 10 plates of steaming Chinese dishes appeared in front of them. They were suspended in the air under the control of psychokinesis. Sei Ito took 2 bowls of rice and enjoyed it with Uchiha Yoshiko. You rest first. I'll go interrogate the prisoners. After a long while, Ito-sei, who had finished his meal, waved his hand to get rid of the leftovers in front of him and put Uchiha Yoshiko in his arms on the bed. Okay. Uchiha Yoshiko looked at Sei Ito in front of her and nodded. Then Sei Ito leaned over and kissed Uchiha Yoshiko's forehead, turned around and left the room, and moved towards the 7 prisoners who were being held in solitary confinement. After a while, Sei Ito once again stood in front of a cell. Aiko Mukai, come with me. Standing in front of the alloy fence, Sei Ito looked at the young woman with long brown wavy hair, a slender figure, and a young age of 24 or 25 years old. Yo, little brother, can't stand the loneliness? Hearing the call, Aiko Mukai got up from the bed and said in a teasing tone, yeah, I can't stand it anymore, so I'm looking for you to relieve my worries. Sei Ito smiled and teased. Is that so? My price is very high. Aiko Mukai, who walked out of the cell, reached out and hugged Sei Ito's neck and put her D-cup breasts on Sei Ito's chest and licked her lips coquettishly. Don't worry, I can afford it. Sei Ito reached out and pinched Aiko Mukai's perky buttocks and pushed her downstairs while chuckling. Aiko Mukai, whose buttocks were touched by Sei Ito, had an even more coquettish expression on her face, and her body was almost powerless as she leaned on Sei Ito's body, letting Sei Ito take her away. Chapter 563. At this time, Sei Ito felt the softness and firmness in his hand, and he recalled Aiko Mukai's information in his mind. Aiko Mukai, 24 years old. She used to be a stripper in a nightclub. She awakened the ability to teleport when she was hiding from a lone shark. Her super level was LV4, and she was sent to the female prison in Eastern Garden of Eden for theft. No wonder she's so proactive. She doesn't care about her body. Sei Ito glanced at Aiko Mukai, who was leaning on him. Then, Ito-sei moved his hand that was rubbing Aiko's butt. He pulled open the waist of her pants and put his hand into her pants, pressing on her tight buttocks. Can't wait any longer? Feeling the different sensation from her buttocks, Aiko Mukai raised her head coquettishly and rolled her eyes at Ito-sei. Sei Ito smiled. He neither admitted nor denied it. He continued to walk out of the prison with Aiko Mukai. A moment later, the two of them passed through the prison wall and came to the sparse forest outside the prison. Aiko Mukai's eyes flickered when she saw that she had walked out of the prison so easily. She leaned her soft body against Sei Ito's body, allowing her chest to stick close to Sei Ito's body. Let's do it here. Sei Ito stopped, pulled his hand out of Aiko Mukai's pants, and looked at her with a smile. Here. Aiko Mukai turned her head and looked around. She then looked at Sei Ito with some resentment and said, It's so desolate here. Can we find a house? I like to be in the wild. Sei Ito smiled. Okay. Aiko Mukai pretended to hesitate and nodded. She crossed her arms and grabbed the bottom of her prison clothes. She raised her hand and took off her clothes, revealing her naked upper body. She continued to say in a sweet voice, But you have to pay more. Seeing this, Ito Mori held back the smile on his face and nodded seriously. Well said. Without Sei Ito stopping her, Aiko Mukai quickly took off her clothes, completely exposing her body to the air. Huh? Why aren't you taking off your clothes? Do you want me to help you? After taking off her clothes, Aiko Mukai looked at Sei Ito, who was still standing there with a strange expression. Then, as if she knew what Sei Ito wanted, she showed a look of realization. She slowly walked to Sei Ito, squatted down, and reached for his pants. Okay. Ito-sei reached out and grabbed Aiko Mukai's wrists as she was about to take off his pants. He looked down at Aiko Mukai and said, Then, without waiting for Aiko Mukai. He used alchemy to destroy the ESP shackle on Aiko Mukai's left wrist. Huh? Aiko Mukai, who felt her superpower again, looked at Sei Ito in surprise and let out a surprised cry. Then, Aiko Mukai's expression changed. With an ambiguous smile, she teleported to Sei Ito. In an instant, Sei Ito's pants fell to his feet without warning. Sei Ito's lower body was exposed. How can this be? I clearly moved my pants to the side. Aiko Mukai looked down at the pants on the ground and muttered to herself in confusion. Sei Ito, who felt the coolness of his lower body, shook his head in surprise. He used his arm to lift Aiko Mukai up from the ground. Okay, stop thinking about it. I didn't bring you out to have sex with you, Sei Ito said as he let go of Aiko Mukai's hand. Then what are we going to do? Aiko Mukai asked in confusion. It's very simple. Activate your teleportation according to my request. I need your psychic data, Sei Ito said. Oh. Aiko Mukai nodded with a bored expression. She muttered in a low voice, seriously. I thought I could get a big horse head. I didn't expect it to be an unromantic guy. I was happy for nothing. But you've already seen my body and touched my butt. I still have to pay. Aiko Mukai looked at Sei Ito and said. Then, she glanced at Sei Ito's exposed lower body. She said with a flirtatious expression, if you don't want to pay, you can pay with your body. Huh? Sei Ito chuckled. He ignored her and bent down to pick up the pants on the ground. He teleported and put them back on himself. Start. Stop until I tell you to stop. After putting on his clothes, Sei Ito looked at Aiko Mukai, who was still naked and had no intention of putting on her clothes. Got it. Aiko Mukai curled her lips and teleported. Aiko Mukai's body, which was still standing on the spot, began to shift back and forth between illusory and corporeal. It wasn't until more than an hour later, when Sei Ito told her to stop, that she returned to her corporeal form and stopped changing. Put on your clothes. I'll send you back. Sei Ito looked at Aiko Mukai and said, as for the money, I'll inform the person in charge of the prison later and have him improve your living conditions. Then I want a single room with a bathroom. There must be electrical appliances in there. My daily food needs to be the same as the prison staff. Also, I want to have the right to move freely in the prison. Aiko Mukai hurriedly requested. I can arrange a single room with a bathroom and electrical appliances for you. I can also give you the same amount of food as the prison staff. However, I can't give you the right to move freely in the prison, Sei Ito said with a frown. Don't be like that. Aiko Mukai walked up to Sei Ito and wrapped her arms around Sei Ito's neck. Her left leg hooked around Sei Ito's right leg, allowing her body to stick close to Sei Ito's body. She gently twisted her waist to allow her lower body to rub against Sei Ito's lower body as she spoke coquettishly. Sei Ito was too lazy to bargain with Aiko Mukai. He immediately tossed her and the clothes on the ground back into the cell. Then he took out his phone and contacted Doyo, who was in the monitoring office. Arrange a single room with electrical appliances and a bathroom for Aiko Mukai. Give her the same amount of food as the prison staff, Sei Ito ordered. Yes, sir, Doyo replied. Then Sei Ito hung up the phone, sat cross-legged on the ground, and closed his eyes to analyze Aiko Mukai's mental fluctuations. The interval is still too short. Even if I deliberately find a neighboring level of instant transmission to level up, the feeling is still so strong. It seems I'll have to adapt to it for a few more days to calm down the stimulation of my brain tissue. After a while, Sei Ito, who had leveled up instant transmission to LV4, thought to himself. Then, Sei Ito's figure flashed, and he instantly disappeared from where he was and appeared in Erica Simmons's room. Then, without any explanation, he picked up Erica, who was sitting in front of the computer and reading information. Amidst her exclamation, he came to the bedside and bent down to put Erica on the bed. He reached out to lift the thin sandal pajamas she was wearing, revealing the fair and tender body inside. He lowered his head and sucked on Erica's perky breasts. The stimulated Erica immediately raised her body slightly, and her head tilted back slightly as she instinctively let out a low moan. At this moment, Sei Ito's palm moved, sliding along the skin of Erika's chest and abdomen to her waist. He used instant transmission to remove the cover on Erika's lower body, and he reached out to touch the hidden source secret realm. "What's wrong with you?" Erika resisted the feeling coming from her body, looked up at Sei Ito, who was leaning against her chest, and asked intermittently, "I was a little stimulated, so I missed you." Sei Ito looked up, explained softly, and kissed Erika's lips, sticking out his tongue to entangle with hers. After receiving an answer, Erika didn't ask any more questions. She reached out to wrap her arms around Sei Ito's neck and tried her best to respond. After a moment, Erika, who had separated from him again, panted and said, "Don't do it again. Give it to me." "Okay," Sei replied. Then he pulled out his fingers that were working in the cave. He flipped Erika's body over so that she was lying on her stomach on the bed, and used teleportation to remove the restraints on his body. Then he placed his hands on Erika's waist and attacked the narrow cave with his heavy weapon. With a soft sound, Erika clenched her hands tightly, opened her mouth slightly, and let out a low moan. Then Erika's body trembled uncontrollably, making the bed creak. A moment later, Sei Ito slowed down his movements, moved Erika's left leg to face him, pressed his hands against her chest, leaned over, and kissed Erika, whose legs were tightly clamped around his waist. His lips moved again. After another moment, Sei Ito turned over and lay on the bed, helped Erika sit on him, and let her move up and down. Just like that, under Sei Ito's manipulation, Erika and he rolled on the bed in the positions that were commonly seen in Japanese action movies. It was not until a long time later that Erika let out a long moan and stopped. At this moment, the previously dry sheets were full of wet traces. Sei Ito and Erika were also covered in sweat. The lewd smell of Erika spread in the room. "Sorry." Sei Ito hugged Erika with both hands and gently stroked her back. Erika rolled her eyes at Sei Ito helplessly after hearing that. She lay on top of him without saying anything, panting softly. The two of them enjoyed the aftertaste in silence, just like that. A moment later, Sei Ito, with his waist strength, got up from the bed with Erika in his arms and walked into the bathroom with Erika, who was clinging to him like a four-clawed fish. During this time, Erika, who was unable to move, was naturally teased by Sei Ito and aroused some desire. However, Sei Ito, who could tell that she was exhausted, didn't do it in the bathroom. Instead, he gently slowed down his movements and let Erika fall asleep comfortably. After that, Sei Ito gently wiped the water stains on Erika and himself. He carried Erika back to the room, lay down on the bed, and hugged her to rest. The rest of the night was silent. Only the sound of light breathing echoed in the room. Chapter 564. The next morning, for the first time, Sei Ito took the initiative to make breakfast for Erika, who was lying lazily in bed, and fed her. After that, he kissed the touched Erika goodbye and returned to the prison. Ahem. Sei Ito, who appeared in the monitoring room, motioned the female ninja around him to turn on the group broadcast. He coughed lightly to attract the attention of all the prisoners, and then said, "Congratulations, the opportunity to improve your life has come again. But this time there are more questions. Please listen carefully and don't miss the opportunity. Question 1. Which one of you has a psychic perception superpower? Question 2. Which one of you has a contact sensing superpower? Question 3. Which one of you has a hypnotic superpower? Finally, write down the information of other people you know on the paper that will be distributed later. Remember to write as much as possible. The more you write, the more rewards you will get." Sei Ito finally said, "Oh, I forgot to say, the time limit is 2 hours, and there will be no more waiting." Then, he turned his head and motioned the female ninja to turn off the group broadcast and said to the soldier around him, "Ask someone to distribute the pen and paper." "Yes." The soldier responded, then walked to the side and picked up the phone to inform all the idle staff to gather and distribute the pen and paper to all the prisoners. Seeing that things had been smoothly unfolded, Seito turned and walked to the main seat in the monitoring office and sat down. He waved his hand and put a quantum computer in front of him, then bowed his head and played a popular online game in the Rubik's Cube world. In this way, 2 hours passed quietly while Seito played the game leisurely. Miko, go and ask someone to collect all the papers. As soon as 2 hours passed, Seito immediately looked up at the person standing beside him. Uchiha Miko, who came to take over the duty of the soldier in the monitoring room, said, "Okay." Uchiha Miko agreed, walked slowly in front of the monitoring desk, and used the internal communication to inform the personnel to collect the papers. More than 10 minutes later, all the papers were collected and sent to Seito. Gee, these guys' abilities are really mixed. Ito casually flipped through the paper in his hand, which was full of handwriting, and said, "Fire ability user, fluid control. Wind manipulation, mimicry, X-ray, psychokinesis, electromagnetic control, sound ability user, gravity control." There are actually people who rely on their abilities. Looks like I'll have to copy a few more abilities. After reading all the information, Seito sighed softly, then turned to Uchiha Yoshiko and said, "Put Kabaki Makoto, Yumi Tamagawa, and Miyoshi in solitary confinement for the time being, and then send the rest of the 7 teleportation ability users back to Haryuku, except for the L5 Haruki, Tsukiyoshi, and Aiko Mukai." "Okay." Uchiha Yoshiko nodded, and then turned her head and conveyed Seito's instructions. Spiritual perception, touch sensing, and hypnosis. These 3 should be easier to deal with. After all, they're all pure spiritual power application skills. It's not as troublesome as psychokinesis to change the frequency of spiritual power fluctuations. Seito looked at the photos of Kabaki Makoto, Yumi Tamagawa, and Miyoshi on the computer in the monitoring room. After a while, Uchiha Yoshiko returned to Seito's side and said, "I've already taken those 3 people out." Seito exited the online game on the computer, put away the computer in front of him, and stood up from his seat. "Well, I'll go take a look at those 3 guys. You can let someone enter this information into the computer." Looking at the information on the table, he said, "As for the rewards, first restore the quality of their meals and food. For those who wrote a lot, ask them what they want, and if it's not too much, satisfy their most basic wishes." "Yes," Uchiha Yoshiko replied. "Then I'll go." Seito chuckled and stretched out his hand and flicked Yoshiko's forehead, then turned and walked out of the monitoring room. Behind him, Yoshiko bowed her head and picked up the information on the table and looked at the contents written on the top 3 pages. Kabaki Makoto, 37 years old, originally a company employee, awakened his superpower in an accident. Type of hypnosis, strength of ability level 4. Crime, using hypnosis to seduce a woman. Yumi Tamagawa, 28 years old, originally a company employee, awakened his superpower unconsciously. Type of spiritual perception, strength of ability level 5. Crime, accidentally killing her boyfriend because of the explosion of his superpower. Miyoshi, 22 years old, originally a police station evidence manager, awakened his superpower under the influence of external forces. Type of touch sensing, strength of ability level 4. Crime, psychic distortion caused by the influence of his superpower, killed a female colleague in a non-cruel way. Kabaki Makoto, come with me. Standing outside the solitary cell, Seito looked at the short-haired middle-aged man lying on the bed with his hands behind his head. He was about 1.75 meters tall, had a normal figure, and had a pair of thin-framed glasses on his face. Kabaki Makoto raised his head and looked at Seito outside the alloy fence. He silently stood up from the bed and walked to the door of the alloy fence. He got out of the door opened by Seito and followed Seito out. Along the way, neither of them spoke. They quietly walked out of the prison, crossed the fence, and came outside the prison. Then Seito stopped and didn't speak. He directly broke the ESP lock on Kabaki Makoto's left wrist, then looked at Kabaki Makoto and ordered, "Use your hypnosis on me." Hearing Seito's request, Kabaki Makoto glanced at Seito in surprise, reached out to take off the glasses on his face, and launched his hypnosis ability on Seito. In an instant, a strange spiritual fluctuation invaded Seito's brain from around Seito's brain, affecting the chemicals secreted under the cerebral cortex, affecting Seito's sensory world, and making fantasies appear in his mind. After 10 minutes, Kabaki Makoto, who didn't find any resistance from Seito, suddenly changed the content of his fantasy, trying to hypnotize Seito and control him in his own hands. Just at the next moment, a powerful spiritual force instantly emerged from Seito and rushed to Kabaki Makoto like a huge wave, breaking his hypnosis ability and rushing into Kabaki Makoto's mind. Kabaki Makoto, who was hit by this impact, screamed, fell to the ground with blood flowing out of his 7 orifices, and rolled violently with his hands holding his head. Seito walked to Kabaki Makoto, who was rolling on the ground, stretched out his foot, and stepped on his head, and said coldly, "This is just a lesson. Next time you play these useless tricks, I will kill you immediately." "Yes, yes," Kabaki Makoto said repeatedly. Then Seito returned to the single cell with Kabaki Makoto. "That's it for today. I will come to you later." After Seito finished speaking, he ignored Kabaki Makoto, whose eyes flashed with resentment, turned and walked out of the prison, and locked the alloy fence again. Boom! The sound of the collision between the metal made a muffled sound, which spread far in the quiet corridor. Then Seito left the corridor where Kabaki Makoto was imprisoned, walked to another corridor, and stopped in front of a single cell. "Yukawa Yumi, come with me." Seito opened the cell door and looked at Yukawa Yumi, who was curled up in the corner of the bed with her hands hugging her knees. Her eyes were hollow, and her long black hair covered her face. Yukawa Yumi didn't speak with a decadent face. She stood up from the bed, mechanically walked out of the cell, and followed Seito out. After a while, the two came to the small forest outside the prison. This time, Seito didn't talk nonsense and directly destroyed the ESP imprisonment lock. And then when Yukawa Yumi looked up at him, he said, "Use your spiritual perception on me." "No, I don't want to listen to other people's inner thoughts. I don't want to." Hearing Seito's words, Yukawa Yumi immediately squatted on the ground with her hands covering her head and hysterically shouted. Seeing Yukawa Yumi's reaction, Seito frowned, slowly walked to her side, squatted down, reached out and hugged Yukawa Yumi in his arms, and reached out to stroke her back, while mobilizing his spiritual power, and whispered, "It's okay, it's okay." With Seito's words, the emotional Yukawa Yumi gradually calmed down, and her hands, which had been tightly grasping her hair, also loosened and slid down to Seito's arms. "Yumi, trust me, okay?" Seito saw that it was about time, and said softly. Yukawa Yumi nodded hesitantly. "All right then, Yumi, please use your ability on me." After a pause, Seito continued, and then when he saw Yukawa Yumi's emotions fluctuate, he quickly whispered, "It's okay, Yumi, it's okay to use my ability on me. You won't hear any strange sounds, trust me, Yumi." Yukawa Yumi's hands, which were tightly grasping Seito's arms, didn't change, and her fingers were still tense. But after a few minutes, a strange spiritual wave indeed emerged from Yukawa Yumi's body and cautiously surged toward Seito. After a few moments, after hesitating, retreating, and advancing, Yukawa Yumi's spiritual power finally touched Seito's body. At this time, Yukawa Yumi's hands slightly opened and gently placed on Seito's arms, and her head gently lifted from Seito's chest and looked up at Seito, who was hugging her. Seeing this, Seito lowered his head and revealed a gentle smile to Yukawa Yumi. Seeing Seito's smile, Yukawa Yumi foolishly revealed a sweet smile, and her spiritual waves surged toward Seito's body, like a child who got a new toy, constantly probing. Sei Ito didn't stop her and changed from squatting to half-sitting, hugging Yukawa Yumi, and closed his eyes, carefully sensing Yukawa Yumi's spiritual waves. After more than 40 minutes, Sei Ito recorded Yukawa Yumi's spiritual waves. After opening his eyes, Sei Ito lowered his head and whispered to Yukawa Yumi, who was looking at him in a daze, "All right, Yumi, stop." Chapter 565. P.S. Thanks to Tsukumirui for her precious monthly votes, and thanks to 157747860, Nickfany, K's Woliang, and GK154 for their tips. After that, Sei Ito returned to the prison with Yumi, who was clutching his arm tightly like a child seeking protection. "All right, go in and rest." In front of the single cell, Ito-sei turned his head and said gently to Tamagawa Yumi, "Oh." Tamagawa Yumi nodded and reluctantly let go of Ito-sei's arm. She lowered her body and walked into the cell. She turned around and looked at Ito-sei with a pitiful look, as if she was begging him not to leave. Seeing Yukawa Yumi like this, Ito-sei had no choice but to sigh. He reached into the cell and stroked Yukawa Yumi's cheeks, saying, "Good girl, wait here. I will ask someone to take you to another place to live." "Okay." Yumi nodded obediently. Seeing this, Ito-sei smiled and retracted his arm. He turned around and left the corridor where Yumi was and walked towards the single cell in another corridor. Yoshiko, arrange a single room with a bathroom and appliances for Yumi, and give her 3 meals according to the employee standard. Also, call a female ninja to keep an eye on her. On the way, Sei Ito contacted Uchiha Yoshiko and ordered. "Understood." Uchiha Miko nodded. It seems that the impact of her ability, going berserk, was very big. The psychological shadow still hasn't been removed after so long. Sei Ito sighed after disconnecting the call. Then, without stopping, he walked to the cell where Miyoko was being held. Miyoko, follow me." Sei Ito opened the cell door and looked inside, said the young woman with a neurotic smile on her face as she grabbed something haphazardly. "Hee. All right, hee." Sei Ito looked up at Sei Ito and agreed. He then threw away the things in his hands and walked out of the cell. He stared at Sei Ito's back with a strange smile and followed him out. Sei Ito stayed in the Rubik's Cube world for another 7 days, allowing him to obtain the electricity-related electromagnetic control and spiritual-related abilities. So far, Sei Ito had obtained 8 superpowers in this absolutely pitiful world, including psychokinesis, teleportation, psychic perception, touch sensing, hypnosis dependence, electric discharge, and electromagnetic control. Telekinesis and discharge abilities were at level 6, teleportation and spiritual perception, as well as electromagnetic control, which was later upgraded by the discharge ability, were at level 5, contact sensing and hypnosis were at level 4, and reliance was at level 3. As for things like mimicry, voice control, gravity control, and other superpowers awakened from special mutations, Sei Ito, who did not intend to play around with his body, did not replicate them. It's time to deal with those 3 level 7. After another night of cultivation, Ito-sei got up from the collapsed rice, and then with a thought, he left the magic cube world. He returned to the absolutely pitiful world. "Oh, my luck is not bad. I just came out, and I already encountered an incident." Looking at the pink helicopter slowly rising above Babel, Sei Ito muttered to himself with interest. Then Ito-sei's figure flashed, and he suddenly appeared behind the pink helicopter, hanging behind it for 100 meters, and flew away. But the next moment, a spiritual fluctuation that belonged to spiritual perception and a feeling of being spied on suddenly appeared in Ito-sei's heart, and the source was the pink helicopter in front of him. It seems that this is a big operation. Even Babel's receptionist, the double-faced doll group, is involved. Sei Ito, who sensed that he was being spied on, immediately activated teleportation and left from the back of the helicopter. He appeared in the sky more than 100 meters above the helicopter. After more than 10 minutes, The helicopter that had been flying in front of him suddenly turned around and flew straight to the southwest at high speed. Ito Sei, who was behind the helicopter, immediately followed after seeing this. After a while, the man and the helicopter stopped near a river covered with green grass. Then, not long after they arrived, another armed helicopter directly under Babel also arrived at the scene. Then, Kari Akashi, Okinogami, and their on-site director, Ben Koichi, Babel's director, Takumi Yamamoto, the beautiful secretary of the director, Ken Margaya, and Meili Ford of the American Esper team walked out of the helicopter one after another. They then met up with Naomi Amida, double-faced all group, Hote Nogami, and Naoko Tobarama. I remember this lineup is to capture a level 7 psychic who can temporarily take over the Esper power of the people around him, Colonel Crescent, who has the title of Esper Killer. Sei Ito, who used teleportation to hide on a tree branch, looked at the Babel Espers below and thought, maybe I can get involved. Then, Sei Ito ignored the busy Babel Espers below and turned to look at the river bank, waiting for the appearance of the target, Crescent. And he waited for more than 2 hours. He's here. At this moment, a white-haired old man, who was about 9 meters tall and burly, suddenly appeared on the riverbank. He was wearing black trousers, a white shirt, a black tie, a long white scarf around his neck, and a high-collared windbreaker. He had a square face, and there was a slender scar that extended from his forehead to his cheekbone near his right eye. He looked like he was in his 50s. So he already copied Okinogami's teleportation? Sei Ito narrowed his eyes as he looked at the way Okinogami appeared. Then, his figure flashed and disappeared from the branch, reappearing behind Chris in the blink of an eye. With a flip of his hand, a superpower shackle appeared and cuffed Chris's wrists. Then, without any hesitation, he teleported again and disappeared from the riverbank with Chris. Okay, the Babel Espers, who were shocked by this sudden change, subconsciously stood up from their hiding place. Among them, Hiben Koichi, who reacted quickly, looked at Okinogami and shouted, "No, it's too fast. I can't find any traces of teleportation." Okinogami immediately closed her eyes and shook her head. At this moment, Sei Ito appeared again and teleported away from the scene twice. When he appeared again, he casually threw Crescent, who was still in shock, into the Rubik's Cube world. Then, he turned to the sky and said, "Come out. You're really bold." As his voice fell, a spatial fluctuation suddenly flashed in midair, and then Jingjie from the Ministry of War, who was still dressed in a black student uniform with a flying mouse on his shoulder, appeared in midair. He put his hands in his pockets and looked down at Ito Sei with a chuckle. "I can't help it. I'm just interested in his ability." Sei Ito shrugged and said. Then, he looked at Jingjie and said, "You, on the other hand, you seem to be very interested in the Babel Espers, especially the 3 LV7 girls. You're very observant." Jingjie smiled. Then, his expression changed. He stared coldly at Sei Ito and said, "I don't care what you want to do, but you can't touch those 3 girls. Otherwise, I don't mind killing you right now. It seems that you're overstepping your boundaries." Sei Ito frowned and said lightly, "If you don't want to listen to my warning, you can try it." Jingjie sneered. "I really want to try." Ito Sei activated his LV6 psychokinesis and looked at the Ministry of War's Jingjie with a smile. Kayasuk from the Ministry of War sneered. He raised his arm and pointed at Ito Sei. A beam of telekinesis instantly flew out from his fingertips and flew towards Ito Sei. Sei Ito immediately used his teleportation ability. He appeared in the air 30 meters away from Jingjie and flicked an alloy coin that suddenly appeared at the tip of his finger. In an instant, a slender beam of orange-red light pierced through the sky and shot towards the Ministry of War's Jingyuji, who was diagonally below Ito Sei. The pupils of Jingjie from the Ministry of War shrank, and he immediately teleported away. Then he instantly appeared behind Sei Ito and aimed his palm at Sei Ito's back and activated his psychokinesis. Although Sei Ito only had LV5 teleportation ability, His LV6 teleportation ability was not inferior to LV6. However, in terms of spatial perception, it was not inferior to LV6. Therefore, the moment Jing Jie moved behind him, he immediately stepped into the void and turned around to avoid Jing Jie's sudden attack. At the same time, he released his pure mental power to cover his surroundings, disrupting the stability of the surrounding space. Then he waved his psychokinesis enhanced fist and punched Jing Jie's face. Bang! At this time, Jing Jie from the Ministry of War raised his hand and used his palm that was also shining with telekinesis to block Ito-Sei's fist. A crisp, muffled sound immediately erupted from the place where the two people's fists and palms collided. A strong gust of wind blew around the two people, causing their hair and clothes to flutter in the wind. The difference between LV1 psychokinesis is actually so big. When Sei Ito realized that his psychokinesis fist had been blocked, he frowned and thought to himself. However, he didn't stop what he was doing. He straightened his back and used his elbow to smash Jing Jie's face. At this moment, Jing Jie didn't pretend to be arrogant. He quickly raised his free hand and blocked Sei Ito's elbow in front of his face. However, even though Jing Jie could block the top, he couldn't block the bottom. Sei Ito's foot immediately swept past his ankle, and he fell to the ground in midair. However, Jing Jie was still someone who had participated in World War II and had been on the brink of death countless times. The moment he saw that he had lost control of his body, he activated his psychokinesis to wrap his entire body and hovered in midair. At the same time, he twisted his waist and kicked Sei Ito. At this time, Ito-Sei, who had completely freed his hands, crossed his arms to block the kick of the Ministry of War's Ministry of War. Then he kicked the Ministry of War's Ministry of War in the stomach, sending him flying in the air. Perhaps I'm not as good as you in a battle of superpowers. However, when it comes to physical combat, even if I gave you 10 more, it would still be useless. After sending Jing Jie flying with a kick, Sei Ito looked at him with a cold smile. Then he retracted his hand and flicked the alloy coin that suddenly appeared at the tip of his finger. Immediately, an orange-red beam of light pierced through the air and flew toward Jing Jie. At this moment, Jing Jie had already flown out of Sei Ito's psychic interference range. Therefore, he immediately teleported the moment the beam of light was about to reach him. He moved away from the beam of light's path and appeared in another location. I have underestimated you, Jing Jie of the Ministry of War said coldly to Ito-Sei, who was not far away from him, as a psychic wave surged violently. That's why I said you're meddling too much, Sei Ito shrugged and said calmly. Jing Jie, this guy is so annoying. Hurry up and finish him off, said Flying Rat, who was standing on Jing Jie's shoulder. All right, the Ministry of War's Jing Jie grabbed the Flying Rat on his shoulder and threw it away. Then, the psychokinesis around Jing Jie's body became even more violent. It was like a layer of clothes wrapped around his body. It kept rising and fluttering. An extremely heavy pressure was emitted from Jing Jie's body, pressing down on Ito-Sei. What a heavy sense of oppression. Ito-Sei also used all of his psychokinesis to resist the pressure from the Ministry of War's Jing Jie. At this moment, Jing Jie waved his hand. A large number of tiny psychokinesis bullets suddenly appeared behind him. As Jing Jie pointed at Sei Ito, the psychokinesis bullets shot out from all directions. They were so fast that each psychokinesis bullet looked like it was teleporting. The spatial point is too unstable. Looks like I can only take it head-on. Seeing that teleportation couldn't be used, Sei Ito immediately covered himself with psychokinesis. Layer after layer of psychokinesis covered his body, forming multiple shields to block the psychokinesis bullets. Bang, 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 bang. In the next second, a large number of soft explosions sounded from where Sei Ito was standing. A white energy mist quickly spread out and enveloped Sei Ito. Arrogance comes with a price. At this time, Jing Jie of the Ministry of War waved his hand again, and a long sword completely composed of flames appeared in his hand in an instant. He threw it into the group of psychic bullets that were still attacking, flying towards Ito-sei. Wind. At this moment, Sei Ito, who was being attacked by the psychokinesis bullets, suddenly whispered. A cool breeze instantly appeared under his feet. Then, it formed a hurricane at an exaggerated speed. It spun at high speed and enveloped Sei Ito's body, blocking the psychokinesis bullets that were flying towards him. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Sei Ito leaped into the air above the hurricane and dodged the sword of flames that pierced through the wind. Lightning. Then, standing at the top of the hurricane, Sei Ito reached out his hand and whispered to the wall of wind. Then, a bolt of lightning shot out from Sei Ito's hand and attached itself to the wall of wind. It spun at high speed with the hurricane. Water. However, Sei Ito didn't stop. He waved his hand again toward the sky. A stream of water suddenly appeared out of nowhere and fell outside the hurricane. In an instant, under the influence of the whirlwind and lightning, the falling water suddenly exploded. Droplets of water with electric light shot towards Jing Jie of the Ministry of War like rain. Child's play. Jing Jie sneered disdainfully. He stretched out his hand and formed a psychokinesis barrier in front of him, blocking the large number of raindrops that were flying towards him. At this moment, the space behind Jing Jie of the Ministry of War trembled, and Ito-sei's figure suddenly appeared behind him. He waved his fist without any telekinesis to attack. Chapter 566. Seeing Sei Ito's attack, Jing Jie from the Ministry of War sneered. He casually opened a small barrier in front of Sei Ito and blocked Sei Ito's fist. Needle forging technique. Seeing that his fist was blocked, Ito-sei smirked and whispered. In an instant, an energy condensed like a needle rushed out of Ito-sei's fist and blasted on Jing Jie's telekinesis barrier. As the telekinesis barrier shook violently, an even weaker energy passed through the barrier and drilled into Jing Jie's palm. Oomph! Jing Jie of the Ministry of War, who was attacked by this energy, snorted and pushed Ito-sei away with a burst of psychokinesis. He frowned and looked at Ito-sei's slightly trembling hand and arm. That attack just now shouldn't be a superpower, right? Jing Jie from the Ministry of War put down his palm and said to Sei Ito, "No." Sei Ito didn't deny it and admitted it directly. "You have a lot of strange methods, but they still won't stop me from killing you." Jing Jie from the Ministry of War sneered and used telekinetic energy on Sei Ito. Instantly, an incredible force enveloped Sei Ito's body and locked him in place. The difference in level isn't something you can make up for with your strange methods. The Ministry of War's Jing Jie said. Once again, he opened his hand and took out a flaming sword. Then, he slowly walked towards Ito-sei. The difference in telekinetic energy is too great. Sei Ito furrowed his brows as he tried his best to resist the pressure. Looks like I can only use my anger to stimulate my power like the superpower users in this world. Thinking of this, Sei Ito ignored Jing Jie from the Ministry of War who was approaching him and closed his eyes. He used his psychic power to hypnotize himself. "Have you given up resisting?" Jing Jie from the Ministry of War said with a smile as he watched Sei Ito's telekinetic energy gradually calm down. However, as soon as his voice fell, a violent wave of telekinesis burst out from Ito-sei's body, allowing Ito-sei to break free from the suppression of telekinesis around him. Then, without hesitation, he used teleportation to escape from the Ministry of War's Jing Jie. "Your tenacity is surprising." Jing Jie from the Ministry of War looked at Sei Ito with surprise. "Your strength is also beyond my expectations." Ito-sei calmly looked at the Ministry of War's Jing Jie and said, "What are you going to do now? Give up? Or continue your meaningless resistance?" Jing Jie from the Ministry of War said, "I don't have enough power to resist your telekinetic energy." "Of course, I can't do that even if I have other advantages," Sei Ito said, "but you don't need to be so smug. I'll come find you again soon." After that, Sei Ito's figure flashed and instantly disappeared in front of Jing Jie. The moment Sei Ito disappeared, Jing Jie from the Ministry of War, who had been calm all this time, suddenly grasped his chest and fell to the ground with a painful expression. Jing Jie. Seeing Jing Jie from the Ministry of War situation, the flying mouse hiding on the side quickly flew to his side and called out with concern. At this time, in a forest in the Rubik's Cube world. "Hello, Colonel Clarkson." Sei Ito suddenly appeared and greeted Clarkson, who was sitting against a tree. "Who are you? Babel's superpower? Or foreign spy?" Clarkson looked up at Sei Ito. He asked calmly. "Neither." Sei Ito smiled and then introduced himself. "Nice to meet you. I'm Sei Ito. Nice to meet you. Then why did you bring me here? Do you want to get information from me about the members of America's special superpower combat team?" Clarkson stood up from the ground and looked at Sei Ito. "Although I'm interested in those situations, I'm more interested in your superpower," Sei Ito said as he walked slowly toward Clarkson. Just as Sei Ito walked in front of Clarkson, Clarkson's clothes fell from his windbreaker. A pistol suddenly slipped from the sleeve of Chris's windbreaker into his hand. Chris raised it in front of him and aimed it at Ito Sei's head. Sei Ito smiled and suddenly squatted down and disappeared from Clarkson's sight. Then he grabbed Clarkson's wrist and arm, twisted his waist, and quickly stood up from the ground. He threw Clarkson to the ground, then removed the gun from Clarkson's hand and turned around to sit on Clarkson's chest. He aimed the gun at Clarkson's head. "Colonel, you're not good at physical combat." Sei Ito chuckled. Then he got up and left Clarkson's body. He used alchemy to break down the gun in his hand into a pile of iron shavings and scattered them on the ground. "So, Colonel, you'd better cooperate with me. Maybe I'll be kind and let you go to fulfill your promise." Sei Ito clapped his hands and said. When he heard Sei Ito's words, Clarkson, who had just gotten up from the ground, narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, "What do you want me to do?" "It's simple. When I say start, use your superpower on me as much as you can." Sei Ito smiled and walked back to Clarkson. He reached out and removed the superpower restraining handcuffs on Clarkson's wrists. But Clarkson was a soldier after all. When he saw that he was free, he immediately cast his previous thoughts aside and used the teleportation ability he had just stolen from Sei Ito to leave. The next second, Clarkson found that he was still standing in the same place. He looked at Sei Ito in surprise and asked, "How can this be? Since I know what kind of superpower you have, Colonel, how can I not be prepared?" Sei Ito smiled and said, "So, Colonel, you'd better listen to my orders and do as I say. Otherwise, you may not be able to leave this place for the rest of your life, let alone fulfill your promise to that dying woman." At the end of his words, Sei Ito stopped smiling and looked at Clarkson indifferently. Clarkson's expression changed. Then he said, "I understand." Seeing this, Sei Ito didn't say anything else. He directly mobilized his psychic power and set up layers of defenses in his mind. After all, this time he was going to come into contact with a LV7 psychic. If he wasn't careful, the other party could steal some information. Not to mention, he had the hypnosis ability in his hands. If he was careless, even the slightest mistake could be copied and used by Clarkson, who had upgraded his hypnosis ability to LV7. If that happened, it would be troublesome. After setting up the defenses in his mind, Sei Ito used his psychic power to communicate with the Rubik's Cube. "Rubik's Cube, closely monitor my situation. If there's any abnormality, immediately mobilize the power of the world and interfere." "Yes," the Rubik's Cube replied. After everything was ready, Sei Ito took a deep breath and closed his eyes. He said to Clarkson in front of him, "Let's begin." In the next moment, a strange psychic wave suddenly appeared around Sei Ito's body. It slowly and gently invaded Sei Ito's body and spread to his brain without triggering the human body's instinctive barrier. Then, Ito Masaru felt that the spiritual defense layer he had arranged on the outer wall of his brain was being gently probed by the strange wave, and the gap in his defense was being explored little by little. Begin the replication. Seeing this, Sei Ito immediately mobilized the psychic power he had set aside to move outside the special wave, quickly and carefully changing the frequency of the special wave. Have you heard of this story? Just as Sei Ito was about to replicate the special wave, Clarkson's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Once upon a time, there was a park. Then Clarkson told a sad story. Stubborn old man. Sei Ito sneered inwardly. Apart from loosening his psychic barrier a little when Clarkson's voice suddenly appeared, he didn't feel the sad story at all. After more than 2 minutes, seeing that Sei Ito was unmoved, Clarkson told another sad story. After 4 or 5 stories with different themes, Clarkson found that Sei Ito was still unmoved. His psychic barrier was as stable as a rock. Clarkson's psychic wave changed, and the hypnosis ability he had replicated and upgraded to level 7 was instantly released. It mixed with the psychic wave of his psychic perception and invaded Sei Ito's brain, silently stimulating the changes in his brain. I knew it. Sei Ito also sensed the changes in his brain. He immediately mobilized the power of the world to flow into his body, turning it into a stream of clear spring water to calm the changes in his brain. At the same time, he also mobilized the psychic power he had reserved as a backup and moved it outside the hypnosis ability to replicate the frequency of the wave. As a result, it directly increased the pressure on Ito-sei. Things that could have been completed in 2 or 3 hours had been delayed for 5 or 6 hours. During this time, Clarkson, who saw that Sei Ito didn't do anything to him, tried to use psychokinesis, electrical discharge, and electromagnetic control to deal with Sei Ito. However, all of them were neutralized by the Rubik's Cube's power. Even his sneak attack was countered by Sei Ito's instinctive counterattack, leaving a bruise on Sei Ito's body. Knowing that his resistance was useless, Clarkson could only obediently use his superpower according to Sei Ito's instructions. He hoped that after everything was over, Sei Ito would be kind enough to let him go, or at least temporarily, so that he could fulfill his promise. After 7.5 hours, Sei Ito, whose forehead was full of sweat, finally stopped Clarkson and said, "Stop." Phew. Clarkson, whose face was a little pale because of the large consumption of psychic power, immediately stopped his superpower. His breathing was slightly hurried, and he let out a long breath. "Colonel Clarkson, can you forcibly raise all the abilities you copied to LV7? Sei Ito asked after Clarkson took a moment to catch his breath. "No." Clarkson shook his head. "I can only forcibly raise the abilities of the same kind as me to LV7, but the abilities forcibly raised are still much weaker than those of the same kind. As for other types of abilities, I can only use them as they are, or find a similar and more powerful ability among the copied abilities to raise the power of another ability." Chapter 567. I see. Sei Ito nodded in understanding. At the same time, he thought to himself with some regret, in other words, I can't use him to upgrade all my abilities to LV7. But thinking about it, if Chris could raise all the temporarily copied abilities to LVL7, wouldn't he be invincible? How would other Espers survive then? Well, Colonel, you can rest here. As for the rest, I will arrange it later. Sei Ito said to Chris after erasing the regret in his heart. Then, without waiting for Chris to reply, he immediately disappeared in front of him and reappeared in the desolate area in the north. He closed his eyes and sat down cross-legged and began to analyze the mental perception fluctuations he got from Chris. Compared to the trouble of copying, the process of analyzing was much simpler. In less than 2 hours, Sei Ito had completely mastered the LV7 mental perception ability. However, the moment he mastered the ability, an extremely violent energy suddenly appeared in Ito-sei's brain, and it started to wander around his entire brain in an incomparably violent manner. F*CK, seeing the situation in his brain, Sei Ito immediately cursed in his heart. Since obtaining the 3 major abilities of teleportation, spiritual perception, and psychokinesis, Ito-sei, who knew that every upgrade would have such an effect, had already paid attention to his brain, but he still didn't expect the explosion of LV7 to be so strong. The violent energy generated instantly broke through several capillaries in the brain, making Ito-sei unconsciously dizzy. At this time, Seito didn't dare to waste any more time. He directly mobilized the power of the world and poured it into his body through the top of his head. While dealing with the congestion in his brain, he also let the power of the world repair the damage in his brain. This continued for more than 10 minutes, one broken and one repaired. The violent energy finally calmed down a little. Then, after a few minutes of wandering in his brain, it slowly shrank into a ball and merged into the junction between the brain stem and the left and right sides of his brain, emitting clear energy fluctuations and transforming the brain tissue. It finally stopped. Seeing that the situation in his brain had stabilized, Seito breathed a sigh of relief. But before he could finish his thought, the rapid growth of his mental power suddenly fluctuated violently, and he could clearly feel that it was increasing rapidly. The rapid increase in mental power caused Seito's head to swell with pain. Seeing this, Seito immediately endured the pain in his head. Using a special breathing technique, he quickly entered a state of emptiness and faintly awakened his innate spiritual sense, and used the mental power cultivation method to organize the mental power that was becoming more and more chaotic in his brain. After a few hours, after a long breath, Seito, the changes in his brain finally stabilized. At this time, Ito-sei, who withdrew from the hollow state, slowly opened his eyes. Two silver lights that were inadvertently revealed by the change of mental power immediately shot out from his eyes and left two slender silver lights in the air before slowly disappearing into the void. What a strong stimulation! With the current growth rate, within 4 to 5 years, my mental power will definitely suddenly reach the advanced stage, which is the world standard. If I also obtain the LV7 telekinesis and teleportation ability, I believe that this time will definitely be brought forward, Seito said as he felt the changes in his brain. Now, I might as well take advantage of the situation and get the LV7 hypnosis as well. Seito continued to think. Then he closed his eyes again and began to analyze the LV7 hypnosis fluctuations. Since it was a similar ability to his spiritual sense, Seito, who had already upgraded his spiritual sense to LV7, was able to analyze it with ease. It didn't take long for him to completely analyze the LV7 hypnosis fluctuations and upgrade his hypnosis ability to LV7. Since you brought me such a big surprise, I will let you go. I will let you out as promised. Ito-sei got up from the ground and patted the dust off his butt. He thought to himself. Then his figure flashed and reappeared in front of Chris. Let's go. Seito reached out and grabbed Chris, bringing him back to the absolutely pitiful world. Now, go and fulfill your promise. Seito reached out and patted Chris's shoulder. Without leaving a trace, he placed a spell on Chris's body and said softly, "Are you really going to let me go?" Chris looked at Seito with some surprise. "Of course I'm not letting you go. I'm just giving you a certain amount of free time to fulfill your promise. Once you fulfill your promise, I will naturally find you again and make you my captive," Seito said calmly with a face full of confidence. Although Clarkson's superpower was very powerful, and he could temporarily take over the superpowers of the people around him, as long as he could find the right time and place to do so, he would be able to take him down easily. Even if Clarkson managed to copy Clarkson's superpower, Clarkson, who was at the same level but had completely different combat skills, would not be able to do anything to him. "Thank you," Clarkson said sincerely. "Go." Seito waved his hand dismissively. Then, his figure flashed and reappeared near the river where Chris had first come from. He found a place to hide and train. With the appearance of Clarkson, Babel's prophecy class quickly sensed his presence once again. Then, he mobilized all the elite members, as well as Ken Margaya and Maley Ford, and rushed to the river. Babel and the rest of the American team had learned their lesson when they arrived at the scene. Without wasting any time, they charged at Chris, who was standing on the riverbank with a thoughtful look on his face. To Chris, a temporary combat team, like Babel and the American team, was the most suitable. Borrowing the strength of the East to fight against the West Wall, and using the South to extinguish the fire in the North, he could take care of them in a few moves. But after all, Chris was there to fulfill his promise. Not only were there his former subordinates in the temporary team, but there were also people who he wanted to borrow strength from. Therefore, he only used teleportation to seal them in the wall and did not hurt them at all. "Captain, don't you want to fulfill your promise?" At this time, Takaman Koichi, who was standing on the shore and doing nothing, suddenly shouted. "What?" Chris was shocked. He stopped what he was doing and looked at Takaman Koichi. "We're finally here." The next moment, a red sports car suddenly stopped on the road by the shore. Then, Dr. Kenmu, who had a crab hairstyle, got out of the sports car and went to the back seat to open the door. He leaned out and carried out an old lady with an oxygen mask over her mouth. He put her in a wheelchair that Shikamiya took out from the trunk and pushed her to Takaman Koichi's side. "Xiaoyi," Chris called out when he saw the woman in the wheelchair. More than 60 years ago, she saved Captain Chris. 2 weeks ago, the colonel who came to Japan to take up his post visited her. He knew that she would not live for long. Her last wish was to see her hometown, which had sunk under the dam, again. She said, 2 weeks ago, the colonel who came to Japan to take up his post visited her. To fulfill this wish, she needed the power of a powerful superpower. So, she thought of using the power of Maeli, who has the ability to control fluids, and Karu, who has the ability to teleport. But to summon the two of them, something very important had to happen. So, she thought of running away. This way, the Japanese and American governments would take action. She also used Ken, who was in the front, to provide us with the information we needed. "I'm right, Ken." Takaman Koichi looked at Ken Mikaya and asked, "Oh, everything was exposed. What should we do, Captain?" Ken shrugged and said. After a moment of silence, Chris spoke again. "This is a very personal matter. I can't ask you to do it." "But Captain," Ken Mikaya shouted. "Yes, this is our own decision. We won't cause you any trouble," Takaman Koichi shouted. Just as Chris was thinking, Kaoru Akashi, who was touched by the story, suddenly burst out with a stronger telekinesis than before. In an instant, she broke free from the shackles and shouted, "Don't worry, we will help you fulfill your promise." Then, without waiting for Chris to speak, she freed Mayali and Amezi Naomi from the shackles. Together, they flew over the water and shouted excitedly, "Let's go, cowgirl!" Then, the three of them activated their strongest telekinesis and swept the water in the dam into the air. Seeing this, Chris knew that this was a rare opportunity. Without hesitation, he also activated the telekinesis and water flow control that he had copied from others. Together, they made the water flow into the air at a faster speed. A few minutes later, the water in the dam was swept into the air by the powerful telekinesis, revealing the soil at the bottom of the dam. Then, a shabby Japanese-style house with moss on the roof and walls appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Seeing this, Okinogami, who did not help, immediately moved to the side with a woman named Xiaoyi, who was standing on the ground, and then consciously stepped aside to give the two of them some space. At this moment, a light like that of a jewel in a dark room suddenly lit up. Then, the shabby house was immediately restored to its original appearance. At the same time, the old woman named Xiaoyi also returned to her appearance from 60 years ago. Ministry of War, Kaiasuk. Seeing this, Sei Ito, who was also a LV-7 hypnotist, naturally knew what caused this and muttered to himself, "Thank you, Mr. Chris." Xiaoyi, who had returned to her youthful appearance, thanked Chris softly. "If you want to thank someone, thank everyone who helped me," Chris said embarrassedly. "Thank you so much," Xiaoyi said, looking at Clarkson with a happy smile. Chapter 568. P.S. Thank you to Nick Finney and Burning Crimson Knight for their tips. Thank you to YSK for your comments. That night, in the encampment of the Bell of Freedom, a superpower team from America station in Japan, Idosei's figure suddenly appeared with a change in space. Over there. After closing his eyes for a few seconds, Sei Ito immediately turned his head and looked at the three-story building in front of him. He then quietly sneaked over. Colonel, the Ministry of National Defense won't believe you. As soon as Sei Ito arrived at the building, Ken Mark Gaia's voice faintly came from the room. I know, but that's the truth. I'm ready to be judged by the country at any time. Immediately after, Chris's calm voice came out. Can we get some help from Japan? Meili Ford suggested. Judging from today's action, Babel's group seems to be easy to talk to, especially the director of those 3 kids. Maybe. Clarkson began. Before Chris finished his words, Sei Ito felt the space beside him suddenly fluctuate. Immediately, Chris, Ken Mark Gaia, and Meili Ford, who were originally talking in the room, appeared not far from Sei Ito. We can solve it ourselves. Chris looked at Sei Ito and said, You reacted quickly. Sei Ito, who knew that he was exposed, didn't hide anything. He looked at the 3 of them and chuckled. Are you the criminal who kidnapped Colonel Chris? How dare you break into the station of the Liberty Bell? How dare you? Meili clenched her fist in front of her chest and looked at Sei Ito. Then, she suddenly opened her clenched fist and shouted at Sei Ito. In an instant, a pink telekinetic light enveloped Sei Ito's body, and a powerful force restrained his movements. Feeling the telekinetic power outside his body, Sei Ito immediately curled up his body. Then, using his own telekinetic power, he immediately broke free from Meili's telekinetic imprisonment. Then he stretched out one hand toward the 3 people, and several lightning bolts flew out of Sei Ito's palm and shot toward Chris, Ken Mark Gaia, and Meili Ford. Seeing this, Meili immediately moved in front of Ken Mark Gaia. She stretched out her hands, and a telekinesis barrier immediately appeared in front of her, blocking the lightning that was flying towards her. Colonel Clarkson, on the other hand, directly launched the teleportation ability that he temporarily stole from Idosei. He suddenly appeared behind Idosei and released several lightning bolts with his hand. Have you heard of this story? Sei Ito followed suit and immediately used teleportation, suddenly appearing behind Ken Mark Gaia, who had a level 6 clairvoyance ability. While waving his hand to knock him out and put him into the Rubik's Cube world, he began to tell a sad story. A long, long time ago, in a forest in the north of Europe, there lived a family like this. Oh no, I don't want to hear it. Meili immediately cried out with grief and indignation. Have you heard of this story? Seeing Meili's change, Colonel Chris immediately asked. Colonel Clarkson immediately began to tell an infuriating story. In a small town in a certain country, there was a policewoman named Meili. She was sexy and beautiful, and at the same time, she had a pair of proud twin peaks. All the men in the town adored her. All the women were jealous. However, one day, when Meili was washing her hands in the bathroom of the police station, she suddenly heard these words. Meili, that woman's breasts are fake, right? Otherwise, how could they be so big? Mine isn't fake. Hearing the story, Meili immediately got rid of the influence of sadness and broke out with an even stronger psychokinesis, entangling with Sei Ito. Well, you're a colleague after all. You are very familiar with her likes and dislikes. Sei Ito chuckled when he saw Meili, who was just destroyed by him, suddenly burst out with a strong combat power. But it's useless, Sei Ito said, and used teleportation to retreat a distance. Then he pressed his right thumb on the back of the other 4 fingernails and flicked the smooth end of the 4 alloy bullets that suddenly appeared in front of his fingertips. Clang, 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 clang. 4 thin beams of orange light appeared in the corridor and shot towards Meili and Clarkson, who were in the same line. Boom, 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 boom. The next second, 4 loud noises sounded in the corridor one after another, and a large amount of white smoke immediately appeared in the corridor, blocking Meili's figure. Then, a burst of Walla Walla sounded in the corridor, and a large amount of rubble fell from the walls on both sides of Meili's position, revealing the empty square outside the building. At this time, more than 20 heavily armed soldiers appeared in the square, pointing their guns at Saito. Then, space flashed, and Colonel Chris, who was unharmed, and Mayali, who was panting, with some black dust on her face and bloodstains on her arms, appeared in the middle of the soldiers. "Fire!" Colonel Crescent ordered. In an instant, a large number of bullets were fired in the direction of Saito. Seeing this, Saito sneered and used teleportation in front of him. Then, a blue and white light curtain appeared in front of Saito, swallowing all the bullets that were fired at him. Then, the blue and white light curtain that suddenly appeared behind the group of soldiers spat out the bullets, allowing them to hit the group of soldiers. Although the soldiers were wearing bulletproof vests, they only protected the torso. Therefore, under a large number of bullets, the soldiers who were shot in the limbs immediately fell to the ground and screamed in pain. Among them, there were a few unlucky ones who were shot in the neck and died on the spot. "Stop!" Seeing this situation, Chris, who had telekinesis to protect himself, immediately shouted. But the moment his voice fell, an orange-red beam of light as thick as two adults' arms suddenly cut through the night sky and bombarded the crowd. Boom! The explosion sounded like a missile attack in an instant, and a mass of fire mixed with black smoke immediately rose from the ground. A large number of broken stones and broken limbs sprayed out in all directions from the fire, making a loud noise when they hit the ground. Then, Saito used teleportation and instantly appeared in front of Mayali, who was blown out of the fire by the shockwave of the explosion. With telekinesis added to his fist, he punched Mayali's chest. Humph! Both of their telekinesis levels were at LV6, so even after the telekinesis added to his fist neutralized Mayali's telekinesis defense, a powerful force still hit her body, causing her to instinctively let out a painful groan. Seizing the opportunity, Ito-sei didn't stop moving. While his left hand grabbed Mayali's throat, his right foot hooked Mayali's ankle from behind her leg. Then he moved his body and bent over to smash Mayali's head on the ground. Bang! A muffled sound immediately sounded. A small crack full of cracks spread out in all directions from the back of Mayali's head as the center. Then Saito's ability changed and directly used his LV6 electric discharge ability to electrocute Mayali. Mayali, whose telekinesis defense was shaken by the impact, immediately let out a painful scream under the electric shock. After a moment, her eyes rolled back and she completely fainted. Seeing this, Saito moved his mind and also put Mayali into the Rubik's Cube world. "Now you're the only one left, Colonel Clarkson." Saito straightened up, turned to look at Colonel Clarkson, and said, "Now you're going to follow me obediently, or are you going to be forcefully taken away by me? If you can, then come." Colonel Clarkson said in a deep voice. "TSK." Saito heard this and immediately used instant transmission to appear behind Colonel Clarkson. However, at this time, Clarkson's figure disappeared and also used instant transmission to disappear in front of Saito. Saito sensed slightly and immediately found the trajectory of Clarkson's teleportation. Then he used instant transmission and appeared there together with Clarkson. Seeing Saito appear beside him, Clarkson's pupils shrank and used instant transmission again. Ito-sei on the side did not hesitate and also used instant transmission to track them. Just like this, the two of them quickly shuttled through the base of the main nation's supernatural forces station in Japan. However, the result was the same every time, no matter how Clarkson teleported. Ito Chingdu appeared with him like a maggot in a tarsal bone. Too troublesome. Seeing that Clarkson was planning to run again, Saito felt a little annoyed and decided not to be stingy with his psychic energy. He completely released his powerful psychic energy and covered the entire base of the supernatural forces. Then his psychic energy fluctuated violently and disrupted all the spatial points within a range. Unprepared, Clarkson hurriedly used instant transmission and directly embedded himself in the ground, leaving only an arm, legs, and 5 eyes on the ground. Capture complete. Ito-sei activated Shrink and appeared in front of Clarkson. He bent down and cuffed Clarkson's wrists with the superpower restraining handcuffs. Then, the Rubik's Cube world opened and sucked Clarkson and the cement ground into the Rubik's Cube world. Then, Seito leaped and flew above the base of the supernatural forces. He stretched out his hands and gathered a large ball of lightning and threw it down into the base below. The ball of lightning slowly fell into the base of the supernatural forces. The moment it touched the ground, it exploded and turned into countless lightning bolts of varying thickness that bombarded the buildings in the base. A series of explosions immediately sounded from the base, echoing in the night sky. Seeing this, Seito did not stay any longer. He turned around and flew away at high speed. Not long after he left, a large number of police cars, fire trucks, and Babel's armed helicopters arrived at the base, which had already turned into a sea of fire and began to rescue the base. On the other side, Seito found a relatively hidden place and returned to the Rubik's Cube world. Without wasting any time, he directly threw Ken Mark Gaia, Maley Ford, and Clarkson into a large prison and locked them up in single cells. Then, he returned to the room in the central area and continued to cultivate his psychic energy. In the blink of an eye, it was already the next day. This morning, Seito, who reappeared in the absolute pitiful world, did not wait outside the Babel building as usual. Instead, he went straight to the Rubik's Benmu Elementary School and found the principal of the school. He used hypnotism to obtain a teaching qualification in the school and taught all the fourth-grade students about nature. The wooden sliding door was open from the outside. Then, Seito, who was dressed as a teacher and had a pair of flat glasses on his face, changed his appearance to that of a 20-something years old. He looked very gentlemanly. And the head teacher of the fourth-grade class, 3 walked into the classroom together with a female teacher. The female teacher walked to the front of the podium, pressed her hands on the podium, and looked at the students in front of her and said, "Students, from today onwards, the science class will be taught by this teacher." Then, the female teacher turned her head and looked at Seito, who was standing by the door, and said, "Mr. Ito, please come up and introduce yourself to everyone." "Okay." Seito looked up and gently pushed the glasses on his face with a smile. Then, he slowly walked to the podium that the female teacher gave up. He reached out and picked up the chalk in the chalk box, turned around, and wrote his name on the blackboard with a few strokes. Then, he turned back to the elementary school students and said with a smile, "Hello, everyone. I am the new nature teacher. My name is Seito. Please take care of me in the future." "Yes," the elementary school students replied in a sparse voice. "Mr. Ito, I won't disturb your class anymore. I'll take my leave first." Seeing that Seito had finished introducing himself to the students in her class, the female teacher said, "Okay, thank you, Mr. XXX." Seito smiled and thanked her. "It's nothing." The female teacher smiled and shook her head. Then, she turned around and opened the sliding door, turned around and walked out. Before she left, she closed the sliding door again. "Before the class, I would like to introduce myself to the students so that I can get to know everyone," Seito said. Then he turned his head and looked at the female student in the first row by the window on his right. "Let's start with you." "Yes, Mr. Ito," the female student replied. Then, she stood up from her seat and introduced herself. "I am Awasa Shai. I am Ueda Mo. I am Keru Akashi." Keru Akashi, who was at the end of the first row, stood up and said loudly, "I am Okinogami." Okinogami, who was sitting next to Keru Akashi, stood up and said, "I am Miyazihue." After 2 more rounds, Miyazihue stood up and introduced herself. Then, there were 2 more rounds. Seito memorized the names and appearances of all the students in the class. Now, let's officially start the class. Students, please turn to page 43. After the self-introduction, Seito pretended to open the teaching materials and began his lecture. Chapter 569. Although Seito had never been a teacher before, he had seen a pig run before. Imitating the teachers on TV and in real life, Seito was very easy to fool a group of primary school students. Therefore, after the class, Seito, who was good-looking, amiable, and not inflexible in his lectures, was immediately welcomed by the students. He smoothly integrated into the class of grade 4 class 3. After the class, seeing Seito leave the classroom, Sonokamiya asked Okinogami, who was sitting beside her, "Why? Did you have a strange feeling when we were in the science class?" "No, what's wrong?" Okinogami looked at Sonokamiya strangely. "What about Kaoru?" Sonokamiya did not immediately answer Okinogami's question. Instead, she looked at Kaoru Akashi, who was sitting at the table. "Me neither." Kaoru Akashi shook her head. "What's wrong?" Okinogami asked again. "Maybe it's my illusion. When we were in the class, I kept having the feeling that I was being watched and surrounded by something." Sonokamiya frowned and said, "I didn't feel it." Okinogami shook her head and looked at Kaoru Akashi. "Me too," Kaoru Akashi said. Then she looked at Sonokamiya with a smile and said, "Maybe it's your illusion. Have you reached the age of being sentimental?" With Kaoru Akashi's help, Sonokamiya did not dwell on the feeling she had just now. She smiled and watched Kaoru Akashi and Kono Higashida quarrel. The next day, the feeling appeared again. In Seito's science class, Sonokamiya whispered to Okinogami, who was sitting beside her, with a strange expression. "Really?" Okinogami raised her hand and pushed the glasses on her face up. She closed her eyes and sensed it. After a while, she opened her eyes and whispered to Sonokamiya, "I still don't feel it." "Why? Hikari, what are you guys talking about?" Akashi-kuru, who saw Okinogami and Hikari whispering to each other, asked. "Nogami-kue, Akashi-kuru, Miyazihue, what are you three doing?" Seito stopped moving and looked at the three with a smile. "We were just talking about it." "Teacher, your story is so vivid." Hearing their names being called, the three of them immediately stood up from their seats. Among them, Zihue Miyagi lied calmly. "Yes, teacher's lecture is too good," Nogami Kwai said with a dry smile. "What about you, Akashi Kaoru?" Seito asked Akashi Kuru, who was rubbing the back of her head. That, all right, I don't really understand what the teacher is talking about, so I want to ask Nogami and Miya for guidance. Akashi Kuru stuttered for a moment before her eyes suddenly lit up. He said loudly, "Oh, is that so?" Seito shifted his gaze to Ogami Kwai and Miya Zihue. Yes. Nogami Kwai and Miya Zihue quickly nodded in agreement. "Okay then, I'll let go this time. But in the future, if you don't understand something, just ask me directly. Don't whisper to each other." Seito looked at Akashi Kaoru and said, "Yes, teacher." Akashi Kaoru quickly responded. As for Nogami and Miya Zihue, although you said that my lesson was very vivid and made me feel very happy, this can't cover up the fact that you disturbed the other students. So, apologize to everyone." Seito said. "Yes." Nogami Kwai and Miya Zihue responded, then apologized to the whole class. "Sorry. Okay, you two sit down, don't disturb the other students," Seito said after seeing that the two had finished apologizing. "Yes, teacher." The two quickly responded, then returned to their seats with Akashi Kaoru. They looked at each other, quietly exhaled, and relaxed. After the commotion, Chiaki Mitsuya forgot about the special feeling she had just experienced. Then, the third day, the fourth day, the fifth day. Just like that, Seito became a nature teacher in prefectural Rapamu Elementary School for a week. I finally recorded the daily psychic waves of the three of them. During the weekend, Seito, who was wandering around the streets because the students were on holiday, thought to himself, "Now, all that's left is the psychic waves when they use their abilities." That's... At this moment, the figures of a boy and a girl flashed through the crowd. Although the two figures disappeared very quickly, almost in an instant, the girl's appearance still attracted Seito's attention. Then, Seito put aside his other thoughts and quickly followed. Soon, he found the two figures that caught his attention in the crowd. "It's really her, Miya Zihue." Ito-sei thought to himself after confirming the figure that caught his attention. Then, he immediately used instant transmission and suddenly appeared beside Shiaki Mitsuya. Before she could react, he grabbed her collar and quickly disappeared with her. "It's you. What do you want?" Mia Zihue, who was being teleported by Sei Ito, stuttered. "Don't worry, I won't hurt you, I just need a favor," Sei Ito, who was also teleporting, stuttered. After a while, Ito-sei, who had completely escaped from the crowd, finally stopped using instant transmission. Then he reached out and grabbed Shika Mitsuya's left hand and destroyed the ring-shaped limiter on her middle finger. "Give me your phone." Sei Ito looked at Mia Zihue and said. Knowing that she could not resist, Mia Zihue obediently took out her phone and handed it to Sei Ito. Sei Ito took the phone and turned off the power. Then, he threw it into the Rubik's Cube world and blocked the internal communication device. "Okay, we're going to teleport again." Seito bent down and hugged Mia Zihue. Then, he activated his telekinesis and flew into the sky. "If you want to investigate, go ahead." During the flight, Seito, who felt a special wave invading his brain, lowered his head and smiled at Mia Zihue. "Because that's why I asked you to come here." "Why?" Mia Zihue, who could not detect any information at all, stopped using her ability and asked. "Don't stop. Keep using your ability on me until I think it's okay." Seito first asked, then said, "You don't need to know this. You just need to know that the more you cooperate with me, the sooner you'll be released." "I got it." Mia Zihue was silent for a moment before she agreed. Then, she activated her ability on Seito again. At this time, Seito, who had been flying for a while, suddenly used teleportation and disappeared in midair. After a few flashes, he appeared in a forest. Then, Seito randomly found a place for himself and Mia Zihue to sit down. Then, he silently sensed Mia Zihue's mental wave. "That's enough." After about an hour, Seito said to Mia Zihue. Hearing this, Mia Zihue didn't say anything and stopped her superpower. "Rest here. I'll send you back later." Seito let go of Mia Zihue's hand and smiled. "What's your purpose?" Mia Zihue asked when she saw that Seito was not going to do anything to her. "I don't have a purpose. I'm just interested in your abilities." Seito replied with a smile. "You?" Mia Zihue keenly caught a word in Ito-sei's words and said, "Yes, you." Seito answered with certainty. Then he sighed helplessly, but Ogami Koei and Akashi Kiru's abilities are too difficult to deal with. It's not as easy to deal with them as you are. Also, you have Kayasuk from the Ministry of War protecting you. With my current ability, it's really troublesome to deal with him. "We have Kayasuk from the Ministry of War protecting us?" Mia Zihue asked in surprise. "Yes." Seito nodded. Then, the two of them fell into silence and sat down to rest. After a while, Seito got up and walked to Mia Zihue. He extended his hand and said, "Okay, I'll send you back now." "Oh." Mia Zihue responded in a low voice and raised her hand to hold Seito's hand. She stood up and let Seito take her back to Yodo City. A few minutes later, the two of them returned to Yodo City and appeared near the Babel headquarters building. "We're here." Looking at the Babel building not far away, Seito said softly. Then, he took out Mia Zihue's phone and handed it to her. "Return it to its rightful owner." "Thank you for today, and goodbye." Seito, who saw Mia Zihue take back the phone, rubbed her head and said with a smile. Then, he immediately used instant transmission and disappeared in front of Mia Zihue. "Now, I only need instant transmission and psychokinesis." Seito, who entered the Rubik's Cube world from another position, thought to himself. Then, he returned to the room in the central area and sat cross-legged with his eyes closed to analyze Mia Zihue's superpower. Mia Zihue's superpower was contact sensing, which was an ability to trace information by touching and perceiving the psychic waves left on objects. It was an ability similar to spiritual perception. In terms of some characteristics, it could even be said to be a branch of spiritual perception. Therefore, Sei Ito, who already had LV7 spiritual perception, didn't spend much effort to analyze it. He quickly completed the analysis and raised his contact sensing to LV7. At this point, Sei Ito raised all the superpowers in the absolute pitiful world, except for reliance, to LV7. After finishing the analysis, Sei Ito got up from the ground. His figure flashed and appeared in the prison, standing in front of Clarkson's cell. Bang! Ito-sei reached out and opened the door to Chris's cell. He lowered his body and walked in. I need you to help me with something. If you do it well, I can promise to restore your freedom and even restore the freedom of your subordinates, Mayali and Ken, Sei Ito said to Clarkson, who was looking at him silently in front of him. At the same time, Ito-sei sent a portion of his consciousness directly to the willpower in the void, mobilizing the power of the willpower to influence Chris's subconscious. Chapter 570. P.S. Thank you to 1577478860 for the tip. Under the influence of the willpower, Chris's strong mental defenses began to waver. He began to consider the pros and cons of agreeing to Seiji's request. After all, the willpower was able to influence a person's thoughts through their subconscious mind. This kind of influence was silent and traceless. So even Chris, who had reached LV7 with his psychic senses, didn't notice it at all. He thought that the thoughts were coming from his own mind. Seeing the slight change in Chris's expression due to the willpower, Seito flipped his palm and quietly held the ECCM in his hand. He activated his LV7 hypnosis ability, silently affecting Chris's consciousness from the outside. Under this double influence, Chris's already wavering mental defenses quickly cracked open, allowing Sei Ito's hypnosis ability to invade and affect Chris's consciousness. At the same time, the willpower increased its influence, slowly influencing Chris's thoughts while continuing to break through his mental defenses. This made Sei Ito's hypnosis even more successful. What do you want me to do? Chris, who still hadn't realized that there was something wrong with him, asked. It's very simple. Use your ability to copy the teleportation ability of the Japanese Babel organization's LV7 ability user, Okinogami, and then use it to let me record the changes in your psychic waves, Seito said as he continued to influence Chris. What's the use of that? Everyone's psychic waves are different. Even if I copy that girl's ability, by the time I use it again, it'll already be at my psychic frequency. I won't be able to get her psychic data at all, Chris said in surprise. What I want isn't anyone's psychic data. What I want is the core frequency that's encrypted and hidden in the psychic data, Seito explained. What? There's already a device that can detect the core frequency of psychic power? Chris exclaimed in surprise. I'm not relying on a device. I'm relying on this. Seito sneered and pointed to his head. How was that possible? Chris exclaimed in shock. Nothing's impossible. Ito-sei curled his lips disdainfully and explained, in everyone's brain, there are a large number of unused parts and computing abilities. However, as long as this part is activated by special means, it can be used. Using special methods, the computing power obtained is several times greater than even the most advanced devices. Oh God! Hearing Seito's explanation, Chris, who knew what he meant, exclaimed in disbelief. What do you think? Do you want to cooperate with me? Ito-sei looked at Chris and asked again. How can you guarantee that after we work? You'll keep your promise, Clarkson asked, regaining his composure. I can't guarantee. You can only choose to believe it or not. You know, you're still my prisoner. Ito-sei glanced at the prisoner's uniform Chris was wearing and said softly. As soon as he heard those words, Chris's head bowed as he began to think about his gains and losses. At the same time, Seito activated his hypnosis ability. Using Xiao Yi as a blueprint, he constructed an illusion in Chris's mind and pulled Chris's thoughts into it. Under the influence of the prison's ECM facility, Chris, who couldn't use his psychic power at all, fell into the illusion without any resistance. Tempted by Xiao Yi, he walked into the house that had already sunk under the dam and lived the daily life that Chris had imagined. But just as Clarkson was about to indulge himself, a pitch-black hand suddenly reached out from the void and grabbed Xiao Yi, who was in the room, and lifted her up into the sky. Xiao Yi. Chris, who had returned to his youthful appearance in the illusion, hurriedly ran out of the house and chased after the big black hand. Plop! Just then, another pair of black hands suddenly appeared under Chris's feet and grabbed his legs. Chris fell to the ground uncontrollably. Then, more black hands emerged from the ground and grabbed Chris's body. He watched as Xiao Yi gradually turned into a small dot and disappeared into the sky. Xiao Yi. Seeing that Xiao Yi had completely disappeared, Clarkson cried out in despair. Do you want Xiao Yi? If you want, then accept my contract and become my subordinate. Suddenly, an ethereal voice sounded in the sky, speaking to Chris, who was lying on the ground crying. What contract? Clarkson's eyes widened. He struggled to raise his head and shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, a black apple suddenly fell from the sky. It fell on the ground in front of Chris and rolled towards him. Eat it, complete the contract, and I'll return Xiao Yi to you. The ethereal voice said. Okay, I'll eat it. Chris roared. Then, like a worm, he moved his body to the apple and bit into it. Crunch! A crisp sound rang out, and the piece of apple that had been bitten off immediately turned into liquid. It flowed through Chris's open mouth and into his body. Ugh! Chris felt a lump in his throat. Then his eyes rolled back and he fainted. In the outside world, Chris, who had been in deep thought all this time, suddenly froze. His eyes suddenly became confused, and the light in his eyes quickly disappeared. Then, in the next moment, a deep light suddenly burst out. It flickered twice and then disappeared into the depths of his pupils. Only then did Clarkson regain his composure. Sir! Chris stood up and called out to Saito. The ability to hypnotize people and mobilize the subconscious to create a realistic illusion is indeed powerful. As long as the person is immersed in it, they can achieve the goal of complete control. The only troublesome thing is that they have to know the secrets in everyone's heart. Although it can be said that touch and telepathy can sense the other person's heart, there are limits to this ability. It won't work on people with strong willpower or other special people. Saito ignored Chris and continued to ponder. In other words, it can only be used on special circumstances or on ordinary people. What useless ability. I don't know how the woman in the Dark Shadow Ghost organization brainwashed people in this pitiful world to the extent that they wouldn't even hesitate to commit suicide. It's really puzzling. Saito thought. Then, he waved his hand and threw Chris's clothes to him. Okay, change your clothes and come with me. Yes. Chris nodded and took the clothes from Saito's hands. He turned around and went to a nearby room to change. After a while, Chris returned to his black trousers, white shirt, black tie, a flesh-colored vest, a white scarf around his neck, and a black high-collared trench coat. Seeing that Chris had changed his clothes, Saito led him out of the cell and into the surveillance office. Doyo, this is Clarkson, your new colleague, Ito Seiji said to Doyo, who was sitting in the main seat and eating desserts. Ah, yes. When Do-Yui heard Saito's voice, she hurriedly swallowed the dessert in her mouth and stood up from her seat. At this time, Saito suddenly reached out and grabbed Do-Yui's chin. He pulled her in front of him and licked the corner of Do-Yui's mouth. Then, he let go of her and said, "The residue is stuck to your face." Yes. Do-Yui's face was red because of Saito's sudden attack. Take this. Saito sat on a main seat and threw the ECCM wristband in his hand to Chris. In the future, if I don't summon you, you will assist the management in conducting a second investigation of the prisoners in the prison. Give me their information. Yes. Chris took the wristband and replied. Do-Yui, when it's time to change shifts, introduce Chris to Tamiko and Junjun. Then, get Tamikawa Yumi out of the cell and have her follow Chris to investigate the prisoners. Remember, try not to let Tamikawa Yumi use her superpower to touch the prisoners. Let Chris do it. Saito turned around and looked at Do-Yui, whose face was still red, but who had raised his head again. Yes. Do-Yui replied. Okay, that's all I have to say. Saito looked at Do-Yui and Chris. Then, he reached out and grabbed a piece of dessert on the table. The moment he was about to put it in his mouth, he disappeared from the office and returned to the room in the central area. After swallowing the dessert, he closed his eyes and sat cross-legged to cultivate. 2 days later, it was Monday. Sei Ito once again changed into a nature teacher and went to the prefectural Roppongi Elementary School to begin his teaching career. There's so many invisible guards. It seems that my kidnapping of Mia Zihue had a big impact. On the way to the teacher's office, Sei Ito felt no less than 5 spatial anomalies. But this spatial camouflage technology is a bit inferior. The traces are too obvious. It's far less advanced than the large-scale spatial camouflage technology that will be mastered by the Ministry of War's Jingjia's Pandora organization 2.5 years later, let alone compared to the Black Sphere stealth technology. I just don't know if Pandora has started their research on the other technology. I'm very interested in that technology. Sei Ito thought as he walked into the office. Good morning, Sensei Ito. A male teacher sitting in the office greeted him with a smile. Good morning, Sensei Morishita. Sei Ito politely returned the greeting. Oh, by the way, Sensei Ito, the principal is looking for you. The male teacher named Morishita was about to lower his head and continue with his work, but then he looked at Sei Ito again and said, Oh, okay. Thank you, Sensei Morishita. Sei Ito was surprised when he heard this and thanked him. Then, he turned around and walked out of the office toward the principal's office on the top floor. Dang, dang, dang. Sei Ito, who was standing outside the principal's office, reached out and knocked on the door. Come in. Then, a man's heavy voice sounded. Click. Sei Ito unlocked the door and pushed the door open and walked into the principal's office. After making sure that there were no outsiders, he closed the door and looked at the principal. What's the matter? Chapter 571. P.S. Thanks to Nickfany 1577478860 and Cute Girl for their tips. It's like this. Babbel's people have been investigating you for the past 2 days. The principal stood up from his seat and looked at Sei Ito. Is that so? Sei Ito frowned and thought to himself. It seems that the kidnapping of Mia Hikari has attracted a lot of attention. I have to speed things up. I understand. Sei Ito raised his head and said to the principal, You don't have to worry about that. Just let them investigate. All right, the principal replied. Then Ito Sei waved his hand, turned around, and left the principal's office. He walked slowly to the rooftop of the teaching building, locked the steel door that connected to the rooftop, and released Clarkson with a thought. Sir. Chris appeared on the rooftop and called out. Activate your ability. Sei Ito said calmly. Yes, Clarkson replied, and activated his superpower. Sir, it's done. Chris looked at Sei Ito and said, Use your LV7 teleport and open up a different dimension to take us in. Sei Ito walked to Chris and ordered. Yes, Clarkson replied. Then he opened his arms and activated his teleportation ability, wrapping himself and Ito Sei in a special bubble and shrinking them into a different space in the interlayer of space. The moment Chris used his teleport ability, Oki no Gami, who was in class, was stunned. She frowned. What's wrong? Mia Hikari asked softly when she noticed the change in Oki's expression. I felt a strong, continuous spatial fluctuation. Oki no Gami whispered, It's in the school. Is that so? Mia Hikari said softly. Then she suddenly stood up and said, Teacher, Oki no Gami is not feeling well. I want to ask for leave to take her to the infirmary. Oki no Gami was stunned when she heard Mia Hikari's words. Then she immediately reacted and covered her abdomen with both hands, lowering her head and pretending to be in pain. The language teacher immediately walked to Oki no Gami and asked with concern, Nogami, are you in pain? Do you want me to send you to the hospital? No need, teacher. Maybe it's because I ate something bad in the morning. I'll go to the infirmary and get some medicine. Oki pretended to be in pain. Really? The language teacher asked to confirm. Yes. Oki no Gami replied. Okay then. Hearing Oki no Gami's words, the language teacher didn't say anything else. She turned to Mia Zihue and said, Mia, please take care of Nogami. Oki Nogami Nogami and Nogami Nogami and Nogami Nogami Nogami. She reached out to help Oki Nogami, who was pretending to have abdominal pain, up. At the same time, when the language teacher wasn't paying attention, she secretly winked at Kaoru Akashi. Seeing Mia Zihue's wink, Kaori Akashi quickly put down the textbook in her hand and stood up. Teacher, I'll go and help. She didn't wait for the teacher to reply. She quickly caught up with Oki Nogami and Oki Nogami. She pretended to hold Oki Nogami's other arm, and the three of them walked out of the classroom. What's wrong? Just then, the limiter on Oki Nogami's left middle finger lit up, and Koichi Norimoto's voice came from the ring. Oki said that she sensed a strong and continuous spatial fluctuation in the school. We're going to check it out. Oki Nogami replied. Do you know the exact location? Hearing Mia Zihue's words, Hirobin Koichi hurriedly asked. Wait. Oki Nogami, who was no longer pretending to be sick, closed her eyes and sensed seriously. She opened her eyes and said, Found it. It's on the rooftop. Got it. Find a place and wait. I'll ask the invisible guards to check it out. Koichi Norimoto said, and then cut off the communication with Oki Nogami. On the other side, the invisible guards who received the order immediately rushed to the rooftop. Huh, that's troublesome. Seito, who also noticed the arrival of the guards, frowned and whispered softly. He turned to Chris and said, Stop. We'll leave first and continue later. Yes. Chris responded and then quickly returned to reality from the alternate dimension and disappeared from the rooftop with Seito. The moment the two of them disappeared, several invisible people armed with guns and wearing specially made battle suits rushed up one after another from the door of the rooftop, the wall on one side, and the spare external staircase. Reporting, no suspicious person found. After a careful inspection, an invisible guard reported. Leave 3 people on the rooftop in case they appear again. The rest of you return to your posts and continue to protect. Koichi Norimoto's voice came out. Yes. Several invisible guards responded and left 3 people on the rooftop. The rest returned to the teaching building and continued to protect the students. 10 minutes later, when the others relaxed a little, Seito and Chris appeared on the rooftop again. There's still people here. Seito, who sensed the anomaly in the space, immediately released his hypnosis ability and hypnotized the 3 invisible guards on the rooftop. Okay, let's continue. Seito turned to Chris after dealing with the 3 guards. Chris nodded and once again opened his arms and activated his teleportation ability. He wrapped himself and Seito in a special bubble and merged into the crack in space. Shika, Okiogami, who was lying in the health room, was surrounded by Shika Mitsuya, Kaoru Akashi, Senri Hinai, and Higashiya. Shika Mitsuya put her hand on Okiogami's body and asked telepathically, What's wrong? That spatial fluctuation appeared again. The location is still on the rooftop. Okiogami said telepathically. I know. Shika Mitsuya replied telepathically and then let go of her hand. She said to the other 3, I'll go out for a while. After that, she turned around and walked out of the health room. She turned on her communicator and contacted Koichi Tashimoto, reporting the situation that Okiogami sensed. Really? Wait a moment. Koichi Tashimoto's voice came from the limiter. Shika, the 3 guards on the rooftop are in good condition. They didn't find anything unusual. Koichi Tashimoto said, If the 3 guards are fine and didn't find anything unusual, then the only possibility is that there's another hypnotist among them. Shika Mitsuya speculated. Or they have hypnosis abilities. Could it be? Koichi Tashimoto was shocked. Then he said urgently, Go back to Kaoru Akashi. I'll take care of it. After that, he hung up and contacted the other combat personnel. At the same time, Koichi Tashimoto, who had been waiting in the command vehicle outside the school, hurriedly picked up the metal box beside him and took his pistol. He entered the school through the back door and ran toward the rooftop. Whoosh! The door of the infirmary was open from the outside, and Miyazuhue's figure walked in from the outside. Ring, ring, ring. But in the next second, a rapid bell rang throughout the school, reminding the students that it was time for class. Senri, Higashi, go back first. Kaoru and I will stay here with you. Shika Mitsuya said to the other two after she returned to Okiogami's side. Okay then. Senri Hanai looked at Okiogami hesitantly and nodded. I will help you explain to the teacher. Then she ran out of the health room with Higashi and rushed back to the classroom of Year 4 Class 3. How is it? After the two of them left, Okinogami immediately took off the blanket that Jokai had placed on her, sat up, and asked Mitsuya Zihue. Koichi Tashimoto has already ordered the invisible guards to investigate, but I have a bad feeling. Shika Mitsuya said. What's wrong? Kaoru Akashi asked with a puzzled expression. They might have a hypnotic ability user. Although I don't know how strong they are, from the fact that the three invisible guards didn't notice, they should be at least LV4 or above. So, even if we send more invisible guards, it won't be effective. Shika Mitsuya explained. Not to mention, they have spatial abilities. Hypnotic ability, spatial abilities, you mean? Okiogami guessed. What? Kaoru Akashi still didn't understand. Sigh. Miyazuhue looked at Kaori Akashi and sighed. She explained, I'm saying that the guy up there might be Kayasuke from the Ministry of War. Only he has the ability to teleport and hypnotize, and he won't do anything to us after coming to school. Kayasuke, Kaoru Akashi shouted in shock. What do we do now? Okiogami asked. Koichi Tashimoto told us to stay here and wait for orders, but from his tone, he might go to rooftop himself. Shika Mitsuya looked at Okiogami and Kaoru Akashi and said, How can we do that? Let's follow him. Kaoru Akashi said hurriedly. She didn't wait for Shika Mitsuya and Okiogami to stop her and quickly ran out of the infirmary. Let's go too. Okiogami jumped off the bed and ran out of the infirmary with Shika Mitsuya. Bang! A muffled sound suddenly sounded on the rooftop, and then the door that was locked by Ito-sei was pushed open. Then Hito Koichi, who was wearing a suit, carrying an iron suitcase, and holding a pistol, rushed out. It's you. He frowned when he saw that it wasn't Kayasuke from the Ministry of War, but Sei Ito. However, the gun was still pointed at Sei Ito's body. I didn't expect to lure you out. Since it's like this, I'll capture you here. Sei Ito said to Koichi Tashimoto as he slowly came out of the dimension. Don't move. Koichi Tashimoto shouted again. Ito-sei completely ignored Kimoto Koichi's words and directly launched instant transmission and appeared behind Kimoto Koichi, waving his hand and chopping his neck, knocking him out. As an ordinary person, you want to point a gun at a superpower user whose level and ability are unknown. I really don't know what you're thinking. Ito-sei stretched out his hand to catch Tashimoto Koichi, who fell to the ground, and used hypnotism to continue to control the perception of the invisible guards around him. He took Tashimoto Koichi back into the different space and continued to record the fluctuation of the level 7 teleportation. Koichi Tashimoto. A minute later, with a loud shout, Kaori Akashi's figure suddenly rushed out of the open door and arrived at the rooftop. Koichi Tashimoto. At this time, Kaoru Akashi, who saw Koichi Tashimoto, shouted. Then he looked at Ito-sei with a ferocious face and shouted, So it's you? Let go of Koichi Tashimoto. Koichi Tashimoto? As another voice sounded, Okinogami and Shiki Mitsuya appeared on the rooftop. It's you. Shiki Mitsuya said in surprise when she saw Sei Ito's face. She then looked at Koichi Tashimoto, who was in Sei Ito's hand, and asked, What are you doing? It's little Shiki. Sei Ito looked at Shiki Mitsuya and smiled. Do you remember what I said in the force that day? I'm very interested in the abilities of the three of you. And this guy is just my insurance. Then Ito-sei gestured to the three of them with Terabin Koichi in his hand. You bastard. Hearing Sei Ito's words, the impulsive Kaoru Akashi immediately raised her hand and was about to use telekinesis to grab Koichi Tashimoto. Kaoru, stop. Okinogami saw this and quickly blocked Kaoru Akashi. Oki, what are you doing? Kaoru Akashi shouted. Are you going to kill Koichi Tashimoto? Oki no Gami stared at Kaoru Akashi like a little female cat. Why would I? Kaoru Akashi retorted. Koichi Tashimoto is now in a different dimension. If you use telekinesis to break through that layer of protection, the resulting chaotic space will randomly teleport the three of them. Koichi Tashimoto might be killed in the chaotic teleportation. Oki no Gami explained. Damn it. Kaoru Akashi slowly lowered her hand and cursed unwillingly. Hey, what do you want to let Koichi Tashimoto go? Oki no Gami turned around and looked at Seito. It's very simple. Just stand there and don't move. Wait until I say it's okay. Seito smiled. What do you mean? Kaoru Akashi frowned and asked. Listen to him. He did the same thing when he kidnapped me last time. Shiki Mitsuya walked to Oki no Gami and Kaoru Akashi and said softly, It's very convenient with Shiki around. Seito smiled. But if you dare to hurt Koichi Tashimoto, we won't let you go. When the time comes, I'll make you suffer. Shiki Mitsuya stared at Seito coldly. Don't worry. Since I want to benefit from you, I won't hurt him. Seito said. He then ignored Shiki Mitsuya, Kaoru Akashi, and Oki no Gami and focused on sensing the frequency of Koichi Tashimoto's energy waves. Just like that, more than 2 hours later, it's done. Seito suddenly spoke. Then, Kaoru Akashi, Oki no Gami, and Shiki Mitsuya watched as he left the alternate dimension and returned to reality. Chapter 572. Now, it's back to its rightful owner. Seito gently placed Kimoto Koichi on the ground. He looked at Akashi Kaoru and the other two and said, I'm glad you cooperated with me this time. I hope we can work together again next time. After saying that, his figure flashed, and he disappeared from the rooftop with Clarkson. Now all that's left is psychokinesis. Seito thought to himself as he returned to the Rubik's Cube. Then, he threw Chris back into the prison and appeared in the desolate area in the northern part of the Rubik's Cube. He closed his eyes and sat cross-legged on the ground, analyzing the core waves of his LV-7 teleportation ability. A few hours later, a cold wave appeared in his mind again and flowed through his brain like a gust of wind. It froze Seito's brain like real ice for a few minutes. Finally, it shrank into a green stream of light and merged with the tissue in the center of his right brain. Seito successfully upgraded his teleportation ability to LV-7. Phew. After all the changes were over, Matsura Ito exhaled a breath that was still a little cold. He opened his eyes and thought to himself, Fortunately, this time it was just a brain modification. It made my brain more attuned to space and easier to feel the fluctuations of space and the active points of space. It was not like the spiritual perception that made my spiritual power go berserk. Otherwise, it would be painful for several days. And things are just as expected. After getting LV-7 instant transmission, the brain has been transformed and the growth rate of my mental strength has increased a lot. It has reduced the time of entering Class A from 4 or 5 years to the current 3 or 4 years. Itsunari, who could feel the growth rate of his mental strength clearly again, thought to himself, Now, I'll adapt to the changes in my body for a few days and meditate to control my mental strength. Then I'll go out and deal with psychokinesis. Seito made up his mind. He closed his eyes and sank into deep meditation. He began to cultivate his mental strength. That felt so good. Akashi Kaoru wiped the sweat off her forehead. She had been playing dodgeball with Higashida for the entire class. Damn it, it's a draw again. Dong Yijiang panted slightly as he looked at Akashi Kaoru. Hee, I told you that you can't beat me. Akashi Kaori chuckled when she heard Higashi's words. Humph, let's compete again next time, Dong Yi said, unconvinced. Bring it on. Who's afraid of you? Kaori Akashi didn't back down. Humph. Dong Yijiang and Akashi Kaori stared at each other for a moment, then coldly snorted. She turned around and walked toward the sink. Kue Zihue, I'm going to the sink. Seeing that Higashino was about to leave, Kaori Akashi shouted to Okinogami and Shisan Miya, who were standing on the side. Then, without waiting for the two of them to answer, she turned around and ran to the sink. Splash! Akashi-kuru walked over to the sink and turned on the tap. Clear water immediately gushed out from the tap and into her hands. He held it in his hands and sprinkled it on her face. But at this moment, a strange sound suddenly rang in Akashi Kaori's ears, attracting her attention. Then, a paper crane made of paper appeared in front of Akashi Kaoru's eyes. It flapped its wings and circled above her head. Akashi Kaoru looked around in confusion when she saw the paper crane. Seeing that she was the only one at the sink, she quietly used her telekinesis to grab the paper crane. But the moment the paper crane fell into her hands, it suddenly spread out. It transformed into a piece of white paper, and a line of black words appeared in front of her eyes. If you want Kyochi to be safe, please come to XXX Shore alone at 10 a.m. on weekends. Say Ito. Bastard. After reading the words, Akashi-kuru clenched her fist in anger and clenched the piece of white paper in her hand. If Kyochi is in any danger, I won't let you go. Akashi-kuru said in her heart. Then, Akashi-kuru used her telekinesis to throw the ball of paper into the trash bin next to the sink. She took off the white towel hanging around her neck and wiped her face and hands dry. Then, she pretended as if nothing had happened and returned to the classroom. But she was impulsive. Akashi Kaoru, who couldn't hide anything, was terrible at pretending. Soon, Miya Zihue, who had been with her for a long time, found out something was wrong. Kaoru, what's wrong? Miya Zihue looked at Akashi Kaoru and asked. No, nothing. Akashi Kaoru said with a dry smile. There's a problem. At this time, even Okinogami noticed Akashi Kaoru's abnormality. She looked at her with a gossipy expression. You better tell me the truth. Otherwise, I'll have to take action. Miya Zihue said in a low voice as she reached out her hand that was covered in blue light. Aya, what's wrong? I was just thinking about Senli's chest. It seems a bit bigger than before. Akashi Kaoru laughed dryly and ran behind Hanai Senri, who was talking to Higashino. She stretched out her hands from under Hanai Senri's arms and grabbed Hanai Senri's chest. While kneading, she laughed like an uncle. Let go of me, Kaoru. Senli Hanai, who was suddenly attacked, immediately blushed and broke free from Akashi Kaoru's harassment. She hid behind Higashino and shouted, Where do you think you're going? Akashi Kaoru was like an uncle who had his interest piqued. She immediately chased after Senli Hanai. It's over. It's starting again. Okinogami slapped her forehead and said helplessly. After Akashi Kaoru's antics, Okinogami and Miya Zihue immediately forgot about what had just happened. They didn't ask any more questions. Just like that, the rest of the school time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was the morning of the second day, which was Saturday around 9 a.m. Damn it. I was supposed to go home and see my sister's photoshoot girlfriend, but I was interrupted by that Ito. If he can't give me a satisfactory answer when I see him, I'll teach him a lesson. Akashi Kaoru, who was wearing casual clothes and carrying a small backpack, activated her telekinesis and rushed towards the address on the slip of paper she received yesterday at high speed. She had a displeased expression on her face as she thought to herself. After more than half an hour, Akashi Kaoru finally arrived at the location on the note. But at this time, there was only grass and wind. Apart from herself, there was no one else here. You're really early. But in the next moment, a hand suddenly pressed down on Akashi Kaoru's shoulder. The voice was full of laughter. Akashi Kaoru felt her shoulder being pressed down and immediately used her telekinesis to jump away from the hand. She then turned around to look at the owner of the hand and the voice. I've already come as promised. Tell me what you want. Akashi Kaoru looked at Ito in front of her and asked seriously. It's very simple. You activate your psychokinesis, take me to the bottom of the river, and stay there until I say yes. Ito didn't talk nonsense. He pointed to the river beside him and said with a smile, What do you want? Akashi Kaoru frowned and asked. According to the information from Huinamiya, and the incident on the school's rooftop, Seito didn't do anything other than make them stand still and use their powers. If he wanted to collect their telekinesis data, there wasn't even any equipment around. How could he collect their information? But if he didn't want to collect their telekinesis data, Seito would kidnap, and even threaten them. He definitely wanted to get something important from them. But no matter how Akashika, Miya, Okinogami, and Himoto Koichi thought about it, they couldn't guess what Seito wanted from them. I remember I've already said it twice. I'm only interested in your powers. Seito shrugged. Hearing this, Kaori Akashi immediately recalled what Ito-sei had said to Miyazihue on the school's rooftop. I'm only interested in the superpowers of the three of you. Okay, time is limited. Let's get started. Seito turned around and walked to the river. As long as you cooperate with me this time, I can guarantee that I won't do anything to Himoto Koichi in the future. Are you serious? Akashikira looked at Seito and asked. Really? Ito-sei turned his head and looked at Kaori Akashi behind him with a smile. I hope you keep your word. Akashi Keiru said. Let's start. Seito stood by the river and looked at Akashikira. Akashikira didn't say anything after receiving the order. She directly used her telekinesis to form a circular shield that enveloped her and Seito. She gently floated up from the ground and moved to the riverbed. She slowly sank into the water until she was completely submerged in the river. When you reach the bottom of the river, increase your power to the maximum. Maintain the current range. Seito looked at Akashi Keiru and said, Got it. Akashi Keiru said. She controlled the shield to descend to the bottom of the river while slowly increasing the power of her telekinesis. When she reached the bottom of the river, she increased the power of her telekinesis to the maximum. Maintain the current state until I say it's done, Seito said. Then he released his mental power and started recording Akashi Keiru's telekinesis. So long-winded. Akashi Keiru pouted. Then, he sat cross-legged inside the protective shield with a bored expression. He took out his small backpack, opened it, and took out an adult magazine. He lowered his head and began to read it. After a while, he let out a very wretched uncle laugh, and from time to time, he muttered to himself, These breasts are so big. Seito, who was affected by Akashi Keiru, glanced at the content of the magazine and asked with a smile, Is it okay for someone your age to read this kind of magazine? TSK. What's wrong with that? I'm not one of those immature brats. Akashi couldn't even lift her head and said with disdain. Seito looked at Akashi Keiru's body that was completely suitable for a 10-year-old girl's body. He speechlessly looked away and continued his replication. Chapter 573. Keiru, let's stop. A few hours later, Seito finally spoke at 3 in the afternoon. It's finally over. Akashi Keiru immediately activated her psychokinesis and brought the two of them out of the water. When they returned to the riverbank, she removed the psychokinesis barrier and spoke with relief. Thank you, Keiru. Seito rubbed Akashi Keiru's hair and smiled. Bastard, don't touch my hair. Akashi Keiru yelled angrily and used her psychokinesis on Seito to push him to the center of the riverbank. Really, if you're so rough, that man won't like it. The moment Akashi Keiru removed her psychokinesis, Seito used his psychokinesis to maintain his body and smiled. Is that so? Akashi Keiru paused for a moment and asked with curiosity. Probably, but maybe Seito has masochistic tendencies and likes it when you treat him so roughly. Seito flew back to the riverbank and said irresponsibly, Really? Akashi Keiru started to imagine uncertainly and then giggled. Okay, where are you going? I'll take you there. Although Ito-sei didn't know what Kaori Akashi was thinking, judging from her wretched smile, it wasn't a good thing. He silently mourned for Himoto Koichi in his heart, then opened his mouth to interrupt her fantasy. It's over. It's been so long. Sister's photoshoot girlfriend must have left. I was looking forward to bathing with her and doing this and that to her. Akashi Keiru snapped out of her fantasy and immediately said with annoyance. She then turned to look at Sei Ito angrily and yelled, "It's all because of you. If it wasn't for that stupid note you left, I wouldn't have missed this happy moment." Sei Ito looked at Akashi Kiru speechlessly and sighed. Okay, I know. I'll accompany you to find a photo shoot idol." "Really?" Akashi Kiru's eyes lit up and looked at Sei Ito with sparkling eyes. "Really? But this isn't the place. Do you have any good recommendations?" Sei Ito looked around and said, "Follow me." Akashi Kiru tilted her head and thought for a moment before waving her hand and using psychokinesis. Sei Ito didn't say anything and used teleport to follow closely behind Akashi Kiru. Just like that, the two of them ran and flashed. They came to a large house that occupied a large area. "Is this your home?" Ito Sei looked at the two words written on the door plate and said, "Uh-huh." Akashi Kiru responded casually and opened the door with a key. She walked in with Sei Ito. "I'm back." Akashi Kiru opened the door and shouted, "It seems like no one is home." Sei Ito looked at the clean floor at the entrance and said. Then he took off his shoes and slowly walked into the living room. "No one is home. Everything is okay." Akashi Kiru ran down the stairs and sat on the sofa. She looked at Sei Ito standing in front of the sofa. "Okay, wait for me here." Sei Ito's figure flashed and disappeared from Akashi Kiru's sight. He returned to his home in the southern city of the Rubik's Cube world. Then he thought of something and summoned Shimiping Linghua, who was watching TV and doing nothing at home, in front of him. Shimiping Linghua's eyes had adjusted to the change in space. When she saw Sei Ito, she immediately blushed and pretended to look around naturally. "No need to look. Reina isn't here," Sei Ito said. "Oh," Shimiping Linghua responded in a low voice. Her heart skipped a beat as she looked at Sei Ito, waiting for him to continue. "I called you here because I want you to do me a favor," Sei Ito said and told Shimiping Linghua about his promise to Shimiping Linghua. In the end, he said, "Please." "Is it really a child?" Shimiping Linghua looked at Sei Ito in disbelief. "It's true," Sei Ito said with certainty. "Don't worry. No matter what, you are still Reina's friend. I won't push you out and let you be used by the unspoken rules. Moreover, if I really need something, it's not something that can be solved by the unspoken rules." "Oh." Shimiping Linghua let out a sigh of relief and agreed. "Okay then. Come, hold my hand." Sei Ito reached out his hand. Shimiping Linghua's heart skipped a beat again. She reached out and held Sei Ito's warm hand. Then, Shimiping Linghua felt her vision change again. She appeared in a luxuriously decorated room. "Hey, this is my friend Shimiping Linghua. She's a portrait idol. How about it? She's not bad compared to your sister," Sei Ito said to Kaori Akashi, who was sitting on the sofa and waiting in boredom. "Wow." Kaori Akashi's eyes lit up when she saw Shimiping Linghua. She rushed to Shimiping Linghua in an exaggerated manner and sized her up like an uncle. Shimiping Linghua was wearing a white casual singlet with black and white English letters on the chest and a pair of denim shorts. Her long black hair was naturally draped over her shoulders. "You're the best." Hi, I'm Shimiping Linghua." Shimiping Linghua, who was a little uncomfortable because of Kaori Akashi's uncle style, smiled stiffly and reached out her hand to introduce herself. "So white, so tender, so soft." Kaori Akashi grabbed Shimiping Linghua's hand and muttered. Shimiping Linghua's mouth twitched when she heard Kaori Akashi's words. She turned her head and looked at Sei Ito for help. Sei Ito shrugged as if he couldn't do it either and threw her to Kaori Akashi. "Sister Linghua, let's take a bath together." Kaori Akashi raised her head and looked at Shimiping Linghua expectantly. "I just took a bath." Shimiping Linghua forced a smile on her face and said, "Oh." Kaori Akashi was a little disappointed when she heard that. Then, she pulled Shimiping Linghua's hand and sat on the sofa. While chatting with Shimiping Linghua, she reached out and grabbed Shimiping Linghua's full breasts. "Oh ha, so soft, so big. Kaori Akashi laughed like an uncle as she grabbed Shimaping Linghua's breast with both hands. Then, Kaori Akashi made all kinds of lewd actions like an uncle. She flirted with Shimaping Linghua in front of Sei Ito, making Shimaping Linghua blush and unable to resist. Okay, Kaori, let go of Linghua. When the clock on the wall turned to 6, Sei Ito spoke up and rescued Shimaping Linghua from Kaori Akashi's hands. Tisk! Kaori Akashi clicked her tongue unhappily, but she still obediently let go of Shimaping Linghua. Are you going out to eat with us, or what? Seito looked at Kaori Akashi and asked. No need. I'm going back to Tokamoto's place. Kaori Akashi got up from the sofa and said, Okay then. Seito nodded. He took Shimaping Linghua's hand and left with Kaori Akashi. Let's go our separate ways here. Remember what you promised me. Kaori Akashi looked at Seito with a serious expression. Don't worry, I won't forget. Seito said. Humph. Kaori Akashi snorted. She activated her telekinesis and ran towards Tokamoto's family at high speed. Thank you for today. Seito looked at Shimaping Linghua beside him. It's nothing. I also like that little girl, except for her special hobby. Shimaping Linghua said with a smile. She then looked up at the night sky, full of stars, and said softly, Can you take me around this world? Of course. Seito chuckled. He then activated instant transmission and brought Shimaping Linghua to the bustling streets of Tokyo in the absolutely pitiful world. He held her hand and slowly walked around. Shimaping Linghua did not resist Seito's hand-holding. Her heart was beating slightly, and her cheeks were slightly red. She quietly followed beside Seito, enjoying this rare moment. Seito first took Shimaping Linghua to a Chinese restaurant for dinner. Then, he took her to a movie theater and accompanied her to watch a movie in the absolutely pitiful world style. Then, he accompanied her to the night market for half a day. He bought some small accessories that Shimaping Linghua liked and gave them to her. Then, at around 11 o'clock at night, he brought Shimaping Linghua back to her home in the southern city of the Rubik's Cube world. You should rest early. I'm leaving. Seito let go of Shimaping Linghua's hand and said, Okay, Shimaping Linghua whispered. Then, Seito smiled and glanced at Shimaping Linghua in front of him. Then, he instantly disappeared in front of her. Shimaping Linghua looked at Seito's original position with a sense of loss. She lowered her head and glanced at the hand that Seito held. Then, she blushed slightly and muttered softly, What nonsense am I thinking? Then, she quickly ran to the bathroom. After a while, a noisy sound of water came from the bathroom that was emitting a dim yellow light. After leaving Shimaping Linghua's home, Seito instantly appeared in the desolate area in the north. He closed his eyes and sat cross-legged on the ground, analyzing the psychokinesis fluctuations that he copied from Akashi Kiru. A few hours later, a violent wave of energy suddenly appeared in Seito's mind. It swept through his entire brain in an instant. That violent and fast power immediately exploded countless capillaries in Seito's brain. Even his main arteries and part of his brain were destroyed. Wow, Rubik's Cube. Seito first spat out a mouthful of blood. Then he weakly shouted. Unable to withstand the effects of the Rubik's Cube, he completely fainted. Fortunately, the Rubik's Cube had an automatic rescue program. Even without Seito's shout, it would have immediately mobilized the power of the world to heal him. Therefore, the second after Seito's brain was severely damaged, the power of the world instantly fell from the void and poured into Seito's body through the top of his head. While maintaining the current state of Seito's brain, it also forcefully repaired the shattered brain and removed the blood in his brain cavity. Bang, 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 one after another, violent psychokinesis burst out of Seito's body uncontrollably. It pressed down on Seito's body, creating circular depressions on the ground below him. Chapter 574. P.S. Thanks to Nickfany and 1577-47860 for their tips. Ugh. After an unknown amount of time, Sei Ito, who had been unconscious on the ground, suddenly let out a low groan. Then, with a slight twitch of his fingers, Sei Ito slowly opened his eyes. Ugh. Before Sei Ito could move, an even more intense pain came from his brain, causing Sei Ito to unconsciously frown and let out a muffled groan. Then, Sei Ito endured the throbbing pain coming from his brain. He covered his forehead with one hand and supported himself on the ground with the other. Then, he turned over and sat up. Rubik's Cube. How long have I been unconscious? Sei Ito, who sat up, shook his head slightly and asked in a low voice. 158 hours, 33 minutes, 43 seconds. Rubik's Cube stated. Almost 7 days. Sei Ito muttered in a low voice. Then he assumed a posture with his palms facing the sky, closed his eyes, and sensed the condition of his brain. As soon as his psychic power scanned his brain, an extremely strange feeling immediately emerged in Sei Ito's mind. Rubik's Cube, what happened while I was unconscious? Sei Ito asked in his mind. When you were unconscious for 3 minutes and 52 seconds, due to the impact of psychokinesis, a similar ability to spiritual perception went berserk. When you were unconscious for 3 minutes and 54 seconds, the transformation energy in the special brain region of spiritual perception overreacted and collided with the psychokinesis impact, causing secondary damage to the brain. When you were unconscious for 8 minutes and 13 seconds, due to the psychokinesis impact and spiritual perception's brain region transformation energy, a second impact occurred. Teleportation brain region transformation energy was reactivated. When you were unconscious for 8 minutes and 17 seconds, the 3 types of transformation energy collided for the 3rd time, causing a 3rd damage to the brain. When you were unconscious for 58 hours, 38 minutes, and 17 seconds, the 3 types of transformation energy stopped fighting each other and entered a relative transformation period. When you were unconscious for 132 hours, 8 minutes, and 44 seconds, the transformation of your brain was completed and you entered a period of rapid growth of your spiritual perception. When you were unconscious for 156 hours, 19 minutes, and 8 seconds, the rapid growth of your spiritual perception ended and you entered a period of rapid growth. When you were unconscious for 156 hours, 26 minutes, and 11 seconds, all abnormal conditions treatment was completed. 1 minute and 3 seconds ago. Host consciousness. Rubik's Cube explained everything in detail. Is there any effect on me after my brain is modified? Ito Sei asked again. After brain modification, a large amount of computing power has been liberated and the host has obtained hyperspace perception. Mental stability has increased and there are no negative sequelae. That's good. Itsunari breathed a sigh of relief. Then Sui Ito and carefully examined his spiritual perceptions. Ito spiritual perception. Of my spiritual perception. Ito. Of Ito's growth. It's its rapid growth, with my current spiritual power and spiritual power growth rate. As long as I fully master them, I'm confident that I can break through to spiritual level A within 2 years. Sei Ito didn't hesitate. He focused his mind and used a special breathing technique to quickly enter a state of meditation and awaken his innate spiritual perception. He began to sort out his spiritual perception, which he couldn't control yet. A few days passed silently as he sorted out his spiritual perception. Phew, I finally gathered all my spiritual perception. I don't have to make myself look like a compound eye bug like before. I haven't taken a bunch of useless information all the time. Sei Ito, who had completely gathered his spiritual perception, sighed and opened his eyes. I don't know where the plot is now. Let's go out and take a look. Sei Ito then stood up and left the Rubik's Cube world. He returned to the absolute pitiful world that he hadn't seen for half a month. It's actually nighttime. Sei Ito looked up at the dark night sky and the colorful streetlights. In the 21st century, The number of espers is increasing. However, society is still dominated by ordinary people. We espers aren't even allowed to freely use this amazing ability. At this moment, Jing Jie from the Ministry of War appeared on an electronic advertisement screen outside a commercial building not far away. He was still dressed in a black student uniform. He spoke with a voice full of emotion. This is too strange. As soon as he finished speaking, the screen immediately switched to Jing Jie's flying mouse and a blonde girl who looked about 10 years old. The two of them exclaimed exaggeratedly, "Excellent people are being dominated by ordinary people." Then a man wearing a short-sleeved shirt, glasses, and a figurine in his hand, who looked like an otaku no matter how you looked at him, said exaggeratedly, "You who are in the same situation, please join Pandora Pandora immediately." At this moment, the screen switched back to Jing Jie from the Ministry of War. Jing Jie from the Ministry of War was illuminated by a beam of light. He had one hand on his waist and the other extended in an inviting gesture. A cheerful smile, a gentle and kind friend, and a blue beach. A thrilling and fulfilling life awaits you. Following that, the image changed again. Superhumans dressed in all sorts of attire. Some of them were leisurely sunbathing on the beach. Some of them were happily playing tennis. Some of them were happily enjoying coffee. Some of them were relaxing on bicycles shared by 3 people. And some of them were taking pictures of them climbing mountains as souvenirs. By the way, if you join now, Jiaru will also give you a special commemorative ribbon. Then the screen changed again. A commonly seen multi-pointed star, symbolizing an explosion, and a ribbon with the words Pandra and Q written on it as a prize appeared on the screen. Pandra is the wisest choice. I've decided. I'll go to Pandra. At this moment, the screen turned black. A horizontal oval with the words Pandra and Let's Join US. White English letters appeared on the screen. Strictly confidential. No membership fee required. At this moment, the screen returned to the Ministry of War's Jing Jie, who was illuminated by the single light. He was seen handsomely flicking his hair behind his ear and looking at the screen. "I'll be waiting for you to join." Then, as if the signal had been lost, the screen was filled with static. Then, it returned to the sports channel, which was broadcasting the baseball game between the Giants and the Hanshin Tigers. TSK, he beat me to it. I was planning to advertise for espers after I got level 7 psychokinesis. Say Ito, who had already walked to the big screen when the advertisement was playing, said unhappily, "If that's the case, I'll get one too." Then, Say Ito had an idea. With a smirk, he activated his psychokinesis and flew into the sky. Using his electromagnetic control ability, he sensed the wantonly electrical signals in the night sky. He found a signal source that was used as a relay point and flew toward it at high speed. When he arrived at the top of the building where the signal source was located, Sei Ito activated his electromagnetic control ability. He merged the image in his mind into the signal in the form of electrical waves and transmitted it to every household. "Hello everyone in front of the TV. I'm sorry to interrupt your TV program." The next second, the big screen that had just jumped back to the sports channel flashed, and Sei Ito's figure appeared on it. With the help of PANDR&A, I'd like to promote my organization, Eden. On the screen, Sei Ito was sitting on a chair with his right leg crossed over his left and his fingers crossed on his right knee. He straightened his upper body and spoke with a smile on his face. With the advent of the 21st century, the number of espers in the world is constantly increasing. However, as the rulers of society, the general public is hostile and prejudiced against them, excluding them from society. Even an LV2 esper will encounter all kinds of problems in their daily lives. Sei Ito's voice explained. There were scenes of people with superpowers being surrounded and attacked, people being discriminated against when making friends, people being chased out of the company for no reason when applying for a position, and children with superpowers being ostracized and isolated, unable to go to school, etc. especially the anti-Esper organization, Ordinary People. They're even more willing to use any means to eliminate us. At this moment, the scene changed. The fictitious Ordinary People members used guns to kill the low-energy Espers, used bricks, incendiary bombs, and Molotov cocktails to destroy the houses of the Espers, and the Espers who were caught by the Ordinary People being tortured and beaten up appeared on the screen. Do you want to get rid of them? Do you want to live freely under the sun and in society? Do you want to work, live, make friends, and go to school like normal people without being discriminated against? Then come to me. Then, the screen changed back to Seito. Seito opened his arms and spoke to the screen with a smile. Here, there are cheerful smiles, gentle friends, blue sea, beautiful beaches, and beautiful cities. With the change of Ito Sei's words, several fictional life scenes immediately appeared on the screen. Among them, there were scenes of a girl talking and laughing with her friends while going to school. There were scenes of women playing on the beach and men basking in the sun. There were office workers in formal clothes who walked into the company and greeted their colleagues warmly. There were children chasing each other and the urban scenery of the southern city of the Rubik's Cube world. If you want these, come to the Garden of Eden. The screen changed back to Seito. At this moment, Seito stood up from his chair with special effects applied on his face. He looked like a saint with a compassionate expression as he invited them. Everyone is here. Strictly confidential, no entrance fee, guarantees safety, and assist in the transfer. Then, the screen turned black and changed to a painting of the Garden of Eden. Contact information, please call 000000000 between midnight and 1 o'clock every day. After saying that, the screen changed, and there was a second of static. Then, it switched back to the game on the sports channel. I didn't expect this guy to do this. In Pandora's secret base, Jingjie of the Ministry of War raised his hand and turned off the TV with a remote control. This way, the effect of our advertisement will be greatly reduced, which will greatly hinder our plan. Behind Jingjie of the Ministry of War, there was a man in a black suit. He was more than 8 meters tall and had a great figure. He had a fine beard on his face and looked about 30 years old. His long black hair was messy and twisted as if it had been burned. It's okay. The game is more fun with opponents. Jingjie of the Ministry of War smiled. I know, the tall man said. Bastard, there was Jingjie of the Ministry of War, and now there's Seito. You can't even lock onto one person's signal. What are you doing? In Babel's armed helicopter, the director grabbed the collar of the soldier next to him and shouted angrily. I'm sorry, the soldier said with a guilty conscience. Do you think an apology is enough? The director shouted as he shook the soldier's hand vigorously. Director, the audience is strongly protesting against Babel. At this time, the female secretary by Mamong said. At this time, Seito, who had finished the advertisement, flew away from the signal transmission point and found a nearby cable tower. He used the electromagnetic control to find the telephone tower, took out the small black ball, and connected it to the telephone tower. Then, Seito flew away again. He used the electromagnetic control to find a nearby mobile signal transmission tower and installed another small black ball transmitter there. Done. Now I only need those who are willing to take the bait. Seito turned his hand and took out the third small black ball. He held it in his hand and looked down at the city below with a smile on his face. I just don't know who will be the first to call me tonight. Will it be one of Babel's Espers or an ordinary Esper who has been discriminated against by society? Seito put the small black ball on the ground, sat down with his legs crossed, and continued to cultivate his power of the will. In the blink of an eye, it was already midnight. At this time, the small black ball placed on the ground by Seito suddenly made a beep sound, and then a male voice came from it. Excuse me, are you from the Garden of Eden? The voice asked hesitantly. Seems like an ordinary Esper. Seito smiled, then opened his eyes and said, Yes, this is the Garden of Eden. Are you here to join? Yes, I want to join the Garden of Eden. Do you have any requirements? The voice asked. There are no mandatory requirements, but we hope that the members who want to join can come with us to the Garden of Eden. Do you agree to this? Seito said. Yes, yes. The voice immediately said with surprise. Well then, please tell us your address. We will immediately send people to assist you in the transfer. Ito said, my address is Chiba District, XXXX, number 52. My name is Kohei Oshiro. Kohei Oshiro said, okay, our helpers will arrive soon. Please pack your belongings as soon as possible or stay with the people you want to go with. Ito said, okay, I will go prepare now. Kohei Oshiro said and immediately hung up the phone. Beep! As soon as Kohei Oshiro hung up the phone, another call came in. Chapter 575. It seems that there are a lot of espers who are discriminated against and ostracized. With just a little instigation, there are so many calls coming in. Just after midnight, Ito sighed softly as he cut off the phone call on time. It seems that the ecological city in the south needs to be expanded again, and in order to prevent future changes, it's time to implement another plan. Ito bent down to pick up the small black ball and put it in his pocket. Then he jumped into the air and flew toward Okairo Halping's house while thinking in his heart. After flying slowly for more than 10 minutes, Ito finally arrived at the door of Ojiro Kohei's house. Ding dong. Ito, who landed at the door, reached out and pressed the doorbell. Go. Soon, with a soft sound, the door was opened from the inside, and then a young man who was about 7 meters tall, had a thin body, looked a little weak, had short brown hair, and was about 20 years old appeared at the door. Hello, are you Mr. Okairo Halping? Ito asked. Yes, I am. Looking at Ito in front of him, Okairo Halping vaguely guessed his identity and said with some expectation, hello, I am Ito, an assistant of the Garden of Eden organization, and I am here to assist you in the transfer. Ito said, great, you're finally here. Okairo Halping, who got confirmation, immediately shouted with excitement, and then quickly stepped aside and led Ito into the room. There's not much time. There are other people who need my help to transfer, so if you are ready, let's start the transfer now. Ito stopped Okairo Halping, who was about to pour water and make tea for him, and said, okay, I'll go get the things. Okairo Halping quickly agreed, then quickly walked into the inner bedroom, and then pulled a large suitcase back to Ito. It's done, Okairo Halping said with some excitement. All right, let's go. Ito reached out and grabbed Kohei Ohiro's shoulder. With a thought, he brought him into the southern ecological city of the Rubik's Cube world. This is the city that you will be living in from now on, Ito said to Ohiro Kohei, who was standing beside him. They are all espers. Oshiro Kohei looked at the crowd on the street and said excitedly, no, there are only ordinary people here, Ito denied. How could this be? Oshiro Kohei looked at Ito in disbelief and shouted, didn't the advertisement say that everyone here is a superpower user? How could there be so many ordinary people? How is this the Garden of Eden? It was the same as before. You liar. The emotional Ojo Kohei caused his superpower to go out of control. A force of psychokinesis rushed out of Oshiro Kohei's body and rushed towards Ito in front of him. Calm down. Ito casually dispersed Oshiro Kohei's psychokinesis and shouted coldly, liar, liar, liar. At this time, Oshiro Kohei was completely immersed in his own emotions. He did not hear Ito's shout at all. He allowed the psychokinesis to rush out of his body and attack Ito. Seeing this, Ito frowned and directly released his own psychokinesis to break Oshiro Kohei's psychokinesis turbulence. Wrapped around Oshiro Kohei's head, he cleverly controlled the psychokinesis to release a slight vibration wave, knocking Oshiro Kohei unconscious. So weak, it seems that the plan of throwing him directly into the city's circle and blending into the crowd has to be changed. Ito looked at Oshiro Kohei, who had fainted on the ground, and then changed his mind. Taking Oshiro Kohei, he appeared in the suburbs of the city circle. Let's build an Esper community, Ito thought. Then he put his hands in front of him and leaned over to the ground, using alchemy to transform a large area of wasteland in front of him. A large number of buildings slowly rose from the ground, and after a while, they completely stood on the ground, forming a new building complex. Then Ito straightened up. His hands quickly formed several hand seals in front of him, and used would release ninjutsu to transform the community. A few minutes later, when the greening was completed, Ito spread out his spiritual power. In an instant, all the rooms in the building complex in front of him were covered in his perception. Then, with a thought, various household appliances and daily necessities appeared in the room. After that, Ito waved his hand, and a large bundle of wires suddenly appeared in the void. Ito used his mind to control the wires to climb into the building along the wire pipe specially left on the roof, like a spider web covering the entire building. The rest is the electrician's work. Ito waved his hand and threw Oshiro Kohei into one of the rooms in the newly built building. Then he went out of the Rubik's Cube world again and flew to the next address, continuing to transfer the espers who wanted to join the Garden of Eden. In this way, after a few hours, when a touch of dawn appeared in the sky, all the espers who agreed to go to the Garden of Eden City were all received by Ito into the Rubik's Cube world. Although in the process, there were a few people who were emotional because of the discrepancy between the facts and the propaganda, but they were all people who could be forced to calm down. None of them were like Oshiro Kohei, who was so excited that his esper power went berserk, which saved Ito a lot of trouble. After a series of explanations and comforting Ito's powerful performance as the leader of the Garden of Eden City, these people accepted the reality and didn't make any fuss about going back. Instead, they stayed in the newly built residential area that didn't have electricity for the time being. After everyone settled down, Ito's figure flashed and appeared in Valletta's bedroom. He took off his clothes and climbed onto Valletta's bed that was only covered with a thin layer of gauze. Valletta, who felt something was wrong, immediately woke up from her sleep. She grabbed the blanket tightly and jumped off the bed. She looked at the direction of the bed cautiously. Achong. Valletta immediately relaxed when she saw who it was and called out in surprise. Good alertness. It seems like the comfortable life didn't make you lose your basic vigilance. Ito said with a smile as he gestured for Valletta to come back. Valletta rolled her eyes at Ito and walked back to the bed slowly. She turned around and asked, "What's wrong?" Ito pulled Valletta into his arms and lay down on the bed. He explained, "I just recruited a new group of espers and arranged them in the northeastern suburbs of the city. However, these people aren't stable yet, so I hope that you, as the city security chief, can keep an eye on them." "I understand," Valletta replied. She then frowned and continued, "But it's a little troublesome to arrange these espers in the city. That's why I've decided to implement the National Martial Arts Plan." Under the blanket, Ito's hand slowly moved from Valletta's stomach to her chest. He said as he gently massaged her chest. "National Martial Arts Plan?" Valletta retracted her hand and placed it on Ito's back. She asked curiously, "Yes, I'm going to give away some basic martial arts and physical skills for free so that the citizens can choose to practice them. As for the more advanced part, I'll bring it to the city management meeting later." Ito explained, "In this way, all the people have the ability to fight, and they won't be estranged from the people with superpowers because of envy, jealousy, hatred, and other reasons, which will affect social stability. Even if something happens to the people with superpowers in the future, it won't cause too much trouble. This plan is not a problem in the long run, but in the short run, physical skills and martial arts won't be effective in the short run. I'm afraid that there will be some problems in the short run," Valletta said worriedly. "And how many people will be willing to practice them is also a problem." "I know." Ito sniffed Valletta's body and continued. "That's why I'm going to send a group of ninjas into the city after the plan is announced. They will perform in public to increase the enthusiasm of the citizens. At the same time, I'm going to use martial arts and physical skills as a bonus in the recruitment system." "That's a good idea," Valletta thought for a while and nodded. So as long as you can suppress any possible problems, I believe that it won't be long before those espers won't be a problem anymore. Ito said as he bit Valletta's shoulder. Got it. Valletta narrowed her eyes and said lazily as she felt the cool sensation on her back. Let's go back to sleep. There's still some time before morning. Ito said softly as he got up and hugged Valletta tightly. Okay. Valletta said lazily as she closed her eyes to rest. After a few hours, the two of them woke up from their dreams. Then, the two of them did not cover their bodies. They got up from the bed naked and walked into the bathroom together. They took a rather fragrant bath together. After the bath, the two of them went back to the bedroom, put on their clothes, ate breakfast prepared by Valletta, and left the house together. They drove the car made in the Rubik's Cube world to the city building. Good morning, Ito. Sama. Good morning, Chief Valletta. When they entered the city building and walked to the office, all the staff who bumped into Ito and Valletta greeted them respectfully. Huh. Valletta opened the office door and stood aside to let Ito in first. Then she walked into the office with her female secretary. Inform all the city management assistants to come to the city council meeting room in half an hour for a city management meeting. Ito who was sitting in the main seat, looked up at the female secretary and ordered, "Yes." The female secretary nodded and walked out of the office to inform all the city management assistants about the meeting. Chapter 576. P.S. Thanks to Desert Tramp Juan for the tip. Ito pressed the internal communication button and said, "Oh yeah, inform Miley, who is currently working as a news reporter at the TV station, to come to the city hall." Miley? Miley Ashford? Valletta was confused when she heard Ito's order. Yes. Ito smiled and nodded. Before Valletta could ask anything, he explained, "I took a look at your management style on the way here. I noticed that your management style is very similar to Britannia's military management style. Although this method can increase administrative efficiency, it's not very suitable for city management. After all, this isn't a military colony of Britannia. It's a city under our control. You're planning to..." Valletta frowned and said hesitantly, "That's right. I'm planning to arrange for Miley Ashford to enter the city hall to assist you in managing your affairs." Ito smiled and confirmed Valletta's guess. Then, he got up from his seat and walked to Valletta. He reached out his hand and gently stroked her cheek as he explained, "Don't be fooled by Miley's usual careless and unreliable appearance. After all, she is a descendant of the Ashford family. She has been exposed to the most orthodox aristocratic education since she was young. When it comes to dealing with hidden matters and interests, she is much more tactful than you. Also, Miley is good at using people and motivating people. You should still remember how Ashford Academy was under her management, right?" Ito smiled as he pulled back his hand. Valletta couldn't help but recall the time when she lost her memory. She recalled the time when she accompanied Ito to Ashford Academy. She nodded silently. "But Miley likes to slack off and play around, so you have to supervise her from time to time. Don't overdo it. Miley knows what's important and what's not," Ito said. "Okay." Valletta nodded. Ito didn't say anything else. He walked back to the main seat and turned on the quantum computer on the table. He connected to the internet and started playing. Dang, dang, dang. 20 minutes later, someone knocked on the door. Ito's attention was pulled back from the computer. "Come in," Valletta shouted. Creak. After that, the door was immediately opened from the outside. Then the female secretary reappeared in front of Ito and said, "Sir, Miss Mirai is here. Ask her to come in." Ito withdrew his hands from the keyboard, crossed his fingers in front of his body, put his elbows on the table, and looked at the female secretary and said, after receiving the order, the female secretary moved to the side. She was wearing a yellow blouse with light golden threads on the surface, a white blouse with hundredfold laces on both sides from the collar to the buttons, and a yellow professional short skirt. A pair of slender, white, and tender legs were directly exposed to the air. On her feet, she wore a pair of white strip-style short sandals that exposed her feet. Her slightly wavy blonde hair naturally draped over her shoulders, and a beautiful woman walked in. Bang! After me, Lei entered the room. The secretary tactfully closed the door and continued to work outside. Long time no see, President Miley. You're still as beautiful as ever. Seito put down his hands and praised her with a smile. Long time no see indeed. Sir Seito, Miley said politely. Milei said maturely and politely. At the same time, a sense of distance could be felt from her words. Do you have to be so distant? Seito sighed. May I know why you called me here? Miley was silent for a moment. She changed the topic. Miley, we were schoolmates. Don't be so distant, Seito said with a frown. He then explained why he called her here. I called you here because I have a job for you. Seito paused for a second and continued. I'm going to appoint you as the mayor of this city. Miley, who had been calm, was surprised when she heard Seito's words. She looked at Seito for confirmation. Don't doubt it, I do plan to do so, and I'm going to announce your appointment directly at the city management meeting. Ito-sei said. I'm sorry, I can't do that, Miley said after a moment of silence. At this moment, Valletta frowned. Why? Seito asked. Miley didn't answer. She was still silent. Millie Ashford, Valletta said in a low voice. Ashford, I haven't heard anyone call me that in a long time. Miley was stunned when she heard Valletta's voice. Seito got up from his seat and slowly walked to Miley. He looked at her and asked, Are you mad at me for bringing you here? No, I was the one who chose to come here. I won't blame anyone else for this. Miley shook her head and said softly, If that's the case, why didn't you accept this position? Seito asked, Because I don't think I have the ability to manage a city. I can't accept this position. Miley took a deep breath and answered, If that's the only reason, then it's not a problem. Seito smiled. You can learn if you don't know how to manage a city. After all, everyone has things they don't know. As long as you work hard, I believe you will be able to take on this position with your talent. Plus, you won't be working alone. You have other staff to help you. Even if something goes wrong, I will help you clean it up. So, you can take on this position without any worries. All right then. If you think I can do it, sir. Miley sighed. Mileyu. Ito Mori was about to say something, but a knock on the door immediately interrupted him on the spot. Come in. Valletta gestured. Sir, Chief, it's time for the meeting. The secretary opened the door and said to Seito and Valletta. Okay, Seito said. He then looked at Miley and said, Let's go to the meeting first. After the meeting, I want to talk to you about Miley. Without waiting for Miley's reply, he walked out of the door. Then, under the guidance of the secretary, he walked to the city council meeting room. Behind him, Valletta walked to Miley's side and followed along with Miley. The four of them walked through the corridor and came to a large meeting room. Around the oval table, there were more than 30 people in the meeting room. The representatives of the large laboratory, Lloyd, Cecil, Lakshata, Erica, and Celine, Professor Asmo, and Emma from the Plant Biological Laboratory, several laboratory leaders from other fields, representatives from other industries, Sukurbus say, and the actual managers of the space battleship Archangel, Marlowe and Bucky Lulu. Let's start the meeting. Under the guidance of the secretary, Ito-sei walked to the only reserved seat and sat down. After Valletta, the secretary, and Mireille sat down, Ito-sei announced. There are two main reasons for this meeting. The first is to announce the next step of the city's construction plan. The second is to talk about the situation of the various industries in the city. I want to hear your reports. Now, let's talk about the first one, the next step of the city's construction plan. Seito said. Then, he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. A laser optical screen instantly appeared in the center of the meeting room. Seito continued. But before we talk about the plan, I want to tell you one thing. Just this morning, I placed a group of espers in the southeastern suburbs of our city. The image on the screen now is the newly built residential area where the espers were placed. I call it the Esper residential area. In the coming days, more espers will be placed there. After Seito finished speaking, other than the 5 people in the lab, Amaru, Bakililu, Asmo, Emma, Sorcerous, and a few others who didn't move, the rest of the people started to whisper. Obviously, they were worried about the espers. Later, the electrical industry department. Remember to send someone to connect the line. Ito-say ignored their whispers and turned to look at the electrical industry minister and ordered. Okay. The person in charge nodded. Also, from now on, you will be responsible for the public opinion in the city. Don't let the citizens panic. Ito looked at a middle-aged woman in her 40s. Yes, the woman replied. As for public security, Ito, please pay more attention to it. Ito looked at Sakura-say. I understand. Sakura-say nodded. Now, Ito knocked on the table to attract the attention of the people who were still whispering. He continued, let me talk about the next step of the city's development plan, the National Martial Arts Plan. National Martial Arts Plan. Another commotion was heard in the conference room. Quiet, Valletta shouted. In an instant, all the participants immediately shut their mouths and stayed in place to listen to Ito-say's words. The National Martial Arts Plan is to encourage the citizens to practice martial arts, and physical skills through official mobilization. Ito said. Sakura-say heard the difference between martial arts, and physical skills in Ito's words. She immediately turned to Ito, and the latter nodded in confirmation. In order to facilitate the implementation of this plan, I plan to add bonus points for martial arts in the personnel assessment. Ito continued. Instantly, the conference room that had just quieted down became noisy again. Chapter 577. P.S. Thanks to Nickfinney and 1577-47860 for their tips. Sir, isn't this too arbitrary? After a short discussion, a middle-aged man in his 40s who was a little plump said, what do you think? Ito didn't immediately answer the man's question. Instead, he turned to look at the other people who were waiting for an answer because of the middle-aged man's question. Sir, this decision is indeed a little arbitrary. A man with a square face, a serious expression, a burly body, and short black hair said in a deep voice, as far as I know, whether it's martial arts, the legendary martial arts, or the physical skills that Sir mentioned, it's not something that can be seen in a short period of time. If we forcefully promote it according to Sir's idea, the people may not resist at first and try it out with some novelty. However, after they know how hard it is to cultivate, the people who are used in modern life will inevitably give up on cultivating martial arts, or physical skills. At that time, even with the encouragement of bonus points policy, I believe that not many people will be willing to practice it. I agree with Minister Liu. Another Chinese man, who was about the same age as Minister Liu, said, Sir, most of the residents in our city are adults, and the population under the age of 16 only accounts for less than 3% of the total population of the city. Among them, there are very few children under the age of 10. It is really difficult to promote martial arts in this situation. After all, for adults, it is really difficult to promote martial arts. Martial arts, or physical skills are too difficult. That's right. Another member agreed. After the general opinions were expressed, Ito spoke again. Are you all done? After hearing Ito's words, everyone became silent. All the members of the meeting immediately fell silent, waiting for Ito to speak. Since you're all done, then I'll talk about my arrangements. Ito glanced at the people who spoke the most enthusiastically, but the content was relatively empty. He then looked at Minister Liu and said, Answer old Liu's question first. This is what I'm thinking. After the plan is implemented, I will arrange for a group of people who have already cultivated to enter the city. Chief Valletta will be in charge of this, with the cooperation of the publicity department. We will conduct a long publicity campaign for the entire city's residents. This will allow the people to experience the effects of martial arts, and physical skills. This will stimulate the people's desire for strength and other psychological factors, creating motivation and goals for cultivation. Seeing that Minister Liu began to think, he turned to look at the other middle-aged man who was talking with Data and said, "Next is Old Huang's question." Indeed, the current rate of population growth in our city is somewhat abnormal, but this is my problem. I will find a way to solve it as soon as possible. However, with the current population, there is no problem in promoting it. After Sei Ito caught the middle-aged man's attention, he smiled and continued, "We can do it this way. First, add the basic training courses of martial arts, and physical skills to the children's learning content, and then gradually increase the difficulty level. It must be that by the time they reach the university level, they can master the cultivation and use of martial arts, or physical skills. Then, outside of the children, we can selectively promote it based on the people's physique. For example, Old Huang, Old Liu, Old Wu, and Old Sun, who have Chinese blood. We can focus on promoting martial arts and martial arts. I believe that these two things are not unfamiliar to the Chinese people." Hearing Sei Ito's words, Old Huang, Old Liu, Old Wu, and Old Sun who were pointed out all smiled and nodded. And people like Mitsui, Miyata, Akiji, Japanese people like you focus on promoting karate, kendo, and other common martial arts and physical skills. Sei Ito paused here, then smiled and said, "Maybe physical skills are unfamiliar to you, but if I use the term ninjutsu to describe it, you should understand it." Ninjutsu? The three Japanese people who were pointed out looked at each other in surprise and repeated, "Yes, the so-called physical skills is a general term, a straightforward name for all the combat techniques that use the body, including ninjutsu." Sei Ito explained, "If it's ninjutsu, I believe that people will be more interested in it." Akiji nodded and said, "As for people like Duncan, Edward, and the rest of you, you can focus on promoting European martial arts like fencing, epee, knight sword, and other common martial arts like kickboxing." Sei Ito turned to look at the other foreigners and said, the few of them nodded their heads in agreement when they heard this. And in order to stimulate the people's enthusiasm for martial arts, in addition to the promotion by Violetta, you can also hold a large-scale martial arts competition after the plan is implemented for a certain period of time. The reward for the competition will be a large amount of money and the early choice of martial arts. Sei Ito said again, "This way, I believe that a lot of people who are interested in fame and fortune will participate." Old Huang, do you have any problems with this arrangement? Sei Ito looked at Old Huang again and asked. No. Old Huang shook his head and said, "What about the others?" Sei Ito looked at the others again and asked. Those who blindly agreed with Sei Ito saw that the first batch of city construction managers did not say anything. Naturally, they did not have the courage to refute Sei Ito's words and nodded in agreement. Since there are no problems, I will continue, Sei Ito said, then turned to Erica and said, Erica, after the meeting, you will lead the staff of Dawn Society to start the construction of the website. Later, I will give you some basic martial arts information. You can enter them into the database. As for the advanced martial arts, I will take out some copies and put them in the central library. As for the arrangements, you can discuss among yourselves after the meeting. I will not participate. However, I have one request. The approval of the advanced martial arts must be strict. After all, those things can kill people if they are not careful enough. Sei Ito said seriously. The members sitting in the room all nodded and agreed with a serious look. Okay, the first thing is done. Now, I want to hear about the situation of your industries. Sei Ito leaned back in his chair and looked at the people in front of him. Let's start with the people's livelihood. Okay, then I will say a few words. Old Huang, who was in charge of the people's livelihood, nodded and said, the current population of our city. After that, Old Huang began to report the current population of the city, the number of men and women, the distribution of age, the composition of families, whether there were newborn babies and how many newborn babies there were. The overall quality of life of the residents and other issues began to be reported. After Old Huang finished his report, Robert, who was in charge of food hygiene, Park Briney, who was in charge of drug safety, Charles, who was in charge of finance, Sakura Basay, who was in charge of social security management and transportation, Old Sun, who was in charge of agriculture, Adams, who was in charge of business, Old Lou, who was in charge of personnel inspection, Mitsui, who was in charge of supervision, Lucy Hill, who was in charge of publicity, Old Wu, who was in charge of electricity, Akiji, who was in charge of water conservancy, Miyata, who was in charge of production, Zhang Jiu, who was in charge of education, and Old Ding, who was in charge of construction, all made their reports one after another. After the 15 people in charge of overall control finished their reports, the representatives of other industries also made a simple report about the situation in their industries, allowing Sei Ito to understand the development of the city from the documents. Overall, it's not bad, but I didn't expect some companies to be involved in the gray industry when I wasn't paying attention. That's interesting, Sei Ito sneered. Then, he turned to Sakuraba Sei and ordered, monitor those companies. If they dare to make any moves, deal with them by force, and get someone else to manage them. Got it, Sakuraba Sei replied. Lastly, I will announce something. Ito Sei looked at the crowd again and said. Then he turned to look at Mealy, who was sitting on the side. After she got up and walked to his side, he announced to the crowd, "This is Mealy Ashford. I believe everyone here has seen her on TV before, but what I want to say is that from now on, she will be the mayor of our city and will be in charge of the overall situation." Everyone, who had been shaken by Ito Sei and Sakuraba Sei's words, was instantly stunned. Most of them looked at Miley Ashford strangely, then withdrew their gazes and exchanged glances with the people around them. They silently agreed. I think everyone knows what to do. Ito Sei glanced at the dozens of people who had strange expressions on their faces and said in a deep voice. Then he announced, other than the representatives of the big lab and the biology lab, everyone else can leave. Hearing Sei Ito's words, the people in charge and representatives all got up from their seats. Some were alone, some were in groups of 2 or 3. They walked past Sei Ito and were escorted out of the conference room by the female secretary. How's the situation on your side? Sei Ito's eyes fell on Emma and Asmo in the biology lab. We have finished the preliminary recording of all the prisoners in the prison and have entered the genetic analysis stage, Professor Asmo said. Not bad. Sei Ito nodded. Then he looked at the 5 people in the big lab and asked, what about you guys? Royd, Cecil, Lakshata, Erica, and Celine looked at each other. Celine spoke first. The artificial intelligence stargazer can already conduct preliminary human-computer communication. Currently, we are strengthening its intelligence and enriching its database. I'm deciphering the information you gave me with Dr. Lakshata. We've already deciphered about 75% of it. I believe it won't take long for us to finish the deciphering and begin the formal research, Erica said. I'm now conducting research on the antimatter cannon of the original Lancelot. So far, I've obtained a result and am about to apply for a weapon test with you. Royd pushed up the glasses on his face and laughed strangely. Oh, Sei Ito looked at Royd with interest and waited for him to continue. It's a portable antimatter bomb. It's the size of a grenade, but the explosion is very powerful. It can annihilate all matter within a 5-meter radius of the center of the explosion. Royd laughed strangely. Not bad. Do you have a finished product? Sei Ito asked. I've created 2 test bombs, Royd said. Good. Put the test bomb in the warehouse for testing. If the opportunity is right, I'll test it in the outside world. Sei Ito nodded. Okay, Royd agreed. Then, Sei Ito waved his hand and summoned a pile of information. He threw it in front of Celine with psychokinesis and said, Celine, put the matter of the stargazer aside and let the others do it. Then, try to understand this information as soon as possible. Celine frowned as she took the information and read it in front of her eyes. I'll tell you what to do after you understand it, Sei Ito continued. Then, he looked at everyone and said, That's it. You can all leave now. Everyone got up from their seats and walked out of the meeting room together. You can go back to the office first. I'll go see Miley Eye. Sei Ito got up and said to Valletta. Valletta rolled her eyes at Sei Ito, but did not say anything. Then, She turned around and walked out of the meeting room slowly. Looking at Valletta's departing figure, Ito-sei couldn't help but reveal a smile on his face. After that, he slowly walked out of the conference room and headed towards Mirai's office. Dang, dang, dang. Seito knocked on the door of Miley Eye's office. Come in. Miley Eye shouted from inside the room. After getting permission, Ito-sei reached out and unlocked the door. He pushed the door open and walked in. Master! Miley Eye got up from her seat and greeted Seito when she saw who it was. Bang! Seito closed the door and walked toward Miley Eye. There are no outsiders here. You don't have to call me Master. Just call me by my name like you did in the academy. Master, why are you looking for me? Miley Eye ignored Seito's words and changed the topic. Have you forgotten what I said before the meeting? I want to talk to you after the meeting. Seito walked to Miley Eye's side and looked at her. Miley Eye took off her jacket and revealed her perfect figure under her white shirt. What do you want to talk about? Miley Eye asked after a few seconds of silence. I want to know why you are so angry at me. Seito looked at Miley Eye and asked in a deep voice. Master, you must be joking. Miley Eye said, if what you said is true, you are not angry at me for bringing you into the academy. Then, where's your anger coming from? Ignoring Milei's denial, Ito-sei looked at her face and said to himself, do you blame me for not caring about you, or have an inexplicable resentment against me because of the relationship between Karen and Nina, or are you lonely because you miss home? Miley Eye remained silent. She did not know if Seito was right. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.